that's how it works, but it really doesn't work like that. Your demands have got to have consequences backing the demand up. That's the only way demands actually um work, because again, empty demands, these people, I mean, when I say these people, we're talking about the government. They deal with demands, people making empty demands all the time, all over the planet. So unless you are able to apply real pressure to them, they don't care about a list of demands. It means nothing to them. And these political parties, like you said, they make a promise, blah blah blah, but they're going to do whatever they want to do anyway, unless you actually have the ability to force them to do what you want them to do.
Right. Hey, Brad, okay, I'm looking at your headlines here. I want to be on the same wavelength as you. So can you explain to me what your title is all about, so I can know how to. Yeah, go ahead if you can explain.
Yeah, yep. I'm going through the jumbotron now. I'm trying to find that post. So I've had this theory for a while now. Back when I did that contrabands of war thread, it was about 10% of our population that um, self-emancipated themselves. They left the South, under the threat of death, under the threat of fugitive laws, whatever the threats were. And actually, I believe this, something about this emancipation movie with Will Smith, the trailer, the fact that I've seen him post that it's not about slavery, it's about freedom. So I'm thinking it's around that time of the self-emancipators, the contrabands of war. I really think that's what the story is about. And so
Okay.
that was 10% of our population that was willing to risk their lives in order to free themselves and ultimately force the US government into the Emancipation Proclamation. They were first declared contrabands of war. Then they forced them to stop adhering to the fugitive laws, where they used to capture and return, our ancestors back to the South or whatever, and a bunch of other legislation. Even that Civil Rights Act more than likely came out of that. The Freedmen's Bureau came out of their bravery and courage in being this 10%, that this number that I'm throwing out there. So as it turns out, I'm going to find it here. There was a university that did a study about political movements and how much of the population has to buy into the movement in order for it to be successful. And essentially, what it says here, it goes right here. So, this is going to be the last thing I just put up in the Jumbotron all the way to the left. So, essentially, what it says is, and this is the quote in the post that I posted. It said, "When the number of committed opinion holders is below 10%, there is no visible progress in the spread of ideas. Once that number grows above 10%, the idea spreads like flame." And so I really wholeheartedly am in agreement with this. Under matter of fact, under the original post for this space, someone had posted about this. It's called Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute. They said scientists at this institute found that when just 10% of the population holds an unshakable belief, their belief will always be adopted by the majority of the society. One thing said, this 10% is for a belief that doesn't have many people actively opposing it. So they threw in that caveat that the people who believe in it, there can't be a whole lot of opposition to it.
Right.
Which is an interesting caveat. However, again, I'm definitely relating it to the contrabands of war, who it was like they say 500,000 roughly I think we were 4.5 million. So 10% is like 450,000. So they were just above 10%. However, they forced the action. They forced the United States, well, at the time, the Union, to write all of that legislation. They joined the Union Army to fight against the Confederates to free their own people, essentially. I mean, anybody who says, and there's a lot of this is so disrespectful, but there's a lot of these people who will say the debt for reparations was paid during the Civil War, and then they give you the number of how many soldiers died, and really it's white people saying their white ancestors died and that's your reparations, which is total bullshit. But the fact is that these Black American contrabands of war, self-emancipators, are who fought for us. They are the ones who freed us. They forced the emancipation. They forced all that legislation. They forced the Freedmen's Bureau. And so this is the goal. 10% of our current population. I've been using the 40 million number, and I know a lot of people are like, well, they undercount us, and I do know, I do respect and honor that and understand that. For me to go to 50 million is probably, because that's like 25%. That'd be a real high undercount. I guess I'd be willing to cut that in half and say 45 million. So 10% would be 4.5 million. With that amount of population moving and migrating, that would give us a minimum of 3 states, possibly 4. And it really just depends on the primary numbers, because the general election, the numbers are much, much different. The primary election numbers are half and sometimes less than half of what the general is. So you don't need as many people to get the Democratic nomination or whatever nomination you seek. And I'm really on the mindset of having Black majority PAC, Political Action Committee, as the political arm of this movement, and even maybe a super PAC, because you can have both actually, and having that be the base of what you're trying to do, much like the Tea Party essentially was. But then you have to take your ideology and marry it to the dominant party within the state. It's just the easiest path forward. You run as a Black majority Democrat in Delaware, for instance, because Delaware is just Democrats win for the most part in that state. There's a Democratic socialist woman who won the primary, and I've really got to look into them, because I don't know. They're not 100% Democrats. They're much like the Tea Party, or as far as they attach themselves to the Democrat Party, they might be further left than the Democrats are. So I've really got to look into what that's all about. But that's probably our best path forward, is running as Black majority Democrats with our own ideology, and essentially in order to capture the primary, and then and then we'll win, just simply because everybody's used to voting for that particular group in the general election. But that's probably the path to victory. Did I put a damn it, I put a comma after that.
Hey, but the way I came up with that 50 million, right? And I used some other platforms. What they did was okay, the blacks, the native Black population is probably about 42 million, right?
Mm.
And then if you add in the how can I say, Blacks that are born outside the United States,
Mm.
or have parents that was born outside of the United States, they make up roughly about 15 to 16% of the Black American population, right?
That are
So,
expatriates,
uh, uh,
expatriates.
I think they're considered citizens or green card holders, but they're either born outside of the United States or their parents were born outside of the United States.
Okay. Okay. Gotcha.
So,
Gotcha.
so those about 14, 15, 16%. And then they add in these, your mixed race. You got your mixed race Black Americans, that claim more than one race. That's what I should say. They claim more than one race, and that also includes Black Hispanics. So that's how they come up with that 50 million number. So people that are Black Americans that just choose one race, they're around about 40 to 44 million. But if you add in others, Black and two race, or Black and another race, that comes up to 50 million.
Yeah,
So,
but you so
but I know most people will prefer to just do the Black only. So I say the Black only is like, between 43 to 45 million, somewhere around there.
yeah, Black American only though, right? Because I mean that's where everything is hit. Not only in California, but in all these other state-based reparations, but also in the census with this office management and
Okay, now
OMB.
that's something totally different. That's something now. Black people that can probably, the amount of Black people that can go under the I'm gonna call them the Native Black Americans.
Yeah.
That's only about 40 million.
Yeah, so and that's the number I've always used, the 40 million, which are the true Black Americans. But even in that,
Right.
there is this undercount. There is this undercount,
Right.
which is why I mean, I'm willing to go up to 45 million because that's a little over 10%. So it's very possible. I think that when I did read articles about it, I think it was like 4 to 5% undercount, but I'm willing to double that and say, yeah, we could be as high as 45 million based on undercounts. And then there's probably, just under 10 million of the diaspora that live around the country. But they're not here for us politically or financially or socially or really anything. I think they're here to essentially gain as much as they can off of the work that the people that came before us put into America. And they're sending their money overseas. They're whatever they're doing,
Yeah.
it's not benefiting us in the
Right.
long term.
Right. But so see, this is the thing, right? This because I'm an international person. This is what I see, right?
Mm.
Okay. You remember that Steve Harvey show where he was a teacher, right?
Yeah,
Or,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, he was a teacher.
Yep.
And it was this Black kid, right? And he was like a cool kid, but sometimes he get in trouble. But all the girls like him. You remember the guy I'm talking about?
I know the show, but
actually he died about 10 years ago. I think he got killed.
Wow.
But anyway, do you know that guy? He's a Dominican. He's a Dominican. But most people thought he was just a regular Black person, but he's Dominican. The guy that played in Fresh Prince of Bel Air, right? He does that dance. He was like the cousin of Will Smith, right? He's from Dominican Republic. He's a Dominican as well. The young girl, the youngest girl that was in that that was in the in that that TV show. She's from Dominican. She's Dominican. So like those people, will you consider those people Black Americans, or what category will you put those people in?
Yeah, so there was a time when everybody, because that was the flat blackness everybody talks about, but today with the delineation, if they have one American parent who is a Native American, Native Black American, then they do fall into the category of being, a Black American because they're the offspring of one of us. But if their parents were born in a foreign land, both their parents, then they're considered a foreigner.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, like somebody like the guy from the Two Light Crew.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
Uncle Luke.
Right.
You know, both of his parents, one was Jamaican, the other was from the Bahamas. They both born outside the country.
Right.
So that means, Uncle Luke, he's not part of that 40 million.
Right. He's not a part of it, and he's somebody when you look at him and you look at what he was kind of doing in these spaces, man, it's kind of like the proof is in the pudding, because if you start to watch those particular people and watch how they move and watch how their politics work and see, where their efforts are being put in, you start to see, I mean, a pattern emerges, a pattern develops. And so I just think we got to accept people for who they are, for what they are, acknowledge it, and then continue to move towards concentrating. Because I was in a space yesterday about delineation, and I said to the people in the space, delineation, but also de-integration, and instead of segregation, because segregation is a very negative term. It's a term that is forced upon a group of people. Integration is also forced upon a group of people. But de-integration is something where you are taking a proactive, positive action in order to improve your situation, right? So it's different.
And I give it a basic word. I just call it super majority. That's what I call it. The super majority. They're taking super majority population of a territory or a district or a city, county, or just super majority. That's what I call it.
Yeah. So our former co-host State Power, he sent me a video about the state of Oregon, right? And in the state of Oregon, which we know has this racist past, there is the movement, and this is a part of that. It's really a part of that American redoubt, Nazi, whatever, white homeland in the Northwest U.S. But essentially, the western half, or no, I take it back. The eastern half of Oregon is like forest and farms. It's real rural over there. The major cities are essentially along the coast, and what these country folks, these white nationalists, let's be honest, what they want to do is they want to partition the state of Oregon, and they want to merge it into Iowa, I believe is the state that's next to it. Is it Idaho? Okay. So yeah, they want to merge, and it's like almost 70% of the state. I guess there's a river that separates the territory that they want to keep for themselves. And the reason is, now this is the most ironic part, because this is where you see how a marginalized group, a minority group, will be subjugated simply because they don't have the numbers, simply because they're a minority group. So in this state, the whites in the big cities, which are along the coast, they are essentially liberal Democrats, and they have the majority. So they control the entire state, even though according to this, the people that they interviewed, 70% of the state is like this farm country, trees, whatever, you know what I mean, fishing and all of that shit, hunting, whatever. So it's a whole different lifestyle. But because they are a minority, they can't get any type of control over the government. And it's really state government. They can control their little area, but the budgeting doesn't come down to them. You see what I'm saying? The resources don't flow to them.
That is the key right there. The budget, the state budget. Absolutely. That's it.
Yeah, so you see in an American system where, again, if for those who want to be colorblind and take race out of the equation, this is a prime example of just being a minority, how it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work.
Right.
And it doesn't work for them either in their own, quote unquote, in their own country. The shit don't work for them. So imagine how much worse it is for us. Yeah, I was like, wow, man, that was a fire video. I loaded it up on social. I'm trying to spend time navigating and moving like that Delaware thread. I'm gonna try to spend the next couple weeks moving a lot of that information off of Twitter over to social so I can have it, because Twitter has been officially bought out by not just Elon Musk. He did fire like the woman who deplatformed Donald Trump, but it's also there's a partnership between Kingdom Holding Company and Prince Alawi bin Tal Al Saud and Elon Musk. So essentially what you have is a platform that's now controlled by the Saudi kingdom and Elon, even though Elon is the front face of Twitter at this point. But I think they've invested with him in his that boring company or whatever he's got, and I think they just are in business together. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Look, there's another guy named CZ, right? He's the CEO of Binance, right, which is a crypto exchange, right? He's a multi-billionaire, and he actually put in $500 million to help Elon Musk buy Twitter. But that $500 million is only like 10% of the holding, or 10% of the stock. So just one person put in $500 million.
And who is this? Say that again. I'm sorry. Who was that person?
This guy, he's a CEO, founder of Binance. Binance is the largest crypto exchange in the world. It's probably 5 times bigger than Coinbase.
Oh, okay, got you.
And
okay.
Yeah, it's a huge. And this guy, he went from being a multi-millionaire in 2017 to being a multi-billionaire in 2021. So I think he's worth like $40-50 billion.
Wow. You know what this really shows? Again, it's the Shark Tank theory that I have, and it's true. They like to have a bunch of different people in on these deals, and it's spread, and so it's almost like a financial marriage in a sense, but you're spreading what's the word, the risk. Is that what you were? Yeah, risk.
You're spreading the power. You're spreading risk. You're spreading power. Because sometimes when you're somebody like Elon Musk, right? Maybe you don't want all the power to yourself because you don't want to be the person taking all the risk. So you what's that word? You give risk to other people, and so the more powerful people that share the risk with you, the more likely you are to hold that power. Because you're spreading the risk.
Yeah, now what's interesting?
I'm not explaining it right.
No. You're right. You're right. I'm thinking about with this Ye situation. You know, we got to throw him in there every once in a while. This is a perfect point where if he had multiple investors, right, and it was a thing where, you know, maybe there was even one of those people that was investing with him and some other people, whatever, it would have been a lot harder for them to put all of that on him because they would have had to do it to other people as well.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right. Good example. Okay. When Twitter, back in 2018, 2019, right? Twitter was banning crypto companies from advertising on Twitter.
Wow.
Right. You know, people would, like buy this coin. You know, this coin is a great project, right? All these different crypto projects were putting their information on Twitter, but then Twitter, they kind of like limited or banned some of these crypto companies from advertising on Twitter. So what CZ was trying to do, right? I think CZ, he wants in Twitter so that he don't have to worry about being what's that word? When they so he don't have to worry about being banned. Binance would never be banned on Twitter because now he's 10% owner of Twitter.
Nice.
So he has a advertising platform, which is Twitter, that he can always depend on. He can always advertise on Twitter. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, makes sense. I know Elon said something about Twitter fits into the X platform, and my thing. What I think is he's going to. I think the value for him is not so much the advertising. There's money to be made there. Obviously, I think Twitter made $4.5 billion last year, but the money's in the AI. The ability to have artificial intelligence study and watch and learn. And I think that's what he saw because he's got, he's got everything built on AI, but he's got that little robot thing that he's got coming. And if there's and it just makes sense, if there's a way for AI to sit here on Twitter and watch how humans interact. The problem with Twitter, to be honest, it is so vitriolic and really violent, to be honest, that if artificial intelligence learns from Twitter, it could be really, really dangerous, to be honest. But I believe that's the way he wants to use it.
And look, and this is another thing, right? So Twitter is a possibility if Twitter comes under heavy regulation in the USA. I won't be surprised if he moves Twitter outside of the United States.
Yeah.
So he doesn't have to worry about being regulated.
Nice.
By the United States.
Yeah, there was a post I saw. 2 countries essentially warned him to basically respect the laws of their country, because that's the other thing about these platforms, is that each country can regulate it however they want and choose, and they'll shut it off if they have to.
But only very few countries have the technology to do that. China, America, those are really the only 2 countries. Maybe Great Britain, France, Germany, but very few countries. Like the Philippines, they can't stop Filipinos from using the Twitter platform.
What about Russia during this war? And then I know there was an African country, I want to say it was Ethiopia, where they had it blocked or whatever. and that was during, I don't know if that was the Tigray War or something like that, but that was within the past year or so. Um, so shout out, we got Miss Rella on the YouTube feed, and we got Mouthpiece as well on the YouTube feed. So Miss Rella said hello to everyone, and she said, yeah, Twitter's about to be a death land, and Elon Musk he's the king of using other people's money. That's for damn sure. Um, Mouthpiece says government contracts. Yeah, yeah, for sure. Um, I think in terms of the government, they want to use, what do they call it? Encrypted, um, encrypted messaging, and so I don't know how secure Twitter is for that, but certainly for propaganda, you know, again, because Twitter is like it's a dangerous tool, and it can certainly be used. I think there's been evidence that it has been used to spark some riots or revolts or whatever you want to call them in certain places.
Hey, you're right. Having Elon Musk having control of Twitter, it's like having control of CNN or CBS or ABC or NBC.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he can have incredible influence around the world with having control of Twitter.
Yeah, because Twitter is the real time news source where information spreads in real time, and yeah, so if you can control that, I remember this was before I was on Twitter. I don't even know where I was at. It was a TV show where they were showing I think it was an album rollout, and they had basically like a control room, a bunch of screens, a bunch of text on there, and they were trying to basically promote this album release. And they were tracking, I mean, they had the analytics up, they were tracking, all the posts and everything, people talking about whatever was happening. And that was probably like 5 years ago. So I could see a government entity having a whole tech team dedicated to, like, they say Russia with the 2020 election, whatever. I could see these governments having tech squads where that's all they do is disseminate information. Mouthpiece saying they're called influence campaigns. Speaking of influence campaigns, I got blocked by Black Votes Matter. Black Votes Matter. Like, okay, I'm just like, okay, whatever. I've been blocked by a lot of these democratic whatever outreach platforms. It's pretty funny.
Hey, you mentioned Ethiopia. The government of Ethiopia is blocking people from using the Twitter platform.
Yeah, it was one of them African governments, and I think it was during a time of war not too long ago. I know Tigray, they're still under. I mean, they're getting hit from both sides, north and south. It's actually pretty sad what's going on there, but it was one of those countries.
Right, right. Well, if you have one of those privacy, oh my gosh, I forgot the name of it. If you have one of those privacy things, right, then of course it shows that you're using a server from another country. And then you can use a banned platform that that government.
Oh, nice. Like a
ban.
router.
I mean, yeah.
Okay, would that be like some type of router that would get you off like a different IP address or something like that? You know what I mean?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Cool. So
yeah, I'm using that service.
Oh, really? So it doesn't show you where you're at when you log on.
Correct.
That's interesting. So I've had Verizon, and then I've had T-Mobile, and they say there's towers everywhere. And on these phones, there were times where I couldn't use like a banking app or a banking website because the towers that my phone seemed to ping off of are usually like 1, 2, or 3 states away from where I'm actually at.
Right.
Um, I don't know why that is. It just seems to be the way that these phones are set up. But yeah, it's crazy.
Oh, okay, yeah. Now I got the name
VPN.
called VPN. You ever heard of that?
Yeah, my mouthpiece has just put it in the thing. VPN. Yep.
Yeah, yeah.
Now that's voice protocol number, something like that, off the top of my head.
Oh my gosh.
I know when I was
I'm
looking,
so
when I was trying to find space, an app to do spaces, there are a lot of these VPN companies that you could hold meetings. They're basically set up for businesses where you can hold meetings, like audio meetings or whatever. And then some of them had the video part too. Oh, he said Miss Rella's saying VPN is more secure. So
yeah. Mhm.
voice protocol network maybe or something like that.
It's something I need to look it up. But I've been having it for years. My son, he sets it up, and good example. Even though I'm in the Philippines, it can say I can use a server in Singapore or a server in Hong Kong
Mm,
or Japan or Korea. I can use any server from any country in the world.
wow. Wow. Okay. Virtual. Okay. Okay. Miss Rella's got a virtual private network.
Okay,
Um,
virtual private. Yeah, I knew it had private in there somewhere. Yeah, virtual private network. Yep.
yeah, and she says, and the mouthpiece got that too, Mr. Mouthpiece. But it says, it routes all of your internet activity through a secure encrypted connection, which prevents others from seeing what you're doing online. So, man, look, we already. I remember there was a movie called Johnny Mnemonic, and Keanu Reeves, of all people, who ended up being a Neo, was in that movie. Ice T was in the movie. It's actually, at the time, it seemed so corny, and if you go back and watch it, it's still kind of a corny movie, but it really is like, because it's kind of like telling you what they expected the world to be, but they always give you little hints, man. And I could imagine being in a third world country where the government is trying to block internet access and all of that, and then you gotta come up with a way, like a workaround, in order to get online and stuff like that. That shit
Right.
crazy.
Yep.
Yeah, so I remember when Elon first announced he was going to buy Twitter, and there were some people that, like the one lady, she's like a reporter. She writes stories on Medium, I believe. I kind of lost contact with her. This is when I closed Black Bar. She was like, "Oh, I'm out of here," and then like literally, she said, Wednesday's my last day here," and I was just thinking, like, I'm just thinking, wow, nobody's that serious or is like gonna put up a hard line like that, but she was absolutely determined, and she collapsed her account permanently. I don't know how long she had her account up, but she kind of was saying, "Oh no, I already know what this is going to be," and I had no idea because me, I'm kind of new to it, only a couple years on Twitter. But
Mhm.
as soon as it was announced that he took over, started seeing um uncensored n-word, and people like, oh, test it to see if this works out, that works out, or word, f word, whatever, right? So that's likely what it's going to become under this situation where there's no censorship. So there's likely going to be a lot of trolling. Say it again.
A free for all.
Let me get that.
Like anybody can say anything. See, look, I guess it's better for Elon Musk to buy than let's say if CNN or
Mm,
CBS, NBC try to buy Twitter,
mm,
then it would be a lot of
sanitized.
you know, you know, I'm sorry, man, I can't think right now. It is it's just a lot of things that you can't say because now it's owned by a corporation that is regulated by the United States.
Yeah, they would. Oh man, a corporation like that, they would sanitize it down. You wouldn't be able to say
Yeah,
anything, and not only that, because they're so politically, ideologically tied to the Democrat Party, you, man, they would have been kicked me off of here. To be honest, for some of the stuff that I say. Yeah. So that, I mean, that's a good thing. I mean, in a sense, I'm just, people got to be prepared for it because again, if you weren't there back in the day, as they say, you're not used to that, you know what I mean? And so people just kind of get prepared for it. You're probably gonna get a lot more trolling, a lot more hatred, and no censorship of it. So you probably got to just start blocking people just to make it real easy. Just block people
right.
as much as possible. We did.
Now,
Go ahead.
yeah. Well, see, now I was going to say that I started in Twitter in 2012,
Mm,
but I didn't. When I started the Black American Homeland Twitter account, that was a second account, and I started that in 2014.
okay.
Now, if I'd have known what I know now, if I'd had that knowledge, back in 2012, I would have put the Black American Homeland on that first account that
Mm.
started in 2012. That would have gave me 2 more years longer on, but I really didn't know about it back then. I think, to me, well, I guess what I'm trying to say, your account, the longer or the more years your account has, I think it has more, what's that word I'm looking for?
I know what you're
Just
saying.
more credibility. If I can say that, if your account has 12 years or 14 years.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. But I'm gonna give you the flip side of that. So I was going back and forth with somebody in a post, and this account was started in 2010, right? They had
Right.
they were following 88 people, and they had 33 or 38 followers. So there
Yeah.
are sleeper accounts. I got like ooh, I got like four sleeper accounts, maybe five. I'm not sure. It's been a while since I checked on them, but a lot of people do have these sleeper burner account, whatever you want to call them. Maybe they wanted to start something and then they just abandon it, and that's what happened with me. I didn't intend them to be sleeper accounts, but because I had started an account, and you can always change the name and change the whole direction of what the account was going to be. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah.
there are those out there like that.
Right. Yeah. Because, see, I had 3 accounts. One account I have no access to anymore.
Mm,
That had Del Frederick. I mean, Del Freddy. No, Del Frederick. And then my oldest account is 8 states. No, eight eight black states
mm,
or eight southern states. I can't. Well, that's my oldest account, and I use that account to to like and retweet
mm.
information that I put on Black American Homeland. So yeah,
Did your other account, did it get suspended?
none of my accounts had never been suspended, but I just lost the information to my third account. I have no access to it. I don't know. I don't remember the password.
Have you, if you remember the email address, they should be able to, send you a password reset with your email address.
My son tried that, and for some reason we can't. It's not working. So yeah. Well, we'll try again, man. I mean, I want that account so I can have my three accounts.
Yeah, did you ever try to search for the account to see if it's still listed on,
Oh
like
yeah, it's still listed. It's the one with is at Del Frederick, and it's the one with Affrilacia.
yeah, okay, okay.
Del,
Yeah, if it's still
yeah,
on there, I would just try to figure out the email and then and or even try to do a password reset through the app. I don't know if there's a way to
right,
do that, but you might be able to reset it right through the app, you know what I mean?
right.
Yeah, because the one I had, Black State of USA, that's suspended. I did check on it to see if they just did a blanket, unsuspension on all the accounts, but it doesn't look like they did that. So I may try to do an appeal on it because
Right.
that's over 2 years ago. Just not because I want to use it, but I just want to be able to go through the post and every once in a while repost something from that account. But we'll see.
Right. No, what I noticed, it seems like people that get banned from Twitter are
Mm,
people. If you have an argument with another Twitter account, and I think if you say something,
blue check, white check.
bad or derogatory, that I think that's when you can get banned from Twitter.
Yeah, for my account, it was the blue check, white check accounts. Like I had three of them. I
Okay.
had three of them. Chris Rock was one, I believe. The guy, Jason Whitlock, who actually is defending Kanye, which is it's like a bizarre world, but I guess because he's it's that conservative, whatever. But yeah, so he was one of them, and then there was somebody else. I think it was a white actor. I can't. Oh, James Woods. I think he was a part of that too.
Okay. So you're saying that if uh, a account that has a blue check has influence to get you banned. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, I think Twitter goes it's just I think it's just a zero tolerance policy if you say anything that they consider a violation against one of those blue check accounts. They just suspend your account. The other times you get like a warning, you get like a 3-day warning or whatever. On this account I think I had a 12-hour warning once so far, but
Mm-hmm.
usually if it was a blue check person, they would just suspend the account.
Okay.
Oh shit. Ugh.
Well, in my 10 years of being with Twitter, I never had that problem.
Mm. Yeah, I'm cutting back. 'Cause- only because, man, I think the last time I checked, I'm like 64,000 tweets, and I do go back and repost stuff, and I'm always searching through tweets so I don't have to rewrite. Sometimes, like you get so many notifications, and I want to respond to every single notification as long as I can. But sometimes it's like, oh, I've already talked about this like a bunch of times, and I just want to repost something I've already responded to rather than rehashing the same, you know what I mean? Because that's just time. It just makes it a lot quicker to go through and do that. Miss Rella
Right.
says verified profiles. There's different policies for people who aren't verified, and our favorite U.S. candidate for Congress is a prime example, Marcel, because he does have that check and he does get away with more than the average person. And so I think it is that type of, that club, quote unquote, where if you have that check, they're going to make it very, very hard on anybody who doesn't have the check. But then also, people who have the check, they can sort of go at each other a little more aggressively than everybody else can. Speaking of the checks, the people with the white checks. So Van Lathan Jr., he's the black gentleman who was on TMZ, who really went viral because he was emotional um at Kanye. I think this was like 3 or 4 years ago. And even when that happened and it was live, I was like, man, that's like, man, like, you're a black guy, he's a black guy. You kind of could have edited that segment and or had that conversation off camera or after the segment, or whatever the case was. And then what could be looked at as karma, if you want. I think a year later he was in an argument with a white TMZ staffer, personality, and he went and put his arms around the guy's shoulders, and it was like a huge controversy. They said he was trying to choke him, blah blah blah, whatever. They really overblew that situation. To his defense, it really wasn't that serious, but they ended up firing him because of that. And then since then, he's had his podcast. I think he's connected to Revolt. He might have, matter of fact, I think he might have been at that recent Revolt reparations thing. Um, but he's basically been doing his own thing, bouncing around doing whatever he's doing. And so someone had posted that video under something I had posted about Kanye and whatever. And and I hate when people I hate that we have this really bad habit of comparing black men to other black men and black women to other black women. I think that's very detrimental. It really annoys me when people do that, because it's not fair at all. No one's the same. No one's identical. No one has the same thoughts. Everybody's different, and we shouldn't be comparing each other like that. But at any rate, so I responded to it. I added Van Lathan Jr. in the thing, and I said he uses emotionalism. Um, he manipulated the situation for clout, and he should have had this conversation, when the cameras were off. And then I explained about him choking the dude, how he got fired. I mean, I put all this in a post. And typically when you at these celebrities, they don't respond, right? They just don't respond at all. And then on top of that, what I screenshot an image of him LOLing or LMAOing with the guy who got him fired. Literally with the guy who got him fired, just like, I think it was like a couple of months ago this year. So it's like, you know, regardless of, and then I also said that he's working for those people. That was the other part that I put in there, because that is factual information, right? So long to behold, I'm going through my notifications, and to his credit, I would shake his hand for that. He actually liked that post. He didn't comment against it. He didn't try to explain it. He just liked it and moved on. And I gotta say, I respect the fact that he at least acknowledged the fact that what I was saying wasn't like, I wasn't making shit up. You know what I'm saying? I was just laying it out for it is what it is. Um, Yeah, so shout out to Van Lathan Jr. for at least being a man in that situation and acknowledging, it just is what it is. I think we got to support each other, especially in these public spheres, and especially when it's a black man with another black man. I just think that's where it's got to be. You know what? If we're going to have this conversation, we can do it offline, back door, behind the scenes, but not be like airing the shit out in front of a room full of white people. Is really a much bigger issue. I didn't even mention that, but that was like, that's just the obvious situation. We all know who owns TMZ. We all know what his religious philosophy is, if you will. um so Miss Stacia for DC mayor, she posted this. Try to follow Miss Stacia for DC mayor. She is a Black American freedman. She's running on a freedman platform in the federal district of DC. But she posted this story where Ice Cube says Black Americans haven't gained much after voting Democrat for decades, and I believe she is running as a Republican in her bid to get the mayor of DC. So that's what happens, man. I've been seeing these posts where they are connecting Cube to Kanye. They're connecting Cube to, anybody, any black celebrity that they don't like. And here's the thing, Cube ain't did nothing to none of these fucking people. Like all he's been doing is working, like quite literally just working and building. And they keep bringing his name into all of these kerfuffles. It's actually pretty disgusting when you think about it. And
Hey, hey, Black, I see DJs in here, right? Look,
DJ,
I'm making an announcement, right? Cause DJ, he's been on me for the past 6 months, right? What I have done is I started a new website, and
nice,
well, it's under construction,
nice,
and I'm going to publish my black paper, Black
nice,
American Homeland.
awesome,
I think that's going to be published in the next, let's say by the first quarter of next year, and I'm doing a founding fathers mothers list, right?
Oh yeah,
And
yeah, yeah, yeah.
and people that've been following me for many years, and people that have been on the space, right? I, I want them to DM me if they are interested, being a founding mother or founding father of the Black American homeland, right? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to publish that list on my website, and also publish the founding mothers and father also in my book as well.
Nice, nice, nice,
So
nice, nice.
if anybody wants to be part of that, right, I want them to DM me. And some of the qualifications is that you got to follow me. You have to be in this space, and choose the state. I got I have 12 states, right? And you pledge to move to one of those 12 states, or you already live in one of those 12 states, right? Then
nice,
no,
nice,
you
nice,
can, and then you can qualify being a founding mother or founding father of the Black American homeland. So that's that's my announcement. So yeah. So I already sent some invites to people. Of course, Black, you are definitely a founding father of the Black American homeland. And I sent something to Married Children, State Power. I'm trying to send something to like Rella, Alexis, Georgia Watt. Some of the women that have been in that space for many months, right? I want them to be the founding mothers of the Black American homeland. So, I'm gonna send some, some invites to those to those ladies as well. And yeah, that's all I have to say.
Awesome, awesome. So Miss Rella, she says she's very proud of you. She's clapping and she's got some flowers going across. She says she's definitely interested for sure. She also says hello to DJ Sedge One, but she says it's an honor to be a part of that. And yeah, man, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Definitely let us know. We'll promote it. I'll post it when it's up. I'll get a copy. Now, are you selling copies or is it just going to be available on the website?
Well, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make the copies free. However, I'm going to export the copies into like Kindle. What's the other? Apple Book?
Nice.
What's the other one? the ebook. There's a few of these platforms, right? So it's going to be both free and have a cost to it. I think it's like, I don't know, $2, $3, $5 per ebook or something like that. So
nice.
I will have all the details by January of 2023.
Awesome. Let us know. Keep us in touch. Miss Rella says Atoma. That might be an ebook platform. I'm thinking that's what she's meaning by that. Atoma.
Okay.
Oh no. She said automated, definitely.
Right.
Yep. Okay.
But anyone that's in that space, they will get the book for free.
Awesome.
Download it for
free download. Okay, she said that was a typo. Yeah, she was talking about automated. So Miss Rella also mentioned that they're going after Kyrie. So Kyrie is somebody who I've been, I'm a small platform, and when the whole jab situation was going down, he was the only one of the only ones. There actually was another NBA player who said, "I'm not putting that shit in my body," but he didn't have as high of a platform as Kyrie does. And Kyrie was willing to lose hundreds of millions of dollars behind it. And he stuck to his square. He stood on his square. He stuck to his guns. He didn't relinquish. And so since that, and if we're honest, way before that, he's basically like the Kanye of fucking the NBA, but for good reasons, for very, very, very good reasons. And he recently put out he posted, this is from Amazon, Hebrews to Negroes, Wake Up Black America. And we have to assume that this is essentially explaining how we were once the Hebrews and essentially became what we are today. It has an image of a black hand in with chains around the wrist and chains, dragging from their wrist bracelets or whatever, shackles. So his, I want to say the owner of his team is the one who essentially condemned him for posting that on his social media. And there's no statement. It's just that he posted that, and then he has another post where he says that what did he say? The light. Oh man, the light is shining, or the light is coming today, or something along those lines. Essentially, and I'm just assuming. You can only assume. Essentially, saying that black people are waking up to what's going on, and I'm believing this is both references to what is going on with Kanye, in a sense where he's essentially taking a stance without mentioning his name.
Interesting. Hey, Black, can I tell you something about domain names?
Oh yeah, I love domain names.
Okay, now look at this, right? Okay, I had a domain name. I had 2, 3 domain names with my first website, right? And a couple of weeks ago, when I'm trying to establish my website, right, I can't use my domain names anymore.
Yes, that happens.
It's my fault.
Yeah, they relapse.
What you're supposed to do, right? When you have a domain name, right? I had that domain name from 2012 to 2019. And when I closed my website, I decided, well, no people, no one will have a reason to have my domain name because no. It's my domain name. However, your domain name is rented.
Yeah.
It's owned by the whoever, I forget the name of the company. this company owns all the domain names, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you only have the right to use it or lease it, and you have to pay every year to lease that domain name,
Yes.
right? So when I closed down my website, I decided not to use that domain name anymore. Now, what happened? There's another company that bought all my domain name. So now, if I want to reestablish my website, I have to pay those people thousands of dollars to get my domain name back. Ain't that interesting? So I have to find another name.
Yeah, so I own probably from in any given time I own between 20 and 50 domain names. And it's just become this thing where, I'm always trying to, because I really believe the real money is online. I believe that wholeheartedly, and it's a global marketplace. So I'm always buying domain names, and sometimes I do let them lapse if I haven't used them after a year or so, but most of them I do renew every year. Some of them are automatic, the ones that I really want to hold on to. And like you said, what happens is when they know someone owns a name and they let it go, they're automatically going to buy it because they assume there's value in it, and they're going to, like you said, they're going to charge way more money. So like when I went to create social, of course you can't buy the regular spelling of social, and so that's why I had to come up with something that was creative, that still had meaning and would still resonate. And so that's when so that's how I came up with the SOX. But what I do is, on GoDaddy they have a bulk registration, and you can put in, sometimes I'll put in like 50 different names, and then you hit search and it'll tell you the ones that are available. And sometimes even those are like $25,000, whatever. I mean, obviously you're ignoring those, but the ones that are the regular price, which is like either $12 or $20, depending on what's going on the site. Um, those are the ones that I'll likely end up with. But yeah, I'm always buying. I actually tried to sell a few. That didn't really work out for me, to be honest, because some people have made a lot of money selling URL names, but it didn't work out for me. And then shout out to the black man. I was trying to find his name real quick, but him and then ultimately his son. We talked about that in a space not too long ago. Network Solutions, which when I used to do URLs, I used to go through that site, but it's a black man who created the URL, the .coms. So shout out to him. And I believe he's still alive because he received an award recently, um, and was inducted into some little Hall of Fame or whatever. So I'm gonna try to find his name. I don't know what all that noise is in the background.
Yeah. Now, look. Now, are you there?
Yep, still here.
Okay. There's this service called the Ethereum name server, right?
Mm.
And basically, you can buy your domain name and for a certain price, and it's your domain name forever.
Wow.
Or unless you want to sell it to somebody else. So that's very interesting.
McHenry. Oh, really? So like a permanent thing. I've never seen. I've never even thought about that. How much would that cost?
Let's see. I think it's like $50, $80, $100.
Oh, that's not bad, man. Oh, yeah. So tell me the name of that again, because I'm gonna have to look.
Ethereum name service. ENS.
ENS. So let me get this name out here. The gentleman's name is Emmett McHenry. Emmett McHenry. Um, he is the creator, and again, he's a black man, and his son eventually became the 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 head of his company. Um, but yeah, this black man created the .com and the URLs and all of that, which is what organizes the internet. So shout out to him. He's a black American man on top of that. Now you're saying it's called EMS.
ENS.
ENS.
Ethereum. Yeah.
Hmm.
Ethereum name service.
Okay. Yeah, because I got so many, and I swear to goodness, I probably spend a couple $100 a year on them. And
Mm-hmm.
and if I could just buy them and own them and keep them and not have to keep re-upping every year, that would be phenomenal, actually. So Miss Rella sends from Kyrie Irving. This is so interesting. I have a sleeper account. It's called Black Universalite, and it is a religious philosophy wherein which it's not coexistence, which is what oftentimes you see. It's based on a universal principle that God is the universe is God, and all of these religions are essentially different paths, but they're all headed in the same direction. And so when I'm seeing this, I'm gonna read his quote. It's kind of reminding me of this universalite philosophy. But this is from Kyrie. He says, "I am an omnist, omnist, an omnist, and I meant no disrespect to anyone's religious beliefs. The anti-Semitic label that is being pushed on me is not justified and does not reflect the reality or truth I live in every day. I embrace and want to learn from all walks of life and religions." And then he ends it with this hella, fingers crossed, and then this infinity symbol. So this looks like they forced him into making a weird apology, um, which really, 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 really sucks. Um, Omnist, I'm gonna have to look into what that is. It sounds like just the thought of it, just the way it looks, kind of sounds like a universal theology where you essentially take time to research and understand all of these religions and know that there is one God, one creator. However, um, each of these religions have a piece of the puzzle, is essentially how I look at it. Yeah, yeah. So here's what omnism is in simplistic terms: a belief in all religions. Those who hold this view are referred to as omnists, and that is very, very close to what Black Universalite, the theology that I was really looking at, possibly building this black church that's based on a full understanding of all of these religions and how they relate to each other, and really trying to harness the power of all of them together. And really the positive parts, because obviously there is some embedded parts of these religions where they're just always at war with each other. So you would have to really go through and um, what do they say in Congress? You'd have to rectify and or reconcile. That's it. You'd have to reconcile these religions and how they've through history been basically designed to fight one another. But I'm gonna look into this omnis situation, because it again, it really reminds me of what I was basically building with this Black Universalite thing that I was gonna try to develop. But yeah, shout out to Kyrie. It kind of was like him just clarifying himself. The post is still up, and so I'll take it for what it's worth. My mic, sometimes it goes on, sometimes it goes off. So our dear friend, and I'm saying that very sarcastically, Obama was in Georgia recently. There's a picture of him holding up Abrams' hand and Warnock's hand. He's got the biggest smile on his face, and Warnock is looking at him like, he's about to fall in love with the dude, to be honest. That's the only way I can describe the way Warnock is looking. He's looking at this dude like he's his high school crush. It's actually pretty interesting. And then Stacy is just kind of staring in the crowd, but you can tell she feels like this is the lift, the boost that she needed. Um, but we'll see. I'm really hoping for the day when Obama showing up means absolutely nothing. I'm hoping this is the election where it shows that he shows up and absolutely nothing happens. Um, because yeah, again, I call her Obama 2.0, just a feminine version, female version of him. Warnock is, oh God, ain't no, I don't know how to categorize that guy. I'm just against most of everything that he says. I see a request in the when I collapse the space. I see a request, but I don't see the request when I open it back up. So I don't know if you can. Do you see a request, Black American? Maybe. Are you there? Maybe you got dropped. Let me see. All right, I'm gonna have to drop Black American Homeland and bring them back up. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's I think it's happening, man. So that's what they kind of been doing. Um, they've been doing that thing with the co-host dropping them down, and then you got to bring them back up and all of that. So I have seen people popping in and out. So thank you for coming in and sticking in, because I do see that they're doing the same thing. They're keeping the room to like 8 people, and I see people popping in and out a lot. So that's Twitter, Twitter being Twitter. We are.
Oh yeah, I got kicked out, man. I tried to come back on, so
Yeah, that's what I thought. Because I was like, every time I collapse it, I see a request, but I don't see you. And then I'm like, are you there? So I'm a try to keep aware of that. I've been trying to pay attention the past couple weeks. Social is the Mighty Networks is talking about um, adding spaces as a feature to the social platform. That will be announced on Monday, the 1st. So hopefully I'll have that news to let everybody know, and I hope it's not restricted. It needs to be unlimited time so that we can have these conversations, and other people, whatever, people can go in there and have conversations. I was in a space um a few nights ago, earlier this week, where it was like the first time I ever been in the space. I was using a social media Twitter handle, and it was called the liquor store. The liquor store. And the guy who ran it, I believe he was a governor or a general. I believe was his title, governor or general. At any rate, it was cool. It was just a few black people in there, black Americans, and they're just playing music. And it's like the way he had it set up was it was like a music battle where you would play a song, and then they would play a song, and then back and forth like that. And different categories. I think there was like three or four categories, and then at the end, everybody essentially judges. Well, after the songs are played, people kind of vote who won that round, essentially. And they keep track of who wins these rounds over time. And I really enjoyed it because it was comfortable, and he was really adamant about no politics being spoken in the space. So it was like non-political black American music, playing music from the 60s, 70s, 80s, maybe even the 50s. All the way through all the decades. And it was a really good space. I know I've seen him jump over to social, because that was kind of like our battle was for whether or not They were, they were going to come over to social and jump in over there. So I really enjoyed that. I really appreciated it, and I think Miss Rella was in there. I spent some time yesterday. I was in a space that was it wasn't a libertarian space, but it was like third party politics space. So it was a majority white people in that space, and they're just talking from a white perspective of how politics is fucking like screwing them over, believe it or not, and how they want to get away from the two-party system and yada yada yada. Um, so a lot of interesting shit was going back and forth. But the thing that I put up in the jumbotron, they talked about the forward party. In the forward, like moving forward, which was, I believe, that was Hillary's slogan when she ran. But at any rate, they created this party, which technically is not a party from the way they explain it to me. It's more like um a coalition of parties, but they're running under this one banner. But this post says, if you haven't heard, we have merged with Renew America movement and the Serve America movement and are now officially the third largest party in the country. And this is from the Asian Andrew Yang from New York City area. I think he's a billionaire. I know he ran for president, and he was like, I think he was one of those Bernie type, universal basic income and a bunch of like progressive policies or whatever. But they're essentially saying that for now, this is really about term limits, reducing the size of government, and one other thing. But they don't. He said they basically were saying it don't have a whole lot of political agenda to it. I think the interesting part is that they become the third largest party in the country, and if you know Freeman Party, shout out to Freeman Party. They are trying to become one of these minor political parties, and part of the reason is the government gives these parties money. The federal government gives these parties money to run candidates and do whatever they do to operate their political situation. And so here's a situation where you have this candidate who was a billionaire or million, or whatever he is, who basically looking at politics, in my opinion, from a business perspective, and is pulling organizations together to, in a very short period of time, produce the third largest political party in the country. So that means the Green Party, the Libertarian Party, that's been around for decades, even, they've surpassed them in a relatively short period of time. And I know there's different amounts for minor party and major party. I think the major parties get, I believe it's $100 million from the federal government. And so I don't know if this third party would make them a major party. Um, but it sounds like, wow, you know what I mean? To have basically just had a conversation with a bunch of people and got them to agree to go under this one umbrella, you could essentially have $100 million every year to run candidates. I sent it to the Freeman Party. I don't know if he's had a chance to look at it yet, but it just seemed like it was really interesting.
Hey, Black, if I can remember correctly, right, to become to get that $100 million, right, per year, I think.
Yeah.
You only need 20% of the voters.
Yes, that probably sounds about right.
Now, so a Black American political party, right? I guess the most we can get is probably 10% of the voters, or 12% or 13%. But we, a 13% of the voters, that's a major party.
Yeah, major in the sense that you could certainly you can decide elections if you vote as a block, for sure.
Right.
Yeah, but 20% don't seem like a lot when over 100 million people didn't vote in the last presidential election. Um, it just don't seem. And I mean, from what I think if I add it up, it was 100 million that didn't vote, about 150 that did. That's 250. So you only need 50 million people to say that they're running under your party. And if you can get some of the independents and some of the people who don't vote, don't seem like that's a huge hurdle to climb. You still don't have enough at 50 million to beat the other parties in a national election, but you could do like regional stuff, and so it's, I don't know, it's just interesting being in this political space and seeing all this shit that's going on, because there's really like this political civil war going on within white society. It probably has never really gone away since the last civil war. However, they have made these agreements to just keep moving forward, but it seems like there's an inevitability that they are going to have to separate themselves, which they are doing already, in order to simply, coexist with each other. And there's an opportunity for us to take advantage of the simple fact that, you know, they oh god, here comes the weekly freaking spam, the weekly spam that we get on YouTube. Let me block this. Let me report this person and then kick them out of here. Yeah, every week we get this some type of weird site, dating site that comes into the space. I don't know why. I guess they just bump in all the live spaces every week on YouTube. But so the forward party is something to, at least be aware of, because again, this election will be over and then we're going into presidential season, and it looks like they're trying to do some damage in terms of that, and so they may actually, if you think about it, whether Trump is up or not, there's going to be somebody who's trying to be Trump like, and it's either going to be Biden or Kamala, depending on if they decide to put him in a nursing home for the Democrats. And so if a third party can even get 10% or 20% of the vote on a national election, I mean, they man, that's a lot of power right there.
Doing Alexis. Hey, I'm well. How are you? Mm-hmm. Hey, Greg.
Hello. Okay, so yeah, feel free to jump in at any time. We only got a couple speakers, so we're not doing hands at all. Miss Rella says Biden's mind is gone, and I think everybody agrees with that. It just is what it is. Miss Rella also says hello to Alexis. So they had the Reverend Al Sharpton on some morning show, and it's so crazy because I watched the clip. I think it's the Morning Joe, and the guy essentially looks at Reverend Al and says, "Say what I told you to say." And no, it's like that's just the only way I can look at it, because he looks at him and says, tell him what the biggest problem in the black community is. And then he starts talking about crime being Black America's primary concern. And I've seen a couple people post this from the Pew Research Center, which most Black Americans are saying racism is our biggest problem, and police brutality is our biggest problem, and economic inequality, and affordability of health care, and efforts to limit voting, and quality of K through 12 schools. And most people believe racial discrimination is the main reason why Black people can't get ahead these days. Nowhere on this list does it talk about crime at all. But this is what we get with the Democrat Party. Miss Alexis.
No, I just wanted to say really quickly that crime in Black neighborhoods equals gentrification. Let's be very clear about that, right? Nobody's scared about crime in our neighborhoods. We know what people are. And if you are,
Mm.
There are ways to handle it. But what I wanted to say was the title of your room is very interesting.
Yes.
Where you say only 10% of Black America will fight.
Yes.
The rest may never stand up.
Yes.
So, as you may or may not know, I am a Fiskite, the alma mater of W.B. Du Bois. He wrote The Talented Tenth. He got a lot of flack for that. And I don't think he was ever saying that only 10% of us are good enough or should have the things. He was saying 10% of us should be paving the way for everyone else. And I think he was misunderstood at the time. I think people understand it now, but I did want to say that as a Fiskite really quickly.
I'm glad you mentioned the Talented 10th because that was floating around in the back of my mind. I've never done research on it. It makes perfect sense. And so I'm gonna relay it. I'm gonna relay the story that I relayed earlier. And when I did my Contrabands of War thread, it essentially was 10% of our population that were the self-emancipators. They were the tip of the spear. They are the ones who fled from the South to join the Union Army so that they could ultimately fight against their oppressors in the South. I believe, and I said this earlier, I believe the population was 4.5 and roughly 500,000 is the number that fled the South to self-emancipate and forced all of the emancipation, they forced the Freedmen's Bureau, they forced the civil rights legislation of the 1860s. They are the reason, quite literally, that the rest, the 90%, were ultimately emancipated. And
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I wanted to say, look up the Seneca Falls Convention. This is where the NAACP originates from, and they were trying to work with the women's suffragists, and they realized it's not going to work, and so it all comes about because of that. Because the Seneca Falls Convention is exactly where it is. I don't remember all the names right now. Whichever suffragette was trying to do something wasn't going to work with what he was saying about Black people, and we knew right then that feminism was supposed to be for white women, nobody else. I mean, all these things are very clear. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. The playbook is here. Our ancestors have told us everything. And secondly, I want to say this. W.B. Du Bois got a lot of flack for people saying that he and Booker T. Washington had this humongous disagreement. I'm part of the problem of saying that in the past as a Fiskite. But what I learned later on, what I call the Atlanta Compromise speech, that's not the name of it. Booker T. and W.B. Du Bois both were right. These things have to work in tandem together, because when you have those people that are, in your words, self-emancipated, whatever we want to say, because he wanted to do the liberal arts education, which is where Fisk University comes into play. And Booker T. Washington had been at Hampton, was an incredible student, became the principal, and then he comes down to Alabama because they recruited him to build up Tuskegee Institute. One of my great-grandfathers went there, and he ate the red clay and built the damn buildings. And he became the superintendent of colored schools in my area. So I come from both. I come from a lineage of both. And both things were absolutely right, because he was teaching you how to do something that was going to ensure that you were always getting paid, which is what they had done in Reconstruction, because we had all the skilled trades. We were the barrel makers, the engineers, the architects, the culinarians, the midwives, the doctors. We were everything for them. And that's why the freedmen were able to build up so much wealth in just 9 years during Reconstruction. And white people wanted to take it down because we had all the damn skills. We still do. So both of them are right. You need the doctor just as much as you need the maid.
Yes.
You need the mail carrier just as much as you need the lawyer. It's all about working together. And shit, I mean, even the Greenwood district, they said the numbers run to live next to a doctor. You need everything together. I'll be quiet. Sorry.
Agreed. Absolutely. You need all segments of society, all hands on deck. And Miss Rella says we still do. She also said exactly in agreement with what you were stating. This is from Science Daily.
You're in a little matrix.
Oh, all the time. And I got another request, but I can't see who it's from. Okay, how is it the same or better, worse? Same, better, worse. Same, better, worse.
I can hear you a little. I can hear you okay, but you're a little low. You know what? I think Rella would tell you to adjust your microphone.
I know, and when she says that, like the only thing I do is move the phone around because there's not a whole lot else I can do other than leave and come back. But Miss Rella says she love Alexis. Okay, so that's what I'm gonna do.
Okay, I love Rella too. You know, I love you, Rella.
She's love back. Okay, I'm gonna drop out and drop back in. Okay, let me get another co-host just so I don't lose anything. Alexis, do you plan to hang out for a little bit? You can always co-host.
Yeah, I can hang out for a little bit. Yeah.
Okay, let me do that. All right. Okay, I'm a pop back in. Yep, I'll be right back. Okay, as usual, this is probably the first of many times where I will have to pop out and pop back in. Okay.
I have to think the. Oh, you back?
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Finish your thoughts.
Oh yeah, I was starting this this founding founding fathers and mothers of the Black American homeland, right? And what I'm doing is you know, I'm trying to you know, create this list of people that has followed me, has been in the space and everything, and I would like to put them on the founding fathers and mothers list of the Black American homeland. So I already have you as part of the founding mothers, and also Rella and Georgia Watts and some other and other ladies that have been in my in our space. And well, of course, I need your permission to put you on the list. And the list is going to be on my website, and it's also going to be in my up and coming book that I will have. I should have that published sometime in the first quarter of 2023.
Well, thank you, Black American Homeland, for the thought. I feel honored that you would put me in that group, even though I'm not actually a founder. I came on to you later on in your existence. So I don't know if you need to put me on the same level as Miss Georgia and Rella, but let me consult with my attorney and I'll get back to you on it. But I think it's a good idea.
Awesome.
Okay. That's fair. Thank you.
I was kind of joking when I said let me consult with my attorney, but seriously, maybe I should. I don't know.
Yeah, that was okay. Let me get back to this 10%, right? So this is a Science Daily report from an institute, and let me just get the name again before I lose my mind on that. It's the Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute. So this was like some type of scientific study. But it says when the number of committed opinion holders is below 10%, there is no visible progress in the spread of ideas. Once that number grows above 10%, the idea spreads like flame. And so this is really where you have people, the talented 10th, and you have this report where they are telling you that you need essentially 10% to reach critical mass. 10% is going to move 90%. I really like to find examples within our own population, and I believe the contrabands are that example, because again, without their sacrifices and willingness to die, quite literally, we may still be in the situation that we were in, and or we may have been fighting wars against these people for the last 100+ years. Miss Alexis.
You're absolutely right, 100%. And I just want to say very clearly, very specifically, that if you're not in that 10% right now, it's not because you're a bad person or you're stupid or you're dumb or anything like that. That's just the system that we've been born into. And sometimes I think when people hear those things, they think, oh, well, I don't have this degree, I don't have that. Everybody has something to do in the movement. And, you know, the reason the Montgomery bus boycott was so successful was because there were women that were selling fried chicken to to make sure the ladies had a ride without being on the bus. There were Black women driving their cars back and forth. And those are the unsung heroes of our movement. So every bit counts and helps. Everything.
Yes, it does. So now that we have Miss Alexis, we got Miss Rella, who are staunch reparationists. I want to introduce this to you, and I want to say I had a conversation about this with someone who's aware of how the Senate operates, but it wasn't in the same exact tone that I'm about to present it. But I want you guys to get this information. Miss Rella says Alexis definitely should be a founder. I agree wholeheartedly. She's brilliant. Of course, Miss Alexis is brilliant and should be recognized for all the glory. So that's from Miss Rella. She's giving you support in your bid to be a founder. And I second that. I mean, I think we all agree.
Well, if I'm amongst all of you, that I'm in good company. Let's do it.
Awesome. So there is a process called budget reconciliation in the Senate. And budget reconciliation is very unique in that it's filibuster proof. There are some issues, some restrictions, but very few. And it has to be related to the budget. And this is where I really believe, based on these two bills that I'm going to talk about, I believe the reparations movement has to seriously look at budget reconciliation in the Senate as a rebuttal to the filibuster conversation. Because obviously a reparations package is a budget package, which means it fits within this budgetary system. And I think it was the racist Strom Thurmond or Bird or one of those people who set this up. But I at any rate, this is how they've used it in the past, and this is within the past couple years. So the COVID-19 Act was $1.9 trillion. It passed with 50 Democrat votes and 49 Republican votes. All Democrats on one side, all Republicans on the other side. Not one Republican supported that legislation, but it passed without 60 votes. The 60 votes was not a requirement. This most recent one, which was the the Inflation Reduction Act, this was for $2.2 trillion roughly. Originally it was 3.5, but they did back off of that number in order to get it passed. Same situation. This situation was 51 Democrats because Kamala had to be the deciding vote. 50 Republicans, not a single Republican voted for that. But it passed with just the 51 votes, the tiebreaker vote. So 2.2, 1.9, that sounds like $4.1 trillion within the last couple of years that got passed through Congress without 60 votes, got passed through the Senate without 60 votes. And the Democrats use the filibuster. They just use it. They use it like a carrot stick type of situation. They use it as an excuse because they think that people don't understand how the system works. Many don't. This is something that I just really looked into tonight, to be perfectly honest. And as soon as I saw the word reconciliation, because I had a previous conversation about that, markups and budget reconciliation, it just kind of clicked for me that this is a path for someone who is in the Senate, especially because that's where this whole 60 vote issue comes up in the filibuster. This is a path forward for a reparations package at the federal level where you can avoid the filibuster BS Miss Alexis?
Yeah, thank you so much for calling it out. You're absolutely right. There is budget reconciliation in the Senate. It is the same reason why we were taught in civics based on, listen, I'm 42 years old. So when I was growing up, it took how many votes to get a Supreme Court justice confirmed? What's the number? I'm not asking like rhetorically. I mean, tell me what you think the number is.
I don't know. Are we talking about the Senate or the House?
No. Well, no. If you say, for instance, you're appointing a Supreme Court justice as the president, right? Who votes on that? It's the Senate. How many votes do the Senate have to give for your nominee to go to the Supreme Court?
So I would guess.
No, you said the number earlier. You said it. It's 60.
Oh,
it took 60
okay,
votes.
Gotcha.
It no longer takes that because they made reconciliation be what it takes to get somebody on the Supreme Court. So all you need is 51 damn votes.
Oh, nice.
And you're on the Supreme Court now versus the 60 that it used to be.
Okay.
So reconciliation, while that is important, we have to also understand that there's no money that this government can spend unless both houses of Congress agree to it. So the Senate can pass an appropriations bill, but it goes nowhere without the House.
Well, that's
the power of the speaker. You have the power of the purse.
And so the issue is when we had Obama with, and we know he was anti-reparations, but he had both houses and he had the executive branch. Biden, same thing, both houses and the executive branch. So
right, they just need to pass the shit and be done with it. That's what they need to do. They need to push it through. Get Kristen Sinema and damn Joe Manchin in line. Do what you got to do. And force it through because the Republicans would do that to you, and that's how they got it to be 51 votes to get on the Supreme Court. That's how they got it to be. They fight dirty. Democrats do not.
Yeah, well, Democrats will fight dirty for something that they want. That's the thing. These two that we just talked about, the COVID and this inflation whatever act, they same thing. They pushed them through. They had zero Republican support. No, not a single Republican voted for it. So when they want something to happen, they'll make it happen, but they won't make it happen for us. I'm just wanting people to understand when they say it requires 60 votes, it's just total BS, total gaslight, total cap, total trash.
Well, actually, like it's not total trash. Reconciliation has to be approved for each individual instance. Like, so they can still pull that if they want to. That they've written in such a way that it only applies to this right here. That's like where the language comes into play here. But what I do want to say about like no Republicans supported all these like COVID bills or whatever. I live in Alabama. We have 7 Congress people. 6 of them are Republicans. 1 of them is a Democrat. 0 of our 6 Republican Congress people voted for this bill. But I guarantee you damn what, in all of their districts, there are billboards, but all this money they're now putting into the local economy based on those acts that passed for COVID. They're taking credit for all of it, and that's why they will stay in power. Both of these parties are the same fucking thing. They didn't vote for it, but now they're taking all the credit for it being there. And people keep falling for the same okie doke.
Okay, yeah. Now let me go to this. This is another story. It was on what is this thing called? Daily Chaos, I think is how you pronounce it, but Daily Costs. And I had a hard time pulling that up. It looks like it on my phone. It doesn't. The mobile site wasn't working, but it did work on the desktop site. But I'm gonna read through this real quick. So the title of it was GOP has passed bills without 60 votes more often than Dems. Republicans have been nearly twice as likely as Democrats to pass legislation in the U.S. Senate with fewer than 60 votes, according to a review of all Senate roll call votes since 1989, in which a bill was passed or conference report was agreed to. So that's to your point. The Republicans are passing these bills twice as much as Democrats when they don't have 60 votes. Under Republican control, the Senate has passed an average of 5.24 pieces of legislation each year with less than 60 votes. Under Democratic control, the Senate has passed just 2.95 pieces of legislation with less than 60 votes. Overall, 13.1% of legislation under Republicans was passed with fewer than 60 votes compared to just 7.4 under Democrats. In nearly 21 years since the first session of the 101st Congress in 1989, Democrats and Republicans have evenly split control of the Senate with about 10 and a half years apiece. Although Republicans were more likely to pass legislation without 60 votes, both parties passed an equal amount of legislation, 418 bills for Democrats, 421 bills for Republicans. Of the Democrats, 418 bills, just 31 were passed with fewer than 60 votes. Meanwhile, of the Republicans' 421 bills, 55 were passed with fewer than 60 votes. These numbers put to the lie the claim that the Senate never passes legislation with fewer than 60 votes. In fact, they do so regularly. So this is a regular occurrence of legislation going through the Senate without 60 votes. This is again, I think this is very important for the reparationist movement to understand that when they say 60 votes, filibuster, that is just not, it's just not factual. It's not historical. And it's just an excuse.
No, you're absolutely right. And let's remember where the filibuster comes into play, right? It comes into play when they're trying to pass all the civil rights legislation. And the Republicans come up with a whole damn thing. They're like, oh my God, now you have to do the filibuster. The filibuster did not exist until in very recent history. The filibuster was never a thing that you learned as the way it was originally intended for this government to work. But they put it into play because they did not want us having access to the same things that they have access to. End of story.
Let me see if I get my mic on.
And we just learned to play the game better than they do.
Absolutely. And like you said, the filibuster is not, it's not something, I don't think it's, I'm going to say, I don't think it's in the Constitution because it is relatively new.
It is not in the Constitution.
Not in the Constitution. And so, I mean, God, again, if when we get state power, that's when, in my opinion, you make that a constitutional issue as a state and with your federal representatives. You say, this is not in the Constitution. Why are we, holding 40 million plus Black Americans hostage for something that's not even constitutional? I would really like to see that challenged in that way. To get rid of it, if that's what we have to do, and or force them, because they don't want to get rid of it, but if you threaten it, it may force them to actually push things through. I think everything when it comes to this is about having power and authority to really put their backs against the wall and force them to do the thing that they don't want to do. Because like I said, obviously when they want to do something, they do it. According to this, 31 times for the Democrats and 55 times for the Republicans. That's 86 times, 86 legislation, 86 bills that passed without 60 votes. One of those bills should have. I mean, now I think about it, 1989, isn't that the year that the first HR 40 was presented in Congress?
It was.
Goodness gracious, right? So here we are all these years later, and they've passed 86 bills without 60 votes. One of those should have been.
Okay, so let's just be real about 1989. Let's be real about what was going on there. They ran Dukakis. Y'all remember Michael Dukakis in 1988? Remember him?
Yes.
Okay, and who won? George H.W. Bush. Remember this?
The father, the father. Okay, yeah,
the father.
I remember.
Bush 41 won.
I remember.
Bush 41 won, and then he got fucked. Bush 41 got fucked. He never said, "I'm not going to raise your taxes." He said, "No new taxes." He just raised what already existed, and the economy was struggling, so we voted his ass out. Not me personally. I was too young at that point.
Yeah.
And the Clintons come in. It was like, this is what they do. Honestly, there is like a pendulum. It's like, okay, Republicans, you had a chance to fix the economy. You fucked it. Now let's give it to the Democrats. Okay, Democrats, you guys fucked the economy. Now it's our turn again. They just go pendulum back and forth.
Like, duopoly.
I mean, look at it with like Nancy Pelosi's husband being attacked. I think that is absolutely abominable. Ooh. You should not be attacking people.
That's
but
crazy.
You got Ted Cruz out here issuing a fucking apology, which will go back on tomorrow or something. But I mean, they're all friends and in cahoots together, all of them.
Yeah, I heard about that, and I was in that space. So I was in this forward party space. Essentially third party white whatever people who, think that the duopoly isn't working for them either. Probably the reason why over 100 million adults don't vote at all, because of apathy, and they have the same opinion that the government's just not working. But when they mentioned that, I was just like, wow, what's happening? You know what I mean? Like, because I hadn't heard it. It didn't come across my timeline. And I was like, damn, this dude was attacked, whatever. But meanwhile, in my city, the big breaking story in my city was that a young gentleman, black male, was murdered a few weeks ago. They had a funeral, and then assailants ended up coming to the funeral and shooting people at the funeral. 6 people were shot. Less than 12 hours previous to that, in the same general area, 3 people were shot. So it's like, the city that I'm living in, our homicide numbers are fairly low. If you can call, 70 to 80 average homicides a year fairly low, but the amount of people being shot and surviving is actually a relatively high number. And these are obviously majority black, inner city sort of areas where this stuff is going on. So my sister, my adopted sister, her boyfriend and child's father, he just lost an 18-year-old nephew to gun violence, and he's attending a funeral tomorrow. He is registered to carry. He does carry, and so they're thinking that, the funeral that they're going to attend tomorrow, they've essentially got to stand watch to ensure that no one tries to shoot up, this funeral. And this wasn't a thing. I don't think I've ever heard about this in my city, like ever. Like I'm really, really, really fairly sure this is the first time that's ever happened. I know it was a thing out in LA, in California, with that gang violence, but that was like 30 years ago or whatever. But it looks like, and I don't know if it's in the music, because I don't listen to the music because it's garbage trash music, but I don't know where this is coming from. But yeah, Miss Alexis.
I think you make incredible points here. And first of all, let me say I am saddened and disheartened to hear about the news, what's happening in your city.
Yeah,
I am saddened and disheartened.
Everywhere.
The next thing I want to say is it's social engineering. Let's move all these black people into these spaces, then take away the damn job so they have no economy. That's what they did. And then when you have no economy, it's the Hunger Games out here. And I've said this before in one of your spaces. I was watching a documentary about World War II in England. And this man, he was a World War II veteran, and he was talking about it, but he was like, I don't know, 80 when they did him in this documentary. And he said, all people would do, I'm sorry, this guy was not the World War II veteran, I'm sorry. This is a guy that was too young to fight. He was too young to fight, so he's like, I don't know, 80 when they did the documentary. But what he said is that because they were on rations, like all your food was rationed, power's rationed, everything's rationed, right, in England. They would watch houses, and when they saw the last person leave that house, they would go break in that house and steal everything.
I'm sure.
That's looting, rioting. That's what you call it here. When you take away an economy and you ration shit, it's the Hunger Games no matter who you look like. Everywhere in this world is the Hunger Games. And they just social engineered a Hunger Games amongst our people. That's what happens.
I agree. It's like when you describe that scenario, like, because I know a lot of people talk prepping.
There were only white people in England back then. Let's just be real about it.
Yeah, so a lot of people talk about prepping, like the prepper movement and having all your canned goods and everything like that. And because this is in the movies, this is in the zombie movies and whatever type of apocalyptic movie there is, it's always a situation where especially on what is it, the Walking Dead, it's always a situation where you see people are either fighting each other over resources, or they come together in order to to collectively essentially join forces and then again fight for resources. And what I'm saying to myself, I just look at human nature. Like, whatever you have as a prepper, you have to be able to defend it. That's number one. So while you're buying canned goods, you need to be buying bullets right alongside the canned goods. And the other thing is, like, I don't have time for that. I'm be honest. I ain't gonna be waiting for people to leave their houses, because if the world is coming to an end, I'm going to survive and I'm gonna do whatever it takes. And wherever that takes me is where it takes me. I would love to, build a fort and defend a territory and all of that. But at the end of the day, in a very real world situation, you think about all these times where they've dropped us off in war zones in the middle of nowhere in some foreign country. You were on your own. You had to do whatever you had to do to survive, and that's really what it's like. It's really like that. It's not like, oh, I'm a,
no,
be left alone.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Self-preservation is a bitch. That is the whole reason we exist today.
Man.
Because somebody back then said, I got to take care of my damn self so I can help you. That's what you have to do. Fuck all the bullshit. Like, I know this is the right way to do it, and we have the code. We have to look back to the ancestors and the history that's actually documented here. We know what it is and what they're trying to do. Like, this white supremacy playbook is not new. It's the same shit they've been doing forever. It's the same shit. Like, oh, but they do it. No, they're not doing anything different. It's the same shit.
It's the same shit. You're right about that.
All right. Hi, Miss Georgia. How are you?
Miss Georgia? Is that Miss Rella?
Miss Rella. I'm sorry. I thought it was Georgia. I'm sorry, Rella. How are you?
I'm okay. How are you guys? I had to switch to I had to come back in spaces because I got in my car to pick up dinner, so I was like, let me jump in spaces now. So I just want to say you guys are spot on. I believe that's why, people don't want us to really look at who actually is the Speaker of the House and look at, the positions that Chuck Schumer, even Lindsey Graham, and if we're looking on the Republican side as to what the positions that they play and why oh gosh, what's his name?
Hey, Miss Rella. Miss Rella, can you go back about maybe 10 seconds in the conversation? You cut out a little bit. I want to hear what you were cooking with, girl.
Okay.
Yes.
Derogatory.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Go for it.
It got better for a second.
Okay, so I was saying that I believe that's why in the conversation of, Kanye West, Kyrie Irving, if you start to actually put all the information together, what you were speaking about earlier in regards to self-preservation. I was
here, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas.
To being an American, and for some reason, when we try to now start to break down what it is that's happening to us in the lens of now that we need to preserve ourselves and get involved politically and economically, we have to now start painting the pictures of who are the people who, like you were saying, holding the purse. If the Speaker of the House is of the same lineage of people that are being called out, in regards to what Kyrie Irving is talking about in an educational way, I think that is something to be said. Chuck Schumer, Biden, all of the presidents to literally European, but people like to try to play, this Democrat, the donkey and the
elephant.
The donkey and the whatever the Republicans are.
The elephant,
yes, against each other, but in actuality, it's not that. It's really, we're talking about the people who are preserving themselves. And they're preserving themselves based off of their self-interest. And they can have all the disagreements in the world, but they're going to make sure economically the enforcement will be, you do not save and you do not heal the Negro. Period. That's why Nancy Pelosi could get on her soapbox on social media and say, thank you, George, for sacrificing your life. And people are like, yeah, oh my gosh, she said something great. No, she didn't. She actually said something that was horrible and disgusting. Because no one wakes up out of their day and their life and time and be like, yeah, I want the police to come and bang my head in to the point I'm now unalived.
Unalived.
So I think when we really start to look at the grand scheme of things, the people who are in actuality are the cause of the destruction of a lot of things happening in our country. They are preserving themselves, even if they have a disagreement on how and which way it's going to happen.
Yes, Rilla, you're absolutely right. Are you done? I didn't want to interrupt you.
Yes, I'm finished.
So I want to say everything you said is absolutely true. And my undergrad major was political science, okay? And I took this class called American Legislative Process. And there was this one chapter talking about how all of the Congress members are virtually the same people. This is in 1998, okay? Well, around 1998, around the time. And I decided that when I was going to do my paper for the final, I was going to talk about how similar all these people are. And when I went through it, they all have the same religion. They're all white people. And a big number of people that serve in Congress actually hold the seat that their father held, or their grandfather, or their uncle. Because we love a damn dynasty, because we come from the UK. But what I did want to say was this, is that the other thing that happens is they deployed all kinds of things to what Rilla was talking about. And when the Republicans were like, oh, we're going to do a flat tax, and I was like, oh, this would be good because then I don't have income tax. All it was going to do was tax poor people, because I'm going to give you a very simple example. Things that have sales tax are things like groceries. Well, I live in Alabama, so everything's taxed here. But groceries, I know Delaware doesn't do that because Delaware has all the income from the corporations. But in a lot of southern states that don't have tourism, you tax every damn thing. And I went to school in Tennessee. This is where I'm doing my senior thesis when I talk about the flat tax. And I learned very clearly that it taxes poor people worse than it taxes wealthy people.
Oh, wow.
And here's the example.
Interesting.
I'm a single person, right? Let's say I make $50,000.
Okay.
And then there's another single person that makes $100,000. We both can live off the same amount of food.
Okay.
We both can live off of the same amount of everything that happens. They get sales tax, right? But when you look at it at the end of the day, the percentage of my share at $50,000 a year is way less than the percentage of their share at $100,000 a year. And so what I learned is just be wealthy, and then you're good.
Man, that is interesting, because I'm actually a proponent of a consumption tax / flat tax in removing property tax, because of the history of the way they use property tax to steal away property from Black Americans specifically. So I like what you just said there, because that allows me to think about that in a much different way. But I also do feel like people that have more money, that consume and buy larger ticket items regularly, I think there may be some balance in that part of it.
Okay, so I'm gonna say this really quickly. The people that have all the money, they're not spending it to drive the economy because they are the producers. They just need the consumers to spend the money to keep them wealthy. It's not about us, it's about them. That's all it is.
That goes back to even with trading, Alexis. There, the discussion in regards to should politicians or candidates be able to trade, right? However, you have someone like Nancy Pelosi who's able to trade and know when to trade because she's
and because she would have to be going. Really, may I say this? She wasn't supposed to take her ass to Taiwan, but she took her ass right there, and nobody said a damn thing. Republican or Democrat said a damn thing.
Right. And
who got a chip deal? Who got a chip deal now? Paul Pelosi. Paul Pelosi got the chip.
Right. And so now all of a sudden we're supposed to be all up in arms because someone came and tried to knock him over the head with a hammer. I'm thinking to myself, or not necessarily just him, her too. And I said, honestly, why aren't we calling for an investigation as to why is it that they're able to have so much inside dealing and trading to the point where they're untouched? Like, even to the point where when Republicans were in control of both the House and Senate, in the presidency, Nancy Pelosi was still the speaker. So people like don't even want to pay attention because, again, the control is in those who control. I always say, if you can control the narrative, you control the power. And people think that I'm crazy when I say that. It's so true. It is very much so true. You keep the right people in place, they can control the narrative and such. They have the power, and they can get the money.
Absolutely, Rella. Hey, Miss Georgia, I see your hand up. Go ahead.
I wanted to say, Alexis, that what you just said about the taxes is the exact same thing that Stacey Abrams brought to Georgia when she was a state rep. And why they did not take away the Georgia income tax, because she proved that it would hurt poorer people more than wealthier people. Here's the thing, though. That's how you know she's smart. Like, that's when I was like, oh, wow, she is so smart. She literally, they were there to vote, and she literally turned it on its head. So she knows exactly what she's doing. She's very calculated. And so that's all I wanted to say. And hi, everybody in the room.
Hello.
Thank you, Miss Georgia. May I say this really quickly? I'm sorry.
Nope, you're fine. I was just saying hi to Miss G.
Okay. I did want to say something earlier, and I think it's going to make a lot of sense when I say this. When you sell out, you have to stay sold out. Because when you sell out, and you decide, I don't want to be sold out anymore, this is what happens. I'm not going to call any names, but this is what you're seeing unfolding. When you make a deal with the devil, you got to stay sold the fuck out.
Interesting. Oh, wow, man. I don't have, oh, God, I wish I had another 20 years. I really, really am interested in looking at that. I gotta look deeper into that because again, if I had a state budget in front of me and I could see how much money's collected from real estate taxes, and then I take that number and divide it by the population, it would give me an idea of how much more, quote unquote, in taxes everybody would pay, but also would eliminate the property taxes.
Okay, so I think you're cooking with Crisco here, as we would say in Alabama. I do want to offer this, okay? Property tax is local, right? You know this.
Yeah. Yes.
And there's a school district in Alabama. It's called Mountain Brook. If you actually look up Mountain Brook, it's an enclave of very wealthy people in Birmingham, Alabama. Now, property taxes are set in your locality based on whatever rules you have in play. And guess which area has the highest property tax in all of Alabama?
No idea. No idea.
It's Mountain Brook, where all the wealthy people are.
Okay.
They have the highest property taxes. And so basically, whatever the normal Alabama teacher is going to make with a bachelor's in education, wherever they teach, whether it's elementary school, middle school, or high school, they pay their teachers $40,000 more.
Wow.
because of their property taxes.
Nice.
When they want you, they get you. This is why the school district Hoover had a show on MTV, because those parents pay the taxes so their kids all get recruited to the schools that they want to be recruited to. They play it. They charge really high property taxes, and in poor areas, they want the property taxes as low as possible, because then they can't fund their school districts to get extra money. Where when I hire you, I'm going to give you $28,000, but this other school district where all the rich people are, they're going to now give you $68,000, just because you have a BS in math education, and you got that because the standards are freaking low. Because as my aunt told me a long time ago, white men carved out the society, and they gave education to white women.
Yes, they did.
Earn less,
yes, they did.
Make less,
yes,
have
they
less
did.
power.
Yes, they
That's
did.
what the whole game was.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. And the Freedmen Bureau Schools was like the first iteration of that. The thing that I wanted to say to that was, I have a sincere desire to really re-desegregate schools and make sure that those resources are spread across the entire state, and that whole localized situation that you just described, because I mean everybody knows how that is. I want to destroy that. I really want this equitable system that goes across every single community within the state, and that's something we definitely want to target, so that we don't have that imbalance like that.
I was just gonna say, Black, you mentioned about no property taxes, right? Now, what I noticed, right, my experience in traveling to different countries, right, I noticed that your third world countries usually have the lowest property taxes, right? The richest people in the country, they vote to have low property taxes, right? Therefore, the lower their taxes, that means that more land they can buy, and they can sit on the land. They don't have to worry about improving the land because they're not paying property taxes, or they're not paying high property taxes. So they can afford to just sit on the land and not improve the land. And
use tax. That was married Black parents.
The money, the cities that get the money from property taxes, right? They don't put that money into the schools because it's not a lot of money. Now, the only country I know that doesn't have property taxes is China. China doesn't have property taxes.
Because you can't own anything over there.
Correct. You can't own the land in China, so that's why they don't have property tax.
So how do they fund? So again, we use property taxes to fund schools for the most part, right? How do they fund the things that we normally fund with property taxes?
It's the state. It is the government over there, right? And this is one of the problems I have with China, right? Because you can tell me that all of your students are super successful, better than any American, whether they're white, Black, or whatever the hell, that the Chinese students are better than us. But do you know that 80% of Chinese kids never make it to their high school system because they give you a test, and if you don't pass it, your ass is relegated to the damn gulag.
Wow.
That's why they think they're smarter than us. Because if it held true, whenever I'm in China, everybody ought to be a damn accountant or an engineer or a fucking doctor. But that is not true, because societies can't work that way. That is the biggest myth they've told everybody. You cannot buy into that shit. Because when I go to China, it's a nasty ass place. When I go to India, it's a nasty ass place. Hell, when I go to fucking Baltimore, it's a nasty ass place. America has plenty of third world countries in it. But the lie, like Rella said, you got to control that damn narrative, control the power. And that's what they keep trying to reinforce. It's not apples to apples when you look at our students. Because you put 80% of your people that they can't even go to fucking high school. Whereas we make sure everybody goes to high school. So tell me, where's the difference?
Wow. Okay, so we got Miss G. Watts.
I learned so much in this space. I'm telling you, that's one of the reasons I love it so much. I agree. I hate property taxes. Let me just put that out there.
Yes.
But I do want to say that there are certain places that property taxes work. I'm thinking about Shaker Heights, Ohio. When I lived there with my kids, well, let me just say this: I wasn't a property owner there, but they have one of the highest property taxes. But they have. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I wanted to say, I want you to tell people where Shaker Heights is. It's in Cleveland.
Cleveland, yes.
Right.
Cleveland.
It's an earthquake. Tell us about it.
But they have services. Like, the services there are, like, so fantastic. I don't think I would mind paying my property taxes as much in Georgia if I had the services that they have in Shaker Heights. They have, I mean, from the library, like, it's one of the best, and that's all over Ohio, mind you. The library systems are one of the best. What else do they have? They have, like, stuff for teens. They have the school system used to be, I'm going to say used to be because now it's changing, but used to be one of the best. So some places property taxes work. However, some places property taxes are used to keep people from owning too. So,
Miss Georgia, G. Watts, you're absolutely correct. And I just want to add this because I think one of the craziest things that ever happened in my life was Chris Rock divorcing Malak Compton Rock. I won't get all up in that situation, but she is brilliant. She went to Howard University, Phi Beta Kappa, completely brilliant and way out of his damn league. And he ends up saying this in his Netflix comedy special. That's not the point of the story. The point of the story is she told us in an interview when they introduced her as Malak Compton Rock, she said, here's a problem that you have. She said, you will never go into a majority white area and find an all-night basketball program to keep kids off the streets. She was like, they don't fund things like that. They fund things like libraries and computer labs. She said it is to keep us dumb. So in New York, we're going to do a midnight basketball league. She's like, teach these kids coding, do a computer science lab. She said everything. And Shaker Heights, yes, their property taxes work for them because they understand how to play the game. And they play it and they keep it all for themselves. Because you're not giving this money back to the state. You're keeping it within yourself. So I'm going to be quiet. Somebody else, please speak. And if you want to come up and speak, please do so. Rella, Black American, G. Watts, go again. Great.
So I was asking, what were the numbers that you guys mentioned earlier? Because I kind of missed it when you were talking about the numbers for like Supreme Court Justice actually to get voted in, and also the numbers for, I think it was voting earlier. I was just saying, like, we need like a compository or something put together so that people can really get a real visual of what that looks like. In terms of voting, even for the people who don't vote, who believe that, they shouldn't even be getting involved in voting, because I know we've had the discussion as why people who don't vote should vote, and I think we really should be actually talking about what the true numbers are and how do we actually gain control. And we can do that in a majority black state, but until we actualize those things, we need a real visual.
Rella, I love that you said that, and I know somebody who's great with infographics. Do you know her name? Okay, so you caught it. The number was 60. It used to take 60 votes to get a Supreme Court justice. Now it takes 51. These are all things they had to do so they get whatever they want. Mitch McConnell helped engineer it. It's all this stuff with reconciliation. That's where that comes from. But you're absolutely right. And I think Ms. G. Watts said it perfectly. Property taxes can work for you. And they do. Because then we know how to play the system. I just completed my absentee ballot, and in nearly every position except for the judges, which I posted a thing about that earlier, every race was contested. Some of them only had a Republican or Libertarian on the ticket, but every space had a place to write something in. I voted Libertarian several times, because that's who I am at my heart. I am a humanist libertarian. Don't come over here telling me how to run my damn life when I'm not hurting you. Stay in your lane and stay in my lane. When you come over here, then I get to say some shit. Don't start none, won't be none. Pay your own damn bills. Anybody gonna tell you what to do? This is how life works. This is how I run my life. But there were several instances where there were judges running where I vote, and it's only a Republican that's on the damn ballot. There's no Democrat. So you know what I did? I wrote somebody in every damn time. I know lawyers down there. I wrote somebody in for district attorney. I'm not voting for that bitch. She ain't done nothing that's right for me. Like, we need a change. And so that's where we become strategic and smart. Get into places, and we should run for every primary. Even if your state has a Green Party, get one of us up there running for every single primary we have to run for. How do you
even with something like
go ahead.
Even with things like that, I think that I mean, wholehearted agreement, but I know that there are stipulations for every state, and I know that even to do write-ins, that the candidates would have had to file, early in a year to become a write-in, and so like I think just the education piece and the piece that people need to know that. I don't have to do a whole lot of heavy lifting. The community will do it for me, right? And in order for the community to do it for me, you know that I'm going to do, the going around and trying to get the books and stuff like that. Me on stage, like they did the young lady here in Virginia, the Democratic Party did, and she couldn't even get in to actually debate neither the Republican or the Democrat. Well, we should have been able to write her name in. Like, that should have been an option. All right, well, they're going to go ahead and try to strong arm everyone into just choosing the lesser of the two evils or the two-party system. Well, then we have to play the system against itself.
Can I say one more thing? This is my number one pet peeve, is that when voting, have you ever gone to vote and there's stuff on there that you've never heard of and you cannot understand what they're saying because they write it in such, I want to say legalistic terms or whatever? That's my pet peeve. How come we are not informed before we go to the ballot on certain measures?
Miss Georgia, I can tell you exactly why it is. Because every politician that is in office does not want everybody to vote. They just need enough votes to get them back in office. They could give a damn about what people want. They need 50% plus one in most cases. Different, rules in different jurisdictions, but that's all they want. Every congressperson is happy with suppressing the vote because they're going to stay in power because people vote on muscle memory. This is why there is a huge number of people that hold seats that their grandfather held, that their dad held, that their uncle held, that their great uncle held. This is how white women became senators, because the governors used to just appoint them to fill out their husband's term when the motherfucker died.
Crazy.
And those white women did whatever the party told them to do. Did they not?
You are right. And I do know, too, they made it where I used to write a list before I left from home so I wouldn't forget. And I was told I couldn't carry the list into the voting booth. So you have to vote on muscle memory.
Wow.
And you're right, because I remember I want to say this was in Cleveland, where someone changed their name to a well-known name, and that was like for a while. I remember something like that.
Yes. It got in just because they saw the name and they voted. It even happened in South Carolina.
Oh my God, that's crazy. There's I want to say it's Louisiana, where they're one of the 5 states where they're trying to get rid of the 13th Amendment, prison enslavement. They're trying to get that off their state constitution. So the gentleman who wrote it is telling people not to vote for it because the language opens up the door for unintended consequences. So you have a situation where they actually were promoting that for months, and now he's trying to get people to back off of it right before the election. To Miss G. Watts's point, the language. Yeah.
And they do write it in legalese so that you don't understand. Like, it's like, ooh, I'm going to take this shrimp from Rella and then I'm going to give it to Gray and then I'm going to give the shrimp right back to Rella.
Yeah, I think in that state, yeah, because it is Louisiana, because that's a state where they have, and I think so they have November ballots. I think there's 7 or 8 on that one, and then for some reason in December they have at least one more, if not several more. I don't know why that is, but one of the ones that's very important is the U.S. citizenship to vote in that state, because their constitution currently says they have to be a citizen of the state, and they want to add "and of the United States" to that, to change, to change the constitution so that basically illegal citizens can't vote in the state. Yeah, pretty interesting. So
Hey,
someone,
Black, you heard of veto-proof majority, right?
veto-proof majority. It's
Veto-proof. Some states, well, let me explain. Some states, right, when it comes to veto-proof majority, some states are 3/5, which is 60%. Some states are 2/3, which is 66. And I believe some states are 3/4, which is 75%. But it's mostly 60 and 66%, or 3/5 and 2/3.
Black American Homeland, may I tell you something really quickly?
Yes.
The federal government is on 2/3.
Right.
It's on 2/3. That is how you get over the president. You have to take it back to the House of Representatives. They have to get 2/3, and then the Senate has to get 2/3, and they can override the damn veto. It is right there in the civics lesson. It's the 2/3 rule. Both houses of Congress have the power to put this in motion. The other house of Congress has to follow suit. And then you get over the president's veto. That's how it works. And in the states where they've written it in such a way to favor the party that is in control. That is all that they do.
Exactly.
I wonder how many times vetoes have been, on the federal level. How many times they've been?
Very rarely.
Yeah.
It has to be something that the people want, and they have told them in certain terms. So what happens is 66 and 2/3 means 67 votes is what it actually boils down to. Welcome back, Rella.
Yeah, so we talked about over 100 million eligible voters didn't vote in the last election. We know the midterms, they get 25% of the people vote. Although I've seen that 15 million, maybe even as high as 17 million have voted early, and that was just I think that was as of yesterday, for this midterm. So it looks like this midterm has people excited about voting for whatever reason, whatever their issue is that's bringing people out, especially with the early voting, mail-in, and however else they're doing it. Is anybody in the room planning to vote by a show of hands, or yeah, let's do the vote part. Okay, we got 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, Black American Homeland, as an expatriate, are you voting in our elections? Do you get a ballot?
Well, no, to be honest, I'm not voting this year. I'm trying to figure out. Matter of fact, I was just talking to my wife. We were thinking about going to the States next week. And I was thinking about voting in North Carolina or Virginia, but I decided to cancel that plan. But, the thing is, usually to vote in, for me to vote in another country is usually for the presidency. But I'm thinking about actually Monday or Tuesday. I'm thinking about visiting my local, well, not local, but the embassy in the Philippines, and see how I can vote for the state election. Usually, state elections are a little bit more difficult to vote when you're outside.
So, Black American Homeland, may I say this to you really quickly? I don't know every state's rules. I just know Virginia and Alabama because that's where I was voting. And I voted in Alabama absentee a lot. And gosh, you have to request in Alabama, at least you have to request it 7 days before the election, at least. Then it has to be mailed to you. Then you got to get back by the postmark date. Different states have different rules. This is why state control is important. We set the rules that we have. But you're absolutely right. Get over there, ask them the question because the time may be counting down. And actually, I'm going to go look and see how long you have to request before the North Carolina state election. I'm going to be quiet and we'll look that up, okay?
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Man, state elections, everything's different. So in Virginia, this was in the 2020 election. It says that Black voters in Virginia strongly believe that the need of their people aren't being heard on the local, state, and federal levels. More than 20% identified themselves as independent or with no affiliated political party. Also, Black Americans also made up 13% of all non-voters. And among the reasons for not voting, 80% of Black non-voters agreed with the statement that they feel the country is moving in the wrong track. Now, ironically, in the state of Virginia, 57% of white voters did not vote in the 2020 election, or at least weren't planning to vote. So this voter apathy within our population, where people are not voting, or they're voting independently, they're not affiliated with the party. There is a space in states specifically where we have high populations to at least get those people. If we can't get the Democrats, we can't pull the Democrats away from whatever it is that they're holding on to. We can at least go after these people, the people who don't vote, the independents, and the people who are just like, I'm, not affiliated, but I will vote when I feel like it or whatever. Or if I see something that motivates me to get out and vote. For the people who put their hand up, who is the candidate within your realm that really stands out to you, and or what is the issue that really stands out for you, Miss Alexis?
Oh, I just had my hand up, because I was going to vote. I didn't mean to give you who the person was, but it was a Libertarian candidate.
Nice.
Yeah, that's who I voted for. Again, I'm a humanist Libertarian. Nice. Don't tell me how to live my life. I'm not trying to fuck with your life. That's how I roll, y'all. Just letting you know.
Now, so the Libertarian Party, right? In New Hampshire, they run under Republicans, but they also, I was in that space yesterday. They seem to be farther left than most Democrats in terms of what they were talking about.
So it's only a couple of things. Number one, Libertarians tend to hate the war on drugs. Who hates the war on drugs? Republicans, okay? Also, Libertarians do not believe we need to be the world's fucking police force. Who likes to be the world's police force? The Democrats. None of this shit is in my interest. Leave me the hell alone. That's what you should be doing. That is why Libertarians, it encapsulates the best of both worlds, in my opinion. So I think the war on drugs is stupid. I also think the fact that we got to go over here and hunt down every motherfucker in the world is stupid too.
Okay, now let me ask you this, because we have the Green Party, we have the Libertarian Party. They've been around for a while. We have this new hybrid forward party that just absorbed a couple of political organizations. They're calling themselves the third largest political party in the country. Would you sign up, as a voter for a third party? Would you be someone who would want them to merge? And I'll mention even the Democratic Socialists, because that's another party that seems to be out there. Would you want to see these other parties come together like Voltron, quote unquote, and produce a platform that would make them competitive with the duopoly and actually create a real third party that people, can support?
Okay, so I am glad you asked this question, and I'm going to answer it in the most honest way I know how. every single party that has access to the ballot, we have to run someone that is of our lineage, that is of our community. Every single one. When you come together as Voltron, it's the general election. And so now if we got the Democratic Socialists, the Green, the whatever, let's all rally behind this one person that we get in the room. And this is why I blame Reince Priebus for Donald Trump becoming president. All that motherfucker had to do when he was in control of the RNC was put all these front runners in a room and write on the damn board. POTUS, B-POTUS, SecDef, SecState, SCOTUS. That's all he had to do. And he should have walked away and said, you motherfuckers figure out who's going to be what, and then I'll come back when we have a nominee for the party. Donald Trump never got the majority of votes. He got the plurality.
Yes.
And then the media gave him, like, if he took a crap, they put him on CNN, MSNBC, Fox News. He got the most free advertising of anyone who's ever run. Reince Priebus could have fixed it. He didn't fix it. And he did it on purpose.
Now, okay, because I wanna relay that to the Indian gentleman who just did essentially the same in Detroit, where there's 10 people running, 9 people, whatever it is. He ends up winning this primary because the black vote was split 8 ways. Is that essentially what happened there? Is that like a very similar situation?
Oh, it's absolutely what happened. Let me tell you a story. Really quickly, if you can indulge me for a moment. I have a cousin, gorgeous. I wanted to be her when I grew up. She's 5 years older than me. Captain of the cheerleading squad. National Honor Society, all this. She runs for homecoming queen. And she said, she's like, I knew I wasn't going to win because they ran one white girl and they pitted me against Tamara. So we split the black vote. She got all the white votes. And what happened the year before she ran for homecoming queen, they had 2 white girls run against each other. They had 2 white girls and a black girl. And the white girl split the white vote, and the black girl became homecoming queen.
Wow.
They were social engineering that. That's exactly what it does.
Nice. So this reminds me of something else that was talked about, because we know they do that third horse situation to try to siphon off votes from a challenger. What about rank choice voting, which I
love it.
Okay, explain to me why you love it.
Okay, I love it because it says if there are 3 candidates running, I give the person I want a 1, the person that's next the 2, and the person that's the least the 3. And then what they do is they count all the ballots and they look for all the number 1 votes, right? And they see, was there a winner? And sometimes there's not a winner, but that's okay. Because when there's not a clear winner, when you have these options, they then take the person who was in number 1 spot and had the most votes, and then the person in number 2 spot that had the most votes. And then those 2 people run against each other. That's where the general election comes in, and that's how it works. They did this in the state of,
okay, so these are
Maine?
primary.
I think it was Maine. And they do ranked choice voting there, whichever state I'm thinking of. But they ended up with 2 Democrats running in this jungle primary, as they call it, with ranked choice voting.
Wow.
And they did a commercial together that said, pick either one of us as 1 and the other person is 2. That's all you have to do. They put a political ad out together during primary season.
Wow.
Of ranked choice voting. That's why it works. Everybody should do ranked choice voting. And also, I'm going to say this really quickly. There was an immigrant who tried to tell us this, and Relis heard me say it before, Lonnie Guinier. She was about cumulative voting. And if you remember who she is, she was a professor at Yale Law. She taught the Clintons. He nominated her for Associate Attorney General of the United States, and they put her right in her damn place. They put up all kind of documents on things she had written. And she was writing about North Carolina specifically, so I know Black American Homeland, you're going to love this. She said if North Carolina has 12 congressional seats, which I think the number was right. Was it 12 that you guys used to have in 1998? I don't know what the number is now. It's a lot. But she said you should give every North Carolina citizen 12 votes. And they should use the votes however they want to. She called it cumulative voting. So I, as a person, I get 12 votes. And if I want to give 3 different people 4 votes each, I should be allowed to. Because she was saying that when you do gerrymandering, you take away the voting power from the Black Americans. And when you give them the chance to do cumulative voting, if they want to give one person all 12 of their votes, that's the person that should be going to Congress for them. And you count up who's the highest, and you let them in Congress. The Republicans were like, this shit is not going to work for us. That is why they crucified her. And that was the shot heard around the world for immigrants. Do not come over to this country, because remember, her father was a Jewish man and her mother was a Jamaican woman. They were like, do not come over here trying to upend this damn system, because we will not let you in the doors. And that is why everybody comes over here to uphold white supremacy.
So it is only for the primaries. Every party's in it, and then at the end, in your example, 2 Democrats can face off against each other, or 2 Republicans, or whatever. That's essentially how it works.
Exactly. Yes. Hassan Minhaj did a show on it, on his show Patriot Act, or whatever it's called, on Netflix. It explains it really, really well. So maybe look him up, and if you can find it on YouTube, he explains it really, really well.
Okay, cool. Yeah, because I'm reluctant to it, and the reason is this, right? Because we just talked about, you add the 3rd horse, that it siphons off votes. Well, couldn't you do something similar where, in, let's say there's 4 candidates running against each other, but you make sure there's 10 or 14 or 20 even. You just stack the deck.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you this really quickly, Gray, and you're not going to recognize it when I say it. You just wipe the chessboard clean. You fucking up into that whole damn thing. You changed the game right there. Play this shit the way it's written, and then take it over. And, vote 1 through whatever. Whichever one you pick is going to be one of us. Like, there's the way to do that. Now, what it could potentially do is, like, if all the whatever people wanted to do it, but when you have that jungle primary, you pick your best 2. You don't sit here and do all this stuff. You have these conversations in the dark halls that says, I'm a Republican, I'm a Democrat, I'm an independent. Who is going to best serve our interests? And that's what we're going to do. Pick a 1 and a 2, and that's all you got to do.
Gotcha.
But then, you get that 3rd party stuff. There's all kinds of ways to do it, and we just have to be smart about it. So you're cooking with Crisco over here, but you up into the game, and I love it.
Awesome. Yeah, man, because it is, I think people are afraid of it because, it's hard it's just complicated, right?
People are afraid of it because the Republicans are going to lose state power, and they have a machine to tell you, don't do something.
Nice.
And the Democrats have the same thing. Like, they're going to lose power wherever they are because local politics aren't even working for most people.
It's not working. Yeah. That's the point, man. It is not working. So I talked about the shooting at the funeral home, and they have a on the spot press conference with the police, the pastor, Black woman of the church, because this was actually a church. It wasn't even a funeral home. It was an actual church that they shot up. And the mayor, he's the first Black mayor of the city in the history of the city, and they've been using, and this is really, oh man, it kind of upsets me. I'll be honest with you, because they've been using this violence against him, right? So they essentially are, and this is liberals, this is white liberals that are using it against him. They're bashing him politically because violence exists. It exists in the society before he was mayor. It's going to exist after he's mayor. But they're really trying to make him like the face of it. And what are you going to do? Like, how are you going to fix it? That type of thing. They never asked the white mayors any of that. Like to be quite, the white mayor wouldn't even have showed up to this funeral, to be perfectly honest. They wouldn't have questioned him once about it. So that's like the unfortunate place he finds himself in, but he's there. He cares about the community. He's very sincere. He's screaming. He sounds very emotional, like he might cry. And I get it. I understand it. But it's like, damn, bro. I don't know if he'll get reelected because of the way they're using something that existed 30 plus years ago. I mean, when I was growing up, and we had our first wave of gang activity in the 90s, early 90s, you know, since then it's been pretty consistent. It really hasn't gone up or down too much. It's been about the same every year since then. So yeah, you got your hand up, go for it.
Yeah, so you're absolutely right. And I think it's, and if I'm sounding professorial, I'm sorry. If I'm talking to people like, if you're a kindergartner, I do not mean to. I know Rilla does know this. The Speaker of the House, Madam Speaker, let's not forget who her father and brother were, or are. Don't know if her brother's dead or alive. I really don't know. Both her father and her brother were mayor of Baltimore. Her father was mayor of Baltimore for about 20 damn years. The same father and the same brother both served in Congress. Nancy Pelosi is used to y'all Negroes doing exactly what she told you to do because she ran Baltimore via her dad. And she's now the Speaker of the House. When I tell you people hold seats that their fathers held, that their uncles held, that their grandfathers held, I am not playing with you. I am being very damn serious. She doesn't hold that seat because she's in California, but she rises through the ranks because of who her father and her brother were. White women continue to benefit the most from white male privilege. Tell me I'm lying. Oh, and I see a Baltimore native down here knowing that the D'Alessandros, because her name is not Nancy Pelosi, it's Nancy D'Alessandro. They ran down Baltimore. Come on with it.
So does that mean we're going to move away from the mafia discussion? Or can we say it? No.
I'm not saying anything like that. I'm going to keep it real.
Okay, so allegedly, but you can go and do your own homework. And I'm going to say this. When you're in the position of Speaker and you can be the Speaker of both the Republican House when they're on control and the Democratic House when they're in control, it's not just because she's who she is. It's her last name, not her married last name, her maiden last name. And those of us who have done their homework understand that. And so I totally agree with Alexis. But the problem that I have is for the mayor that you're talking about, Black. Now, we would be wrong if we go ahead and put a task force together and just literally clean house, if you understand what I mean. Because, I mean,
wipe that slate clean. Wipe the slate clean, Rella.
I'm just saying. We're asking for a better chessboard, but the chessboard also has people on the board that would also do us in at the same time, and they look like us. We can't fight two fronts. So some of y'all either gonna have to be protectors of our positions, like Nancy has, and Gavin Newsom has, by way of marriage.
Damn.
Or some of y'all,
I'm sorry, I did want to say this really quickly. Let's remember when she was first elected Speaker, right? What did she usher through? She ushered through the Affordable Care Act. She whipped that damn vote. Nancy Pelosi can whip a damn vote. I'm like, bitch, she be whipping that damn vote. Why is Charles Schumer not whipping the damn vote? Like, get your whip up there to do the damn job. Whip the damn vote.
She's in a room talking about, she in a room talking about she want to just punch somebody in the face.
Because she can. Because this is why Nancy Pelosi is walking up to Donald Trump wearing his color orange and slaying every time she gets up there. This heifer does not care because she knows the president cannot come to the halls of Congress unless she invites him. The Speaker has to invite the president. The president's not allowed to go to Congress. We do know this, right? It was taught to us in civics back in the day. Also, I see hands, so I'm going to be quiet. But Black American Homeland, I sent you a link in your DM. It's about North Carolina. It says you have to request your ballot 25 days before the election.
Oh, wow. That's how they get you. Man, that's how they get you. That's how they get you.
Hey, I appreciate it, Alexis.
You're welcome. We had another hand. I'm sorry to keep talking. Go ahead, Rella, and then the next hand.
No, I'm Lance.
Yeah, I think G. Watts had her hand up.
I want to ask a question. Okay, that's why, in my opinion, we can still use the present day system if we use it differently. Like, the percentage of Black people that really understand the difference between the primary and the general election, I am surprised that people don't realize the difference between the two. And in my opinion, if Black people voted in as a block in the primaries for the Republican person that they wanted, like say you got a choice between the two, and you vote for the one that's best for whatever, using Brian Kemp election. If we could have voted Brian Kemp out of office, so for people to say, well, he stripped the votes from Black people, but you had the choice in the primaries to strip it away from him, and you chose not to.
Miss Ollie Watts?
Yes.
You're absolutely 100% correct. And the laws for what you're talking about, they're controlled on the state level.
Right.
Every single one of these things, and you're absolutely right. If you, and Democrats try to say this, both parties do it. It's like when you really don't like somebody on the other ticket, vote for someone on their ticket. Like Alabama's an open primary state. Georgia's an open primary state. South Carolina used to not be an open primary state. So ever since I've been able to vote, I can vote in whatever primary I want. And I go back and forth.
Here's the thing. People don't realize, how did Obama get elected the first time around? How did he get elected? He got elected by Republicans. You know why? Because they had their candidate, which was who? McCain, right?
And McCain flubbed it up.
Rush Limbaugh got on the air and said, hey, we got our candidate. Let's mess it up for Hillary.
That's what they did.
Go out there and vote
for
Obama. And he was laughing it up. He thought it was hilarious. What did the Republicans do? They went into the primaries. They voted for him in Iowa. That's how Obama got elected.
Pennsylvania too.
But nobody ever goes back. Well, I remember listening to it because I used to listen to Rush Limbaugh.
Me too.
I remember him saying that. And then they was trying to say, is it illegal for them for Republicans to vote for Democrats? I remember this whole thing. That's how Obama got elected.
Miss Georgia, I see the hand. I'm just going to say this really quickly. 100% correct. And the only reason he lost New Hampshire was because Hillary went and cried. Y'all don't remember that? I see the hundreds. You remember this, Miss Georgia. Hillary went up there and cried and got herself the New Hampshire primary. Because that's the first primary.
Absolutely. I remember.
She cried.
Yeah. And they were saying, oh, she's like a woman. She's acting like a woman now. Yes, I remember that. But that's how he won. I read back in history about Atlanta. That's how Atlanta politics used to be. The Black people used to get together midnight at a church, and they would tell their people who to vote for. And they would lobby the Republican Party and the Democrat Party, right? Whoever had the best policies for Black people, they would tell their people at midnight. White people never understood what was happening or how it happened, but they finally understood what was happening, and then they went and they started talking to Black people separately, and that's how they split the vote in Atlanta.
And Miss Georgia, I'm going to tell you, it keeps playing over and over because it's analog, not digital. How did Osama bin Laden say, quit using fucking cell phones. Let's go to pigeons and let's do this shit. No fucking trace. We go back to analog. You go to analog, we were already doing analog, and let's remember this about Tulsa. Many Black people back then were Republicans, but there was a contingent in the Greenwood district that were trying to get Black people to vote Democrat there so they could run people on both parties so they would always be in control. I see your hand. Go ahead.
You talking about me? Hey, y'all.
Yes, Marcus.
Hey, Marcus.
What's good, family? How y'all doing? I hope everybody's doing well on this beautiful Saturday. My Seminoles finally won a motherfucking game. And, you know what I mean? The Lakers still suck. So that's great.
Wait a minute, Marcus.
Hey, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that.
Listen. I'm gonna always be for the Lakers, even when they down and out. Okay.
Hey, listen. Y'all built a super team, and y'all spent all that money on these cats, and y'all are fucking and whatever the hell. I think any super team that loses deserves that shit, but that's just my immediate opinion. We're gonna talk a little politics real quick. And to Miss Georgia, I gotta tell you something. The election that you were talking about with Stacey Abrams and going and voting in the primary, I want to tell y'all something that y'all might not know, because a lot of people know and a lot of people don't. I was on that campaign. I was the deputy campaign manager of Stacey Abrams in 2016.
Wow.
And ain't no way in hell that black folks could have gone over to the Republican Party during that time period. The reason why is because there was a very establishment, even though most folks consider Stacey an establishment, there was a more neoliberal white lady by the name of Stacey. There was 2 Stacys that was running in that primary.
And you're absolutely right, because I lived in Georgia at that time. Didn't vote.
That's right. Awesome. And thank you for voting for us if you did. We did have a hard time with turning the Stacey Abrams wouldn't be shit right now if it wasn't for black folks during the primary in 2016 election. I have to let everyone know that that's a fact.
Well, can I disagree? It was 2018. It was 2018.
No, 2018. I'm sorry. I was thinking.
Can I disagree?
You can't.
Respectfully, Bernie Sanders at that time. Remember, Bernie Sanders had run his right before that election. They took his donors took the Democratic Party to court because they wanted their money back from the monies that they gave to Bernie and that Bernie gave to the Democrat Party.
I got another irony for you.
Wait. Their lawyer stood there in the court and said the Democratic Party had no they did not have to choose who the people chose because they were not a government agency.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
And they fucked Marcel over the same thing.
And I'm gonna go a little deeper than that. You know the campaign that I worked on before I was Stacey Abrams' deputy campaign manager? I was Bernie Sanders' National Black Outreach Director. Here's what I'm gonna say to you. I understand that completely because this Negro right here was at the DNC watching us get fucked over when it comes down to Bernie Sanders in 2016. I did this work, right? Like I did this work, and here's the thing. Here's what I'm saying to you. When it comes down to Georgia law and the time period that is necessary for somebody to be nominated in the state of Georgia, ain't no way in hell that anybody was going to go from taking the primary election in Georgia. You have a better chance of taking a primary election for a president than you do taking a primary election in the state of Georgia from the winner of the Georgia Democratic primary. When I'm getting to my point real quick because you're not wrong, right? Like you're not wrong, Miss Georgia. And I say this with all due respect. Also, you're not wrong, right? In theory, we should be able to navigate and have these meetings, these 12 o'clock midnight meetings when it comes down to like making sure that the person who works the best for us gets nominated or the person who works the easiest against us gets nominated. But in that situation, and I'm not trying to nitpick here because your theory was right. But what I'm telling you is a person who has navigated both the Bernie campaign and watched us get fucked over. And when I say fucked over, I mean fucked over at a high level where I know for a fact that Southern delegates who supported Bernie in 2016 who were black at the last second were allowed to get tickets. Like they canceled our entrance to the fucking DNC. Like they canceled Southern black people who supported Bernie Sanders couldn't even get in the goddamn Philadelphia convention, right? These are real things that happen, right? So I get it, right? The lawsuit that we had against the DNC in 2017, after the 2016 election, was a real thing. And it was deserved. What I'm talking about is like specifics around Stacey in 2018. Here's what I wanted to just address in general, guys. And then I'm gonna step back down. We have a problem with knowing not just who to vote for, but having conversations around ourselves amongst the most radical of us. The most radical of us still are on a hyper-revolutionary state when there's not enough guns to really do what they want to do. Because the only way you can do it is overthrowing the government, and we got enough people behind us. And I wish I could agree with some of the most radical of us, because in some theories they are right. There needs to be either a physical or a political revolution. A physical revolution can't happen because most black folks don't even know where their local free water source is. Most black folks don't even know how to skin a deer.
Okay, Marcus, I muted you just really quickly, because you're absolutely right. I do want to say this. I don't think you were in the space earlier when Ms. G. Watts said Stacey Abrams was brilliant when she exposed what was going to happen with the income taxes. She said those things. She recognizes that Stacey Abrams is highly intelligent, and Stacey Abrams was telling you how to flip the game on itself if you play by the rules. She said all that. So I'm going to unmute everyone now, and go ahead, Ms. G. Watts.
I would just want Marcus to stay up here a little bit longer to go back and forth this, because what is the difference? I didn't see.
Yeah, Marcus, come back. Marcus, come back. She's not.
Yeah, there he is. I don't think there was a difference between the Stacey. So let me just say that. I'm gonna, for lack of, because I don't know the white woman's last name, I would say white Stacey was bland and boring. Black Stacey, she was not. She, even back then, she was not giving black people anything. So to me, in my opinion, and I forgot who was running against Kemp. I know his last name started with a C because I voted for him in the primaries. But the one who lost to Kemp, if we would have came out in force, voted for him, because we know Kemp took away those votes. We know what he was doing up there. So if we would have came out in force and voted for him, then whoever would have, he would have had to come out and say, I won because of black people. He would have had to, right? And so whoever the Democratic Party, whoever the DNC chose would have been against that person, and they would have had to vie for our votes. But, well, black people in mass went and voted for Stacey because she was black, not because of any policy that she put before them. Because she did.
Can I just jump in real fast, and I'm going to say this, and then Marcus can go. The only thing that we need to do, which is one of the things I know for a fact that this discussion just pressures me even more, is I need to hurry up and get the purple book out. But now I'm more inclined to say we need to have a meeting of the minds. People who've actually, worked on campaigns, folks that have, enlightened information, so that way now we have a better map to actually go on. When I listen to people who have a fandom of candidates, I get turned off, because now I feel as if we're only voting because we're looking for people who have melanated skin, and somehow that they're going to, have our best interest to go out and play this game. The term playing the game seems to be across all industries. And at this point, we don't have an economic floor to continuously play a game on E. We are on E.
Okay, so Rella, I'm going to jump in here really quickly, because what you said reminds me of something my dad always told me, or he would ask me. He was like, how do you win the game? And his answer was, know the rules. and walk it right up to the line. Because they're going to change it on us at some point. When we get access, they're going to change it. He said, but as long as you know the rules of any game, you can win it. And that's the code.
Yes, and I think that so when we're having, back and forths, we definitely should be now putting into a position where we're actually now going to have a strategic coming of the mind, and that will require even those of the hitter group to even be involved. Because your voice is equally important in understanding your perspective and how you think. And so I'm just going to say that has to be something that we diligently start to work on now. I've decided to run here in the state of Virginia. I was going to actually run against the lieutenant governor, but I then soon realized I want to actually run in a dagger position. And when I say a dagger position, I want to run in a dagger position where it's going to hit them the most. Lieutenant governor is not it. And so, unfortunately, as much as I want to stick it to and some sears for actually being disrespectful, I would rather be in a dagger position that is going to hit the most. So I had toiled between governor, and senator, and I decided the state senator might be a better position. However, since this is a Democratic state and the whole entire state doesn't know who I am, that might be a little difficult. So that's a discussion for us to have amongst people who are ready to work strategically in the sense of it's time to actually give them hell. Period.
So if I may, Miss Alexis, I'd like.
Oh no, it's on you. It's on you, Marcus. It's on you.
Oh, okay. And Miss Georgia, I'm not certain if the law has changed since 2018. But one of the things that we have to think about is the laws of Georgia also, right? Like, if you
Marcus, those are the rules of the game. You have to.
I'm not right. Well, what I'm saying is, if you pull a Republican vote in a primary, I don't think they're going to let you go into a Democratic vote in the general, right?
That's not. No. That's not true. That is not true.
Okay. Well, that's fine. If that's not the case, that's fine. At one point in certain states, that's like in Arizona and Florida, there is like that in certain places. My main thing is this, right? Like, first off, she just said something amazing. Ms. Rella said something amazing, right? Like, you should run for office, and that dagger that you were looking for can happen from dog catcher to president. You can win an election and be an elected official, right? If you're an elected official and you're talking about making changes, right? That just because you got elected from the people of your district, no matter how big or how small, you can make suitable size changes. Here's one thing that I'm going to say about Georgia in 2016. I gave up my whole resume. By the way, guys, I sell weed legally right now, so I'm not even in politics anymore. And I really don't give a damn too much about what happens. But it's one. But I will say this right here is one of the reasons why I'm supporting. It is the only reason at this point why I'm supporting Stacey in this primary, because of how messed up the Republicans and how racist the Republicans have rolled out the marijuana laws in the state of Georgia. So if you are a person of color that is not a Republican, you're not going to get a license to sell weed, and you're still going to get arrested for marijuana in this state, right? Point blank.
You're absolutely right, because they do that all over the South. They just did it in Alabama.
I'm actually looking out for my interests, right? Like I asked Brian Kemp to his face about reparations, and he laughed at me, and I asked Stacey about reparations, and she at least had the goddamn reason why she is where she is, and everybody kind of sort of knows where she is. So what I'm saying is very simple, right? Like, I don't. First, I vote my issues. Second, when it comes down to like doing the primary switching thing, there is not enough voter education, and there's not enough voter support
Well, voter education goes against people being in power, staying in power. Let's be very clear about this. There's no politician in this world that really cares about how many people vote. They just need enough votes to get back into office. Let's be very clear about that.
Right. And you're right. And the last thing, and I'll land my plane. Brian Kemp as the Secretary of State was going to Brian Kemp as the Secretary of State.
Yeah, he's going to take everybody off the damn road. That's all
No matter what happened. Another role I played in the state of Georgia was I was the chief of staff of New Georgia Project, right? And while I was there, we registered over 400,000 Black people to vote, right? And sometimes I feel good about it, and sometimes I feel bad about it, right? And sometimes because some of the things that we said, I don't feel bad about registering folks to vote. I feel bad about the promises that we made to help make people register to vote.
Marcus, let's be very clear here. There was an example. I'm sure there were examples prior to this situation. But let's go back to the year 2000, to that election. It was the first time I was able to vote in a presidential election. So I voted. And I'm at my HBCU, we're watching these results come in, boom, boom, boom. When I decided I had enough, I went to sleep. Al Gore was president. You woke up. Al Gore was not damn president. George W. Bush was. And they went back and forth with all these hanging chads. And Katherine Harris, the Secretary of State, said, I'm going to certify this damn vote. She handed that vote to George W. Bush. She handed it to him. And then she got elected to Congress. She played her fucking part. They told us the Secretary of State controls everything. And they were up here in Palm Beach County, whatever the fuck the name of the county was. I hang and chat, this, that. Katherine Harris said, I'm going to go and certify these results.
And
let's go a little further here. The guy who represented George W. Bush, that argued for him at the Supreme Court, was James Baker. The Secretary of State for his daddy. That man was not a Republican when George H.W. Bush ran. He was a Democrat. He turned to George H.W. Bush because the support he had given him when his wife passed away. It was the compassion. And that's where the compassionate conservative stuff comes from. It's all up in their history.
Right.
And Katherine Harris headed that election, and he goes up there and argues. He's been in front of the Supreme Court more times than anybody else as a lawyer. Right now, he knows this stuff. He knows what you have to say to each justice to get it happen. And they were like, boom, not gonna worry about it. It is what it is.
Right. If I'm gonna land my plane on this right here. When it comes down to the Secretary,
no, don't land your plane.
Because I got
you still up in the air, Lexus, and let him finish. Okay, go.
Okay. So when it comes down to the Secretary of State, Brian Kemp, whether he had won that primary or not, he was still going to Brian Kemp that bitch. And what I mean by that is, like, it doesn't matter who the fucking governor from the Republican side was, right? It just doesn't matter.
Because Brian Kemp was going to get that motherfucker back in line one way or the other.
Well, the Republican Party in general was going to make sure that they did their Republican Party thing. Folks, I had to sue, our organization had to sue the Republicans in Georgia over 15 fucking times during that time period. Not because we wanted Democrats to win, because democracy was not being handled in a proper way. When you have innocent folks who register to vote, show up to vote, and there's a sheriff's car, 14 sheriff's cars from the polling location in the middle of nowhere, Georgia, right, where black folks are still looking at the sheriff like, okay, this guy's going to put me to jail if he even sees me. Much less you think I want to walk in this bitch vote? Hell no. There's a lot of voter suppression. It was a lot of purging. And no matter whether Brian Kemp won or not, the Republican Party was going to still step into that election with a 200,000 plus point advantage, no matter what.
Right? Let me tell you what's better than actually winning. It's rigging the system in my favor.
That's right.
Because that's not on top.
That's right. So here's my thing, right?
Wow.
And here's where a lot of my brothers and sisters who are like, fuck voting are right at. There are places in America that was Georgia in 2016 where no matter if you did register to vote and you voted for a Democrat, my vote didn't matter. That's what a lot of us, I guess, voter advocates Stop that. That's where we had a hard time fixing. And it took federal lawsuits that we won some, we lost some, but we had to do what we had to do. So here's what I want to say.
I have a question. I have a question for you. You bring up a good point. What was his name? General Wesley Clark. Remember him?
Yep, I remember.
Okay, let's go back before him because he seemed like he could be somebody people could get behind. I don't know. Howard Dean is who it is. Howard Dean, when he ran, he ran in 2000 trying to get the Democratic nomination.
I think 2000.
No.
2004. Yeah.
2004. Howard Dean had a 50-state strategy. Obama took that 50-state strategy. I'm saying Obama didn't come up with it first. I'm just saying he had a 50-state strategy. And Obama said, let's just go find people that never voted before. His team broke the damn mold. They did it. Then Donald Trump won the same way. So why don't Democrats go back to the 50-state strategy?
Because the 50-state strategy isn't the reason that Barack Obama won in 2008. Barack Obama won in 2008 because it was the first time in history that Negroes saw someone that looked like them, and he gave us hope and change.
I'm gonna just say,
please let me finish my statement. Please.
Okay, well, I'm in the first class. So as soon as you finish, I want to jump in.
Please let me finish. What I'm saying is this right here. Though Obama did not provide us, well, he only had us hoping for change, right?
Well, you can only hope for change when you don't know how the system works. The system does not allow for change.
What I'm saying is
let him finish. Sorry,
the hyper voter registration was the most organic in history because Barack Obama is the first Democratic nominee to raise as much money as he did with while being black. Right, you could put the black face on television at that time because we were a little bit novice when it comes down to the amount of voter intelligence that we had. And I'm not saying that we were super voters. What I am saying is that Barack Obama navigated the political rhetoric that was enough for us to do that. The voter registration happened organically with Barack Obama. That's because he was dropping pretty ass pictures and commercials with his beautiful family, this black ass family with his black ass wife and black ass kids. And that's the first time that black ass America saw that happen. That's the reason why we registered at high levels. It wasn't because that nigga Barack had boys and homies on the street in the primary. Understand, in the primary. Not in the general election. He had enough money to do it in the general election. He didn't have enough money to do it in the primary. He had enough money to advertise his black ass family and his black ass self and talk cool as hell. That's exactly why the reason why he had so many people register, because it was the first time in American history that enough money was spent. That's why raising money is important for whatever you want to do, and also a smart enough rhetoric that got poll tested. There was polls driven around his talking points. There was what they call it. There was the room full of people. I forgot that shit. The room full of people. Yeah, focus groups. There was focus groups. There was focus groups that were saying.
But how was all that funded?
I know Oprah was one. Okay,
it was funded because it was easy. It was funded because there's a lot of rich people that didn't like Hillary, believe it or not.
A lot of poor people didn't like Hillary.
And also he raised to compete when Barack did what he did in Iowa. As black people in America, that was one of our first nationwide live action.
That was a galvanizing call, but I'm going to say this.
Victories, right?
No, right. Hold on. That was the galvanizing call, but I'm going to tell you when I knew Obama was going to be president. The day I was like, who is this fool coming up here? I knew he had done this little keynote speech at the 2004 whatever DNC, and he's running, and I was like, okay, so I had just said in my undergrad years, I didn't think there would be a black president in my lifetime. And
how did they wait, I want you to answer this too while you're doing that. How did they introduce him?
Okay, so they introduced him on the State House steps.
I know, but what did they say? He's the senator from where? Where was he from?
He was a junior senator from Illinois. But if you really want to go back into it, when he got to Congress,
but how did they play it to the black American?
Oh, I don't know.
He smoked weed.
Oh,
played
no.
basketball.
Okay, right,
he was moving in Chicago. To market this
Marlboros.
Right. So to what you're getting ready to say, all I'm saying is they played on our inability to be seen.
Okay, so Rilla, this is a great.
Okay, go ahead. I'm be quiet.
No. You're making a great point, and I want to kind of hash this out with you guys. So in 2008, I was living in Virginia, and that's where I voted. Not because of anything. It's just that's where I was doing things I had to do for school and life, right? So anyway, I never saw any of these ads about him smoking weed, doing whatever. But I remember him talking about sweet potato pie. Whatever he had to do, go down to South Carolina to win. But I do know I knew his South Carolina state director before he ever announced his presidency. And she was down there working every damn angle. And she got promoted not because she was someone that was the most talented, which she was actually very, very talented. She had come up there saying, I just think we can get some change. And she was the hype crew. And they promoted from within. It was all organic. He's absolutely right. But I'm not going to sit up here and tell a group of people who voted overwhelmingly for a black man, and I know he's not Black American, I'm fine with that, when 100% of white people voted for a white man, or damn near 100% of white people voted for a white man in every single election. I'm not going to blame people for that. I mean, white people only voted for white men before.
Alexis, I have one thing to say that I forgot to say about how he got his money. Let's not forget that he was a junior senator from Illinois. And he's from Southside Chicago. Do you guys know what's in the loop? Do you know what's in the loop of Chicago? The second largest financial industry in America.
Oh, the gold.
Barack straight up said to the finance industry in Wall Street, I ain't gonna fuck shit up.
No, and this is what he did because Elliot Spitzer. But remember, Elliot Spitzer, as the Attorney General of New York, fucked his whole self over when he was going after every Republican, and then he got brought down because he was using call girls and whores too.
Wait a minute now, they was expensive, Alexis. I don't know.
I don't care how much you listen. I don't care if you pay $100 or $100,000.
Yeah, but they wasn't $100 though. They was 20. Yeah, but they was 2,500. I'm considering. I think I'm considering. They was 2,500.
Well, I'm just saying it was a whole big mess. That's how he got blackballed.
I'm just kidding, y'all. I'm just kidding.
But go ahead.
Well, my plan is landed. She looks like she might be able to pull this thing out, whether you like her or you don't. Like Warnock has it. Barack came down here yesterday and he did his Barack thing. It's very interesting.
Barack the vote.
Yeah, but it's not about liking her. It's about the mere fact that in 2022 we're still talking about how she, even though she had the discussion in regards to reparations and she is smart, however, on her agenda list, on her website, her platform does not mention anything strategically for even the American freedmen in Georgia. And I think that goes back to how we get caught up on whether or not we have a feel-good moment with the candidates. If I run when I run for office, I don't give a fuck on whether or not you like me. I need to know, am I meeting your interest? Am I meeting those points? If you have to work for everyone in the United States or wherever you're running, right, for whatever state you're running in, and I'm in the state of Virginia, I need to meet the interests of the people in the state of Virginia. However, I also have a duty to repair my people. I need to. Yes. Yes.
You are right in a righteous point. But do you want to be right or do you want to win elections? And I'm not trying to be.
Okay, Marcus.
Let me finish.
No, Marcus.
Please let me finish this.
No, I'm not going to because I have to ask you this question.
All right.
Do you want to be right? Or do you want to be happy? You're asking the same question. Do you want to stand on your laurels or do you want to win the election? Because until you win, you can't govern.
That's right. And what I'm saying is this right here. Really, unfortunately, and I don't give a fuck about what somebody say on Twitter. All right, Twitter is literally like 0.5% of electorate and anywhere, right? Like, so fuck. And if I get called out for this, then I mean, I'll dox myself. And we can find out in person. I'm not trying to be hardcore, but it is what it is. What I am saying to you is, do you want to be right? Or do you want to win an election? And unfortunately, we don't have there's not a lot of voter education right now. I mean, there's not a lot of nuanced voting and nuanced researching right now, really.
We gotta be more than that on Twitter.
I want
0.5%.
I want my policies. I want policies. I want to make sure you're right. I want that also, right? But we need to make sure that we master the art of making people like us. Because if people don't like us, these people aren't going to vote for you, right? And we can have 1 billion Twitter spaces. We can have 1 billion, and this is coming from a person who has ran Twitter ads and campaigns and done social media outreach. Social media literally only influence around 15% of the vote in any election.
Wow.
Swing vote at maximum. For the minute parts of it, you were talking about on average, 4% of the vote is swayed by social media rhetoric. 4%. So what I'm saying is this right here, and I'm not saying that you're going to do that in your election in Virginia. Well, I'm pretty sure you have strategies that's going to work. But to be honest with you, I'm always going to lean on whether you want to be right or you want to win the election. And unfortunately, whether it's Stacey, whether it's Barack, whether it's Kemp, Trump, matter of fact, let's talk about Trump. You think Trump gives a fuck about policy? No, he didn't. Trump gave a fuck about people liking him. Point blank. He even pulled black people over to his ignorant ass side with some of his policies. There's niggas on Twitter right now who swear by Trump, thinking that he's the number one dude ever because he's this, that, and the other. Trump don't give a fuck about your black ass. Shut the fuck up. But what does matter, though, is whether people like him or not. Right? I talk about things when I talk about politics, especially after losing as many elections as I want to have and winning as many elections as I've won. I realized one thing when I put the overall math together. I spent way too much time trying to get people to understand good policy. It was a waste of my motherfucking time in my career. I wasted so much time trying to make people like our policy instead of like the goddamn candidate themselves. And it sucks. And it fucking sucks. I hate that I came to that realization, but too many good people who have managed their campaign, helped their campaign out, helped them try to do everything they can, and also ended up just losing because the next motherfucker was just saying shit like, I give everybody free Jordans in the hood. Fuck it. Fuck it. I'll make sure that I have 50 French fries. Fuck it. Right? So we get mad at Clyburn for having that big ass fish fry.
Oh, God.
But until we have enough money to educate the electorate on why Clyburn is bad, the free Jordans in the hood look better than Marcel's reparations.
No, you're absolutely right. That's exactly what it does. And why should Jim Clyburn change a strategy when it has worked for damn 14 elections, 28 damn years? I wouldn't change shit either.
Yeah, and Alexis and I heard it firsthand in the damn what is those county meetings that they were having?
The county convention.
Yes, and they literally, all he said was, remember the laptops I gave to the high school? I said, oh my God.
Damn.
The laptops.
Damn.
People are poor. You talking about the laptops?
And you ain't got no broadband to use it on in the damn low country. You can't connect with a damn laptop.
Oh my God, it's so fucking sad.
Damn.
Okay, I'll be quiet.
I mean, I'm not sitting here saying that anything is wrong with policy. Matter of fact, I wish we need a lot more reparationists to run for office point blank, right? And then let's have an argument on how we can raise money and how we can make people like us, right? There's a big contingency on here on this app that want purists.
Oh, okay. So, Marcus, I can give you the answer to this. The answer is do not piss off wealthy Black people. That's the answer.
No, I disagree because wealthy Black people don't really run the Black community. Wealthy Black people are not all of them, but most wealthy Black people are opportunists of the Black community, or utilize their face of the Black community. The wealthy Black people don't run shit. Let me tell you something. The SWAT does not give a fuck about any nigga that lives in Buckhead. Not one.
So hold on.
You gonna listen. Puffo Dollar cares about his block.
50,000 feet in his private jet. Get out of here.
So hold on. This is what I am saying. I am not talking about the entertainer or whomever it is that just came into some wealth. I'm talking about Black people that already have intergenerational wealth. They don't put themselves out there because they don't need to and don't want to because they know the history of this country. But when you do not alienate them, they can open up lots of doors that you never even knew existed.
And Alexis, you know what? God damn it, I agree with you. I got to get off this app. Let me stop talking.
No. I have a question for you, Marcus. I have a question. So going back to the fish fry thing that they were talking about, how do you think those stimulus checks Kemp just gave poor Black people? How do you think that's working against or for Stacey?
I don't think that the best way for me to say it is that what counteracts those stimulus checks is the massive outraging that Stacey has done in advertising. Because this is going to be tough for me to say. This space is being recorded, so let me say this shit the right way. I don't think that there is enough voter education for them to realize. There's a commercial every 5 fucking seconds on television here in the state of Georgia. Like, I might have gotten $20,000 from a candidate 6 months ago, and there's so many commercials on the goddamn television that my mind has probably changed at this point. There's so many niggas in the street that are knocking on my goddamn door. Like how you homeless and get canvas? That has happened in Georgia, right? Like, how you homeless and somebody knocks on your tent? That's how deep this shit is down here right now, right? So I don't think it's going to matter much. But what I do think is going to matter is more so money and who's going to be able to get their message across, no matter what their message is. And no, nobody in Georgia on a statewide or Warnock election is running right now on nobody's running right now on policies that benefit reparationists. Nobody is. So if you look at the general policy of like what we're expecting from an elected official, nobody's going to go in there and try and have to hold Stacey accountable or Kemp accountable. And by the way, if you look at my page right now, let me tell everybody something. I need to say this once for all. Kemp ain't better than Stacey Abrams on reparations. If you believe that, you're a fucking idiot. And I'm sorry I'm saying that. Y'all can get mad at me if you want to. I'm in Hateville, Georgia right now. You can find me if you want to again. But ain't nobody trying to sit up here and listen to your cap ass scream, oh yeah, you need to vote for Kemp because of reparations. Listen, I'm a real Black man in the state of Georgia. I'm a real Black man that has talked to Brian Kemp face to face and asked him about reparations. How many people on this app have done that? And how many people have gotten a response from him? Right? Like he's not doing that, right?
Marcus. Yeah. Marcus, you're right. And I'll be quiet after I say this one thing. The reason Brian Kemp is not better, and I'm not telling anybody what to do or whatever. The reason it's not better is because his base, they're poor white people, and they don't have shit right now. And when we keep pushing this trope of like all white people are wealthy, they have this, they have that, poor white people don't give a damn because they're white. They should be ahead of all of us. And when they're not wealthy, then nobody else can be wealthy. So they're not going to give you a dime. They don't want to because they think it's going to raise their taxes and all this dumb shit. It's not going to do anything. He's pandering to his base, and that's what he has to do to win an election.
What did Donald Trump say? He said, if I was going to run for office, I'm running as a Republican.
He said that when W was in office.
But he said, but even still, it remains true today. Why would he run as anything else, even though white poor people would still vote Republican? They'll still vote Republican, thinking that their interest is actually being supported in policy, when their interest is only supported in supremacy in someone that looks like them. Pale white skin, someone who talks shit and is vulgar and loud and does what the hell he wants until he gets what he wants. That still doesn't affect policy across the board, state, local, and federal. That's just him being loud as the president. Hello, you still have two other branches of government that actually run this shit. Like, I really think that people really think that, again, a lot of us are so drummed to sleep that we don't see the end game. My point is, I'm going to run as a Republican. And who's going to be my target? And I'm still going to feed them what? I'm going to feed them my interest. And I'm going to align it with their interest. And I bet you I'll win.
Here's my thing, Marcus. Not every black person who's voting for Kemp, we're not necessarily voting for Kemp for reparations, right? That's not why I would... truth be told, Kemp don't have a black agenda either. Why would he? But the one thing that I agree with on his side is the immigration laws, because Stacey said she wants to make Georgia a sanctuary state. I don't want Georgia to be a sanctuary state. That's one thing. The other thing is the abortion, which really I'm not really all that stickler about as far as abortion, to be honest with you, because yeah, I'm not. I just think that's a red herring. But the immigration thing, that really does scare me, especially after seeing what happened in California. Why would I want Georgia to be a sanctuary state? And then you see what happened in New York, where they got all these tents and stuff for undocumented people. Here's my thing too, Warnock. Tent full of you know that there's tents and people living under the bridges and they living in the woods by the highway. Why would we vote for Warnock when you see this and you're not doing that? Especially after it came out that the church is giving him over $7,000 for housing. Where does he live?
Well, okay, so Georgia, let's talk about that. That is actually, people call it loopholes, but it's allowed because it's a church. And so everything they gave him is completely fine. He does not have to claim it on taxes because they wrote the law that way in the tax code. And
but I know that as a pastor, he can get that. There's a lot of things he can get. My thing is, it doesn't look good when you have all of this homelessness right by the church and it comes out that you getting $7,000 for for a home. If he got like maybe 2,000, 3,000, maybe even 4,000, you'd be like, oh, okay, that's decent enough. But 7,000 and you got a homeless camp right down the street from the church, right across the street.
Georgia said it the right way. She said it the way I did not say it. It's about that likability again. She's like, none of this computes, and that's the problem you have to fight against. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, but at the same time, that goes back to all churches. Well, no, there is no policy that actually demands that the church actually do what they're supposed to be doing with even missions, even taking in homelessness. They actually have homelessness shelters and with sanctuary cities, as I think recently, the video that was posted on social media, they're kicking out the majority Black homeless. So talking about they want to make room for immigrants. But what policy is written for protections for the people who do become homeless? There is none. And no one is concerned about that. Warnock is not even discussing that.
Let me say this. Derek Bozeman in the 16 election, whatever that election, last one that Stacey ran against Kemp. Derek Bozeman, who is a DJ down there, he used to be a councilman. He said he wouldn't vote for Stacey Abrams for dog catcher because he saw how she does it when she was a state rep, and she did nothing for Black people. That kind of stuck with me. And that's when I started looking around.
But this is why. This is why I was saying it's okay if you want to come in here and you want to say, "Hey, Stacey's better than Kemp right now," because at least she is going to have the discussion, right? But then that's a straw man argument, in my opinion, because just because you're willing to have the discussion does not mean that even in the grand scheme that you're trying to play the field, that you're going to go in and actually write legislation on our behalf. That's the part that I keep trying to get people to understand. If it's not even, I mentioned that when Mark was on stage, it's not even written in any of her literature on her website. There is no specific area on her website for the American freedmen. None. Whether it's a black, white, melanated, yellow bone, light skin, dark skin, ancestral descendants, none of that shit is written on her website, nowhere. And she doesn't even vocalize it. Instead, you get a whole video of her at a festival with Latinas talking about their culture, talking about things that impact them coming into the country. We don't have that shit. You ever seen somebody do a video? Oh, well, there was that one guy who did the video about lynchings and stuff like that. But no one's talking about saying, hey, we're going to write some legislation on going after Carolyn Bryant or people like her, the Karens and Kens that keep popping up out of nowhere because they're losing their shit in public. You understand what I'm saying? Like, we can't even get the bare minimum of saying, hey, we want to recognize the American people, and especially the descendants who have been impacted throughout the country. No one is doing that.
No. And here's the thing too. There's precedents. I want to say precedents for it. Oh my God, the name just went out my mind. I think his last name was Jackson. Anyway, he was a mayor. He said 30% of all business coming through Atlanta will go to Black people. He said,
Maynard Jackson?
Maynard Jackson, there you go. 30% will go to Black people. When those folks said, well, they don't have the training. He said, well, you got 6 months to train them or else the city won't do business with you. We have that in our history of Atlanta. We have that. So I don't understand why she won't. She refuses. Even after it's been pointed out to her that her little percentage thing is wrong about the 12%, which we know Stacey is not dumb. We know she knows to the exact number how many Black people are in the state of Georgia. We know because she brought all those votes in. Right?
So then who is she playing to? Because remember, this is chess. Who is she playing to? So the goal is, I get it, the goal is to get in. And the goal is to get in by any means necessary, right? So, okay, I did the twerking thing, the Black folks didn't like that. I got to bring out Obama and all these other people, right? Because, Black folks ain't falling in line, and I need them to vote for me. Not realizing that literally white and Black actually run the state of Georgia. Blacks, I think 33%, whites are almost 50-some%, or 49 or whatever. At the end of the day, I'm just trying to figure out now who is she playing to? Because if you're not going to vocalize your Black strategy out in public or on your website, but you have people close to the vest who understand what's going on, what the fuck are you giving the people? Because as Marcus was stating earlier, is that the goal is to get people to like you. Okay, well, I can see who she is. She reminds me of Big Mama. She seemed like somebody, if we didn't know who she was that was running, and that she was actually going to be for the people, she would vocalize that. Today's people are willing to hear those things, but she's not playing to today's people, which is our people. She's actually playing the game for someone. Who? That's who who was that she's playing to? Who?
I got an answer. I think I got an answer. I think the answer to that question is it's the same thing as Barack in 2008, right? Like she's playing to hope and change.
Yes.
Right? Without saying hope and change.
Mm-hmm. Obama 2.0.
She's playing to getting elected.
Obama 2.0.
She's playing to having enough money to saturate the airways. I mean, and listen, man, like, it'd be cap as fuck to say that she has zero policy. I'm sorry, that's just not a true thing. And I'm not a vote up. I'm not like I know Stacey. That like she's a friend, right? But on the same token, there's a lot of friends that I won't vote for. I have Republicans who are friends that I would never ever in a million years vote for them, right? Like, if you want to have a conversation around voter protection, like, as a nigga who registered hundreds of thousands of voters, and then all of a sudden the Republican Party just decided that, you know what, you black, you live in a certain neighborhood, fuck your vote, and also figure it out, right? Like, those are some of the things that she's running for. But when it comes down to specific policies, like, I can dig where everybody's coming from, and I'm not ever going to sit here and say that like she's perfecting that, specifically when it comes down to black men, right? Even after the push, these folks are like telling us we ain't getting no ass if we don't vote. Like, that's bullshit, right? Like, so I get that, and I don't like that. But what I am going to say is this right here. When it comes down to, like, to answer your question of who she's talking to everybody. There is so much research that goes into what Stacey's doing right now. And once our community decides to ask more questions like Rella, once our community starts to have more conversations like we do on Twitter and like we do across intimate spaces, then and we increase that amount of educated people to over 60%, 80% as a community, then we can also, like, force them to say more things. Right now, my question to everybody in the room is, do y'all know your numbers, and are those numbers enough that she has to? That's my question. Does she have to answer this specific policy right now? Is your cousins in Macon, Georgia, do they know what the fuck they want, right? Like, and I ask that question legitimately. Not trying to say that anybody's an idiot. What I'm trying to say is, do we have an educated voting populace? That's a more important question than what she's talking about. Because we had a more educated voting populace, then we can force the answers out of that shit.
So, Marcus, you said this before, right? You said there's not enough voter education. And you also said that trying to get people to understand policy and all of that, it's difficult because our system rewards people for not knowing anything. This is the way it works. This is how you maintain the status quo. And the way we know the status quo works, it's written into the system. It's the reason why we elect a president for 4 years, and they're allowed to have 2 terms. But the maximum number of years a president can be president is not 8 years. It's right up to 10 years. And you elect a third of the senators every 2 years. If we wanted to, like, have this government be able to make change and things, we'd elect every single senator at the same time. But they did it for continuity of government. They did it for status quo. You're not allowed to change the rules unless we all of a sudden decide so, because we're white men. You're not allowed to change it. And that's why when something gets in the system, it never comes out. But you can only add, if you're going to increase it for white men.
Hey, I got a question for Marcus. Marcus, this is Black American Homeland. What's up, man?
Yeah, how you doing? Marcus, you said that you... All right, I'm doing great. You said that you know Stacey Abrams, right? Do you think, let's say she wins the governorship, right? She becomes governor. Do you think she would have a black cabinet or a majority black cabinet, or do you think once she becomes governor that she will have a full-on black agenda, black policies?
Well, and to add to that question really quickly, let's say when she wins the governorship, let's say she wins it, is she going to have both houses of the Georgia state legislature that are in her party? Because they're going to be Republican.
Okay, so those are way different questions. Because the majority black state house and state senate is never going to agree with a Stacey Abrams administration. They will vote for her, and there'll be a lot more policies passed. But black Americans, to answer your question, I don't know. But let me be very honest with you. When I say I don't know, that's not the reason why I'm voting for her. I'm not voting for her administration. And I know that's probably the number one and number two things that most people are looking for. You should look for that. But that's not why I'm voting for her. I'm being very selfish when I say this. I'm voting for her to make sure that there's a fair marijuana policy in the state of Georgia. That's it. That's why I'm voting for her, right? Do I want that to be the case? Hell yeah, I want that to be the case, right? I know Stacey, but Stacey keeps it closer to the vest, right? And to be honest with you, here's the thing that I do know, that her administration will be more accessible to us than anyone else. Is that a reason to vote for somebody? Because being accessible and actually getting shit done is two different things. But the administration that we have right now is not the same way. So it becomes a question of if it's good enough, or do we vote for, or do we not vote, right? And I'm not trying to I ain't telling nobody anything to do. I've done that for 20 years. I've told people to vote for Democrats for 20 years. I'm never going to do that shit again unless some person has interest in mind, right? I cannot do that morally anymore because I'm tired, especially as a black man. Is there conversation to be had about reforming the prison system in the state of Georgia and making sure that more black men that look like me aren't put away in jail at higher rates for the same crimes that white folks do? She's answered that one, and she also is definitely going to change that process. Is there questions about whether these hospitals in South Georgia that black people need on a daily basis are going to stay open or get closed because Kemp won't take federal funds to keep them open? And I'm talking about our grandmas and grandpas and cousins who live in the Black Belt in the middle of nowhere that actually need health care and have to drive over over 100 miles because their uncle is having a heart attack and their brother died before he gets to a place that can take care of him. Well, yeah, she's going to change that. There are things that she is going to do, but I'm not going to sit up here and act as if every question is going to get answered. Specifically about reparations, right? I didn't like her answer to reparations, but I definitely like her answer for reparations more than I like Brian Kemp's answer to reparations. And his answer to reparations was basically, fuck off. That's it.
I can answer y'all questions because Stacey Abrams has told everyone what her plans are. The answer is no. She's not going to have an all-black, she's not going to ever have a black agenda. She's not going to have a black cabinet and all of that. No, because her aspirations is to be president of the United States. And so that's why she's talking to, like Marcus said, and she's looking at the black people as 12%. Versus the 36, I think, percent that's in the state of Georgia. She's looking at the country.
She actually keeps mentioning it. She keeps saying 13% population. I'm like, well, the numbers keep changing, and it just seems like if your aspirations is to become president, right? But at the same time, we have factors playing against us. And this is the part where I would actually go back to saying we do need to have voter education in regards to how we actually show up for the 50 states to actually come into play to have people who have our interest. And that is the piece that is missing. Whether or not she wins Georgia or not, we still need to have other people who are also on the chessboard that would actually drown out someone in Georgia who might not think the way we do, just because they look like us. Like, I really think we have to have a all-around compartmentalized discussion, not just because we want to vote for her because of one thing. I want to own a farm. And I would actually have legislation that say, yes, as a candidate, we need to open up the doors to have that. So at the end of the day, we still have to look at every avenue, not just because it's one thing that this candidate has that we want them in office for. What is the big picture?
Well, okay, so I agree with that, right? I agree with that at a very high level, right? But I've gotten to a point. By the way, Rella, you're talking differently than damn near 90% of Twitter when they talk about reparations. We have to have more than one thing. I've always. I get it.
Come on now, I can believe in reparations.
No, I get it. I get it. I'm not going to that.
I understand. I'm just saying, like, that's one of the seeds that has to be planted. You can't just be for one thing and then all these other things are just laid to waste. You have to figure out what makes that one thing work and make sure that you're showing up for all those other things as well. That's the walking and chewing gum at the same time.
You're right, and I've done that my whole adult life, right? But now I'm gonna just give up all the cars and I'm gonna leave it alone. I need money so I can get people elected that I want to get elected, so I can donate the way that I want to. Right? That's it. That's all. Yes, I am a one-issue motherfucker right now. Right? Why? Because we are poor. We are broke when it comes down to donations. We are broke when it comes down to lobbying. We are broke when it comes down to giving money to get our issues passed. We are broke for having reparations lobbyists. If you could tell me, if somebody could say to me that there's more than $100,000 that has been donated to lobbying towards reparations, I'll give you $5 right now if you can tell me what organization has it. I don't think we do. So what I'm saying is, I need to get closer to accomplishing, because I done gave it up for politics. I done gave my soul, blood, job, money for reparations, for politics, for getting good shit passed. And let me tell you something, this righteous ass shit that I've been doing for the last couple of years of my life is pointless. It's pointless until we have money to back it up. So that's where I am. And Republicans kind of know that shit. They can kind of keep us from having financial gains, besides specific ones of us who aren't on our side of the house that do decide that you know what, I got mines. Like, I got mine, so I ain't gonna get, no one else can get anything. Where I'm at with it personally. Now, listen, I'm not saying anybody else needs to be like Marcus. Nobody needs to be like Marcus. Marcus is just doing him because Marcus wants to take a very, very different route when it comes down to my place in this movement. I need money to do what, because I know how to spend the money.
Marcus, I agree with you 100%. We have another hand here. I don't know who this person is, but Marcus, I understand exactly where you're coming from. They've set up a lot of barriers to entry around cannabis and hemp and all of this, and all these states where they're putting it in there. And interestingly enough, someone who used to be the speaker, John Boehner, was absolutely against legalizing marijuana federally. Absolutely against it. But he is a billionaire off of what he is doing for the cannabis industry now. Imagine that.
Hey, Insane.
Damn.
Hello, everyone. Black Majority, Alexis, and Black America Homeland. Rella and G. Watts, that's been my speculation too. Actually, what her larger intentions are. I was sharing with someone behind the scenes about 3-4 weeks ago what's really going on here. I think, she would get there, but ultimately the prize for her is, and she's been close, she's a bankable character, she's much more sellable. Yeah, it's definitely eye on the White House.
Mm-hmm.
When and what happened, that's debatable, but that's the bigger picture. And she wouldn't care anything about leaving the voters in Georgia in the lurch, the black voters. She'll lace up the police department and maybe throw some crumbs to the LGBT community, and it's a wrap. She gets to say, hey, I'm an FBA and I'm about police. Democrats love to say that. So that's my take on her. That's the quiet secret, I think. I'll land my plane with that, but you're absolutely right.
No other group has to do that. You know that, right? I know we're all aware of that, right? No other group has to put on a facade at all.
No, nobody else has to code switch. Nobody else has to code switch. Just us.
I'm gonna say I disagree, and I say that because having been in these Hispanic spaces, I've seen how the people in those spaces, they talk to their people, and then they come into other spaces and they talk totally different. So the Hispanic people they code switching too. They saying what they want to say to their people about what they're going to do for immigration, and then they'll come in another group and say, we're all American. I don't know what you're talking about. We're all American. So I kind of disagree.
So, Georgia, I'll say this really quickly. There are different camps of the Latino vote, right? So anybody that comes from Cuba, Venezuela, Nicaragua, they all hate immigration. They came to this country because they were fleeing a communist system, which meant that they were wealthy. They had the big ranches. They were the senators. They were the governors. And their wealth is about to be redistributed, which is why you get over here, Venezuelans, Trump all damn day long, always, because they were running from communism. And then they come over here and tell us that, socialism is bad when America is a socialist country. The police department is a socialist organization. I pay my taxes locally, and then they give all that money to the police department. This is exactly what it is. This is the same way all over the country, in every town, in every city, every county. That's what it all boils down to.
Interesting.
I agree. I have a question for Marcus. Marcus, I feel like you feel. I am tired, but
tired.
I know that our people need the education, right? Political education. I'm tired of being flown with these groups, different groups. They don't do nothing but argue with one another, whatever. And the main thing is we need to be on the streets helping our people. How do we get the political education going? How do we do that?
Money. We need money.
Marcus, when I talked to you about Marcel, what was the first thing that we did when I said, hey, I needed you to tap in and give us some instruction? It was really for your influence of experience. And it's not just money. Money
Can't
is
just be
one
money.
of the biggest factors.
No. What I mean is, I think.
Okay, I was about to say, be a little bit more broad.
Yeah, I'll be a lot more thorough.
Okay.
Money is the first thing that we need. We need money to pass an education message to our constituencies, right? We do. Like we need money to hire organizers because black folks can't work for free. We need money to buy television commercials to intentionally go against some of the rhetoric that we see on MTV, our radio stations, and also Fox News and MSNBC when it comes down to like where black folks are in general. We need money. That's the number one thing, right? Because unless we have money, we're gonna be hoping for change instead of like actively doing our most to sort of fight against the powers that are against us, right? Like that needs money. Second, we need organizers, right? Like we need organizers who are well trained to go and to our neighborhoods and also educate folks on issues that on issues that matter to us and train us and teach us in general. Also, we need to reinvent the Black church. We have to reinvent the Black church because that's still the biggest nonprofits in our areas. That's still the biggest nonprofits in our neighborhoods. That's still the biggest, like, the Black church should be of the radical tradition, and we lost that space. And we
hold on, wait. But even with the Black church is not moving like these white churches are. See, white churches.
So, Marcus, may I say this really quickly?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, Rilla, I think, and Marcus, if I'm wrong here, tell me I'm wrong. Marcus is talking about our liberation theology, and also that the Black churches were the center of everything that happened. Remember, Georgia talked about earlier where, you waited till midnight and you went over here and you said what it was because it was analog back then. And then when you get into this prosperity theology and the only reason God is blessing you is because you're rich, this is where you end up with the Creflo Dollars, Nelly Longs, all these people who have a church over here and they drive a Bentley or a Rolls Royce and they're not doing anything in the community. And you said it a long time ago, Rilla, people fucking with the church's money.
Yes.
You have to get back to the locality in the church where, listen, these are my people. And one of the reasons I am so successful is because I grew up in a church, a Black church, where we did Easter speeches, and you memorized that damn thing at 3 years old. If you need a line, you called out a line. There were my mom, my aunts, my mom's cousin's wife. There was a couple of kids that had stuttering problems when they were 4 and 5 years old, and they practiced that damn stuttering out of your ass.
There's also another statement that I want to make about, like, how far gone the Black church is right now. That and not all of them, but and I'm not even talking about. Let me just say, not just churches, but like religious organizations in our community have kind of gotten away from.
They're not even doing mission trips in our own communities. They will say, I'm going to do a mission trip out the country faster than they'll say, well, we need to go and get the homeless off the street. How many churches actually own property for our homeless, multifamily properties that now can be reinvested economically so that we can start using them funds to actually rebuild the institutions in our community? None.
Not many at all.
Absolutely.
Not many at all. And I mean, so, like, here's my thing. I'm not sitting up here saying that we have to use the Black church. I'm saying that we have to strengthen the organizations that already have a foothold within our community. And again, all that stuff takes a certain amount of capital, man. Like we need, to be honest with you, to fix voter education, we need a financial industry of some sort that we own. We do.
Marcus, I agree with you. And gosh, what was my point?
That's why people are fighting for. That's why the argument always lands at just reparations, because we keep circling back around to the fact that we are literally economically in the negative. We're in the black. Actually, we're supposed to be in the red.
No.
Oh, we're in the red. We're in the red. I'm sorry, I'm drinking wine. We're in the red.
No, the only time black is good is in finance, because we in the black means we got some money, which should tell you about who we are. But I want to say this around the Black churches, right? There are a lot of Black churches that are set up as 501c3 organizations, which means you cannot take a political stance. What you have to do is change it to a 501c4, where you are allowed to do such as a nonprofit. And that's the game we have to get in here and play with.
Can I ask something? Why can't they don't have to say vote for this party. Why can't they just teach civics?
Well, they can, but it's a very thin line, because you have to present all these different parties. It's just a way that's written, and 501c3s are very, very, they're held to a lot of standards. 501c4s, they're a political organization. They can put the same party up all the time that they want to, or say, you know what, these are freedmen people, these are Black Americans, vote for this. You can do it as a 501c4, not allowed as a 501c3. You can thread the line very, very carefully, but it takes a lot. And we know historically they will change it up if we have too much access to it.
Okay, Insane. Yeah, I'm gonna go after Insane because I want to ask Marcus something.
Yeah, you both hit some valid points. Teaching civics versus, and I think that's what Marcus is actually. I can't put words in his mouth, but I think that's what he's actually speaking about is teaching civics. And that's what Alexis is speaking about too. And we basically understand everyone in the space what we're saying. Teaching civics and understanding policy and the history of policies that have affected us in such a negative way. What I did was put in the jumbotron the VEP, which is a voter education project, and they talk about how many people they registered to vote in education, but they never really get into any policy work that they did. So it's hard to believe that they did anything other than register the people to vote. As Marcus was saying, it takes money. I think the numbers in 62 from 92 were somewhere around 900,000. And I think they said that would equate to about in 2006 dollars, which is the listing of this Wikipedia post. That would equate to about $5,700,000 that would have gone to various civil rights groups. So if they registered just a bunch of people to vote and then educate them on policy, then it was good for the establishment Dems, but it did very little for the people. So that's in the jumbotron, and it is an example to look at if anyone cares to check it out. I'll land there.
Okay, awesome. So I wanna, because I'm a migrationist, right? And I hear you talking about reparations. I love the reparations movement. I've been trying to marry migration to reparations, and we are getting some traction in that. But I'm looking at the results for the primary in Georgia. Kemp got nearly 900,000 votes, and he actually had 4 challengers, which I was unaware of that. Stacey Abrams got 727,000 votes. She was unchallenged, right? So that's Georgia. You look at the state that we really are advocating for is Delaware. In a Delaware primary, the governor is getting about 100,000 votes. 100,000 votes, significant difference, right? Where that's a state where, as we advocate, we need to bring in a couple 100,000 votes in order to take over the state with a Black agenda. I heard you talking about you were able to get 400,000 votes, sign people up. You had some questions that you didn't really feel comfortable with. We have to bring people from out of state in order to pull this off. There actually are about 140,000 votes within the state, but they likely vote Democrat. We probably will go Democrat because we got to beat them in the primaries, but we also do have to bring in some votes. So based on your experience and being in Delaware, it's surrounded by Baltimore, DC, Philadelphia, and a few major cities in New Jersey. We basically need 20 or 30,000 from each major Black metropolitan area. How do you see, or how would you attack that problem?
Number one would be, dog, I don't want to keep repeating myself. Money to pay well-educated people to go and canvass and do some dirt work on the ground, and identifying the folks who could possibly afford to do that, afford to make a move. Like having, for instance, right? Like you said, like you're surrounded by a certain amount of cities, right? So in those cities, there has to be a certain amount of people that we have to have a number of how much it's going to cost for that move. We also have to have homing assistance, right? And it has to be well explained about what that assistance looks like, how you sign up for it, how you can receive some kind of benefits to make sure that our people get moved and have the opportunity to move, because the shit ain't gonna be free, right? So it's gonna take a certain amount of money to actually make that idea in itself happen, if that makes any sense. And also, these folks need to be well trained, right? Like I think door knocking. I think a mail program. I think I don't like it. I do not like the influencer bullshit. Right? That's not my. I'm not the biggest fan of that. But a certain amount of them might be necessary, or to help out with that. But in general, it's going to take well-educated people talking to other and I'm not talking about political I'm not talking about political education. I'm not talking about degrees. I'm talking about educated people who understand the whole process of why we're doing what we're doing, to actually go and have face-to-face conversations. Think about it. We had to have over 1,200,000 conversations to make 200,000 people.
Marcus. 1 second, really quickly. Let's not confuse all these different numbers with the 1.2 million. Let's go back to the title of this space. It takes how much to actually affect the change? We know all the numbers. It's just 10% that when they show it, they can help get people there. We have all these answers. This is not like we have to reinvent the wheel. It exists. Just use it. Everywhere you go, there's going to be 10% of people that can do this. You don't have to go give housing assistance in the first wave. You just get the people that can afford to do it, and then you have a tax base to give housing assistance. This is where it starts. Start with the 10% and go from there.
Yeah, we still need people to learn about it and find out about it.
Yes, right? And those 10% will teach the rest of the 90%. This is what I said earlier with W.B. Du Bois. As a fiscite, W.B. Du Bois got a lot of pushback on the talented 10 because people thought he was saying only 10% of us are worthy of being citizens here. What he said was 10% of us go after this, and then we teach the rest of the 90% to bring them along with us, which is also why he and Booker T. Washington were not diametrically opposed. And that's what people are understanding. It does not mean that you're better than me. It means that I have a different job than you have. And whatever I get access to, I have to give the same access to someone else. And I'm going to say this, and it may make me very unpopular, Ketanji Brown Jackson. Rella will remember me when I said, I don't want to hear all this stuff about Ketanji Brown Jackson because she has spent her life in the public sphere fighting for us. She was on the United States Sentencing Commission. She was a public defender. She has everything in there. To get confirmed in this political environment, you can't give away anything. You have to keep it close to the vest. Because again, back to Lonnie Kinnear, when you advocate too much for us, you can never get into a position of power. And then she gets up here, and on her first day, she's talking about freedom and all this stuff. And I'm like, I'm unsurprised. But the reason a lot of Black people were telling me is like, well, I don't like her because she found against, oh God, what was it? Was it Lockheed Martin? Lockheed Martin, yeah, that was the thing. But I think out of her 22 cases, she only found for the plaintiff or Black people 3 times. And I'm like, I think that's like 14%. What you don't realize is that whenever you go to trial in the federal judiciary, the plaintiff only wins 1% of the time. So you're telling me she's 1,400 times better than the damn system? I'll fuck with her all day, every day, rather than go with any other judge. That's all she was doing. And so now you see it come to fruition. You have to be chill because you're not going to advance anything in this country unless you have a friendly judge. And I posted about that the other day about how...
Okay, so then and I know, G, that you got your hand up, and I'm just talking out of turn. I'm sorry. And then that goes back to the discussion we had, Alexis, is when do we decide to change the culture so that we can live out in the we can live from out of the shadows?
Once we have the table. Once we have the seat at the table.
So so then who do we have to have the seat at the table? We need president. How many Supreme Court justices do we need to have? How many states do we need to have conquered, at least for Black majority state? And then we move forward.
So, Rilla, the answer is right there. If we take it down to the very minutest detail, I don't know the name of every court of original jurisdiction in the state of this union. I know that in Alabama it's the circuit court. In Texas it's the district court. I know that in New York it's the Supreme Court. A lot of people think the Supreme Court is what New York is. That is their court of original jurisdiction. The highest court in New York is the New York Court of Appeals. They have a different system. Massachusetts has a different thing. It's all of this. What you have to do if you really, really want the change, we have to send not all of our people, we have to make sure that we send people to law school. And then from law school, we have to ensure that they both go into, one go into damn prosecution and one go into public defense, or, right now it probably needs to be, I don't know, 3.
Okay, so then that means some of us is going to have to do the Kardashian thing, where some of y'all who have bachelors, y'all going to have to get your asses up and do that 3-year deal, because you don't have enough time to go to school, and you might not have the money. But there are states who allow you to actually work as a paralegal as long as you have a bachelor's. I don't know, it might be different. I know in the state of Virginia, you can have a bachelor's. You can go work as a paralegal for 3 years under a supervised professional, certified law professional, and then you can go take the bar. Some of y'all gonna have to do the same thing that Kardashian chick did, so we can get our numbers up, because we don't have time. We behind. Yes. Yes, ma'am.
There are 4 states in the union that allow that. It's Virginia. The other 3 are Oregon, Washington State, and California. So, got to be in those places for that to work for you. Remember, everything is about the jurisdiction. So, what I am saying here is this. Just when our people are going to law school, let's help them understand that you can be a prosecutor. The only time prosecutorial discretion has been a problem is when Joe Biden said, I'm going to nominate a black woman. And I think 2 or 3 of the 5 people he put forward as who might be the person, or what was speculated, had been prosecutors. And all of a sudden, you have Republicans talking about, I don't know, I think this black woman used too much prosecutorial discretion, when no one has ever questioned a profession that is 80% male and 90% white, how they give Chad these lower charges, or they don't even bring any charges altogether.
My shit keep dropping. My hand keep dropping up in this motherfucker.
Rules in favor of Jamal, now she's overstepped, or she's done too much when she didn't want to charge him with stealing some Laffy Taffy from a damn candy store as a felon. Like, it all begins right there. Until we fix the judiciary, it's not going to be done. But to Marcus's point, it's going to take money. And all I'm saying is that all the resources are there.
Let me say this, because I think Marcus said we need an institution. I think he was talking about the church and things of that nature. But if we can focus on Delaware, right? All of the things that were mentioned after that, like what states allow this and where can you get this and where can you do that? It, like, Delaware literally could be the incubator for everything else. That's I mean, because every time when I hear people talking,
you get one state, you'll get another state.
Yes, you get the one state, and then you change the educational requirements, the system to work in our favor, so that you can produce all of these people down the road. Is how I see it. Miss G. Watts.
I'm with it.
I'd like to add to Marcus's list, and the one thing that I've seen is we have to stop being scared of our people. I've been in Atlanta on the ground when ADOS was when I was a part of that team. You don't want to go to certain areas, but I kept saying, but those are the people that we need, because the other people, they got these middle class people. We need to go there to teach these people, to get these people to vote. They're scared to go there. I come to Cleveland, they're scared to go to a certain area there. We have to stop being afraid of our people. I know we got some rough people, but every group have rough people, and we have to, I don't know how to do that or what it takes to do that, but we have to stop being afraid of our people.
Yeah, I can tell you how to do that. In every area, someone essentially controls that area. And this is the strategy that the U.S. military essentially employs. So you go into the area, you figure out who is the most important person, whoever that is, street level, whatever, and you work with them. And so you disseminate it like that. And especially in these hoods, to be perfectly honest, yeah, you need to figure out who is the person that everybody else looks up to, and you deal with that person.
Yeah, you gotta find an unofficial official.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, thank you for that, because I guess next time I that's one of the reasons why I stopped with this whole stuff, because every group I've gone to, I'm like, let's go, let's do something. Like, we're not going there. You want us to die? Like, no, I want us to get educated. But I'm glad you told me that, because that's something that I can bring up. I don't know. Yeah, thank you.
You know what? There was a woman in LA who was doing that. She was going around actually talking to the gang members. And I remember she was on social media and people were clowning her. They was dogging her out as a black woman. And she was saying how their voice matters and they deserve to be heard. We need to understand what is it that they think. And she also was trying to develop I don't know, did something happen to her? You don't see her often. I have to look and do some research on what happened to her.
But like, you know, they beat her down.
Did they beat her up?
No, beat her down, like, you know,
beat her down
from an emotional.
I don't know. I'm trying to remember, but I'm trying to remember if she got killed or not. I'm trying to recall what happened to her. I have to do some research and find out what actually happened to her, because she was vocal on social media, and I remember her face. And I remember her literally in the street. She was talking to Bloods and Crips. I mean, she was going into the hearts of neighborhoods and going directly to gang members and talking to them. So
every hood has a barbershop, you know, and every hood has a grandmama. So you ain't even necessarily got to talk to them directly. You just got to talk to the people that they talk to. You know, that's essentially how that would work.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And in that, oh God, I was going to make a point. It was really great off of what Rella was saying. What were you just saying, Rella? Tell me so I can remember this point. Oh, I remember it now. About going into the neighborhoods. Georgia's absolutely right. We don't have to be scared of one another. These are just the things that we have to cast off, because it doesn't really, it doesn't change. If you go into like all white poor neighborhoods, they have more crime than we have. Crime is a matter of proximity. And when you remove all the economic engine from people, these are the things that happen. But even in that, there are plenty of people that I know, Black professionals that grew up in the hood. I did not grow up in the hood. I grew up in the rural South, okay? I did not. But that will tell you that every time they went back home from college, it was the drug dealer, the guy on the corner, putting $25, $30 in their hands because they wanted them to make it. Our people have always fought for us. And that person is trying to be an economic engine. And there are people that will tell you, I could walk past 8 or 9 corner boys and they would all give me $10, $15 so that when I went back to school, I'd have some food to eat, because they wanted me to succeed, because they knew I was going to bring everybody else along with me. Our people are not scary. Our people are an empathetic folk.
They are. And then I think it's because we don't ask them what they want. We don't ask them what they want. We assume that we know what people want because, again, you know, muscle memory, everything, you know, seems to want to be the same. You know, we already know poverty, money, power. But some people, that's not even their lens. They're probably not even at that particular point where that's really what they want. And on a local level, not even a state's level, a local level, we don't ask for people, general people, what they want. You have people go door to door. Oh, do you know about this candidate, right? But do you ask them, what is it that you have not seen? What is it that you would wish that maybe that of something that you would want to hear vocalized? You don't hear that shit. You get a bum on the damn stage talking about something. We need to start drowning out the people who are the naysayers. Why? Those are citizens. You need to figure out, why are they naysayers? What is it about you or the system that they are not finding an interest in? Marcus pointed that out earlier. His interest is in marijuana. Right? So then what could someone else's interest be that is not actually being vocalized and documented to be actually in literature? Period.
Yes, Rella. And to your point here, that means that anybody that runs to say for governor of state, you need to have a plan for every county in your state that's specific to that county.
So, as I will be running for state and definitely looking for Alexis, my manager, I don't know, she might not have the energy, but yeah, my point prior to 2024 is to build a team. So for those of you in here talking shit or wherever you be at on social media spaces, it's time to get active, as we would say, you know, those of us from Inglewood, pretty much.
Hey, Mr. Marcus, I'm gonna invite you over to Social Puff Legal Cash. That is one of our communities over there. We actually had a legal marijuana space when Biden essentially pardoned very little people and essentially nobody, and it wasn't going to move forward. It was a retroactive pardon. We talked about all the goofiness around that and essentially how he has no power over the states. But yeah, definitely come over there because you know we need some smokers over there to get that community popping.
Who has the power over the states? I just want to make sure we say that vocalized.
Oh, the governor, absolutely. The governor has power over states.
And who has the power over him?
The state legislature.
And who else?
I'll say the voters.
The Supreme Court.
Supreme Court.
I was getting there.
Okay, I'm just y'all moving too slow.
But
listen,
look, let me say this. Let me say this.
Let me paint this picture.
Okay.
And y'all tell me if I'm wrong. The states model their constitution after the Supreme Court, after the federal constitution.
Okay.
If you have not gotten that in anywhere else, you've learned it here. In order for the states to do what the hell they're doing, on top of, you know, people running the states, they have to fall in line with the Constitution of the federal government. And they're supposed to be modeling their Constitution in each state off of the Supreme Court, who rules what? The Constitution. Their job is to enforce the fucking Constitution. So while everybody's looking at Biden, my ass is looking at the damn Supreme Court.
Hey, Rella, there's only one institution that's even more powerful than the Supreme Court.
Ooh.
And that is the Constitution of the state. I'm sorry, the state of the Convention of the States. The 50 states are the only institution that can ratify the Constitution. Don't forget, the Supreme Court can't ratify the Constitution. Only the states.
It takes 3/4 of the state. So I do want to say this really quickly in here, because we're talking about the judiciary again. It is important that we realize no matter which state you're in, most of the judges, 80 to 90% of the judges that rule, they were prosecutors. So they're already friends. They worked in the district attorney's office. They gotten up. So this means they're mostly going to be white men. That's just who it's going to be. Or you get some white women up here. And they worked in the prosecutor's office, so they like to give leeway to the prosecutor. Like I posted in a tweet, I'll go back and put it in the Jumbotron, that there was this prosecutor in Texas that was going off the fact that the judge that he liked was voted out in the primary, and they went after this white woman, and then this white couple, and then this white man, and they found all these fools guilty, and it was just this little matter of law that came up that got them off. So if they will do that to their own people, you damn sure know they will do it to us. This is why I say, let's get into prosecutorial roles. And once you're there, that is your stronghold on how to change things. It is important that our district attorneys be people that we elect that are like us, because they enforce the laws. They decide who and who not to charge and what charges to bring against them. But what you have to understand, to get to the bench, a federal bench, in this country, you can't give away too much. Let's look at the Supreme Court. It should be a rule, in my opinion, that in order to get on the Supreme Court, you should have first served as a United States District Court judge, and then as United States Circuit Court judge. But what they like to do, because we're in such a politically charged climate, they nominate people who basically have no fucking record. Elena Kagan had never been a judge. She was the dean of Harvard Law, and she's on the damn court.
Let me.
Hold on. Sotomayor has district. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Finish what you got.
So I'm going to say Sotomayor has it. I know that Ketanji Brown Jackson has that, but they don't like to bring people up. Amy Coney Barrett, she went right into the circuit court from Notre Dame Law School. Clarence Thomas went right into the circuit court. They do this so you don't have a damn record. Brett Kavanaugh went right into the circuit court because they know when you have a record of what you do, they will find a reason to fuck you over. That's all they do. And so now, but we should require it. And also,
that's a federal amendment, though, right?
Through the same route to the Supreme Court because the court of final jurisdiction in a state has the right to appeal to the circuit courts. If you originate a case in the federal United States justice system, you have to go to the district court before you can get to the circuit court. So there are all kinds of ways around this stuff. And even some cases...
I got to bounce. I'm sorry. I know you're on your roll. Real quick, I got to bounce. I just want to say this is a great room. Black man, send me whatever you need to send me. I'm down with that. I only got one.
Oh man.
Doing federal on trying to make cannabis legal at a high level. Descheduling, right? And that hyper local level, on a hyper national level. And the only thing I got to say about it is Biden can put more pressure on prayer, and that's where strength, when it comes down to, I guess.
Yeah, damn it, bro. Your phone.
Marcus, you in the Matrix, Marcus.
Fantastic work. All right.
Yeah, your phone's in and out bad.
We're gonna work on that.
Oh man, your phone.
I put Marcus down. We'll bring him back up if he wants to come back. There's something in the Matrix.
Real bad.
Go ahead, Rella.
I don't really think I have anything else left. I think I've given all that I have for tonight.
Okay. And Marcus, I've invited you back to the stage, just so you know.
I'm here. I got to bounce. Thanks, y'all. And I'll be back to the next space anytime y'all need me, man, or anytime I see you guys on. It was big ass.
Hey, Marcus, could you stay like 2 or 3 more minutes so I could break something down to you real quick?
Yeah. If you do it now, I hate to be like that, but yes.
Yeah. So make a long story short, I encourage you to study the New Jersey weed situation we got going on up here. I know there's a lot of information you got to go. If you can, look up NJ Weed Man. NJ Weed Man. Listen to this brother's story. And look how he been ostracized by the state of New Jersey for supposedly or allegedly selling weed. And now he's been doing it on his thing right in front of the damn fucking state building for the last couple of years before this shit became legal, because you already done accused me of this shit when I was found out guilty. Now you can't double jeopardize me. But unfortunately, voting for Stacey Abrams will be a nothing burger just because she's saying that she will advocate for marijuana. Governor Murphy, or Mandate Murphy, is now doing the same thing to us black Negroes up here. I'm also an agriculturalist, landscaper, horticulturalist by trade. I got my little information on it. So with that being said, I've been studying this weed law shit up here in Jersey and just nationally for like about maybe 20 years. I'm 42 years old. I think the best thing for us to do is honestly just leave the weed shit alone. And if you is going to advocate for anything about weed, it better be to legalize homegrown. So that way you can just do your own fucking thing. You know what I'm saying? And the other thing is too, instead of trying to hop into this new business that they already done X'd us out of, I think the best thing for us to do is just go take over the smoke shops, bro. You feel what I'm saying? Take over the smoke shops, start building restaurants surrounding cannabis, eateries and shit like that, because you're going to need something to smoke this bud out of. You know what I'm saying? Some paper, some bongs, a pipe, something, yo. But other thing is too, if you playing with some bread, go dump it into the stock market. At least that way you ain't got to get your hands dirty. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, they ain't going to let us in on this shit, bro. You know what I mean? They locked us up for it, and now they going to fucking rearrest us for not having a license. They doing it to everybody now, yo. But go ahead, bro. Peace out.
Hey, man, that's well said. And the only thing I got to say before I got to bounce is I'm in it. I already own dispensaries. I left politics to get in it. So they do let us in, but the problem is it takes a massive amount of money and a massive amount of work for black people to actually get into this shit, and that's my major problem.
Yes, the barrier to entry is super high. Like when they were getting ready to give the licenses in Alabama, I think the cost to apply for a license was $15,000 when they said, "Hey, we're going to do medical marijuana here." And hold on, let me tell you the rest of the story here. $15,000 to apply. That does not mean you're going to get a license because they're only going to award 12 of them statewide. And what they said was, when you get this license, within 60 days, you have to have a secure facility in which you grow this. And launching that secure facility is going to take about $100,000 to $120,000.
Hey, y'all need to follow me because I know how to do that shit now. I went through it all. I'm not even trying to be funny when I say that. Follow me, inbox me. I gotta go, but for real, follow me and inbox me if you're interested in getting over those hurdles, because they do that shit on purpose, but it's not impossible to get around.
That's the point I was making, Marcus. But it's cool. You got your thing out. We're good to go.
I'm sorry, Alexis. You know I love you. I'll talk to you later.
Okay, so yes, there are barriers to entry. All these things have to exist, but if you have the land and you can't get it, so you had to pay $15,000 just to get in the damn lottery, then you have to pay $120,000 to build a facility that you have to have ready to go in 60 days. That's a lot to do, and Marcus is right. It's going to take money. I am glad he knows how to get around it. I will be hitting him up myself to understand it. But yeah, that's just where we are. And I think, who is it?
Yeah, so the
DJ,
I got your back. I know y'all been yapping for a while. You know what I'm saying? I need a break, get some water. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. But up here in Jersey, the license fee, or just for the application, like you said, seven figures. You know what I'm saying? So
right, how do you have an application that it takes 7 figures to get the license for? That is some complete bullshit, but it's about the oligarchy and staying in control.
Right, correct. So, and I think that was you, Black Majority, that sent me the application for the Jersey thing. And I did look over it, but I guess I'm past that shit. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Because I put a lot of effort into it early on in 2000s. You know what I'm saying? Just studying this shit, looking into it. This shit is just not going to be legalized anytime soon. So, I left it alone. I got a big ass library here on cannabis, yo. Just books and shit on how to make cannabis. Different. I think there was 500 strains of cannabis before the year 2005. You know what I'm saying? So I can imagine it got to be at least 1,000 now with all this damn weed out here and shit. You know what I mean? I'm smoking on some Gary Payton, by the way. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, I think the whole weed shit is just whatever. You can have a couple of dispensaries, but most of our people ain't even green thumbs. For those that understand what that means. So most of us ain't willing to get our hands dirty with the cultivation side of this shit. Let's just be logical. We're talking about even with the automation, how things are automated with these greenhouses, because that's what I'm really into, the greenhouse, horticulture, what you call it, different forms of hydroponic, ebb and flow, you know what I mean? I ain't gonna get into the whole gist of it or whatever, you know what I mean? But it's all automated now, but it's still a lot of work. There's still a lot of risk involved, crop failure, just like anything. And then, at the end of the day, do we even really care about that? Versus just nicely sell it, you know what I'm saying?
DJ?
I'm just saying, do we care about the cultivation process as much as we just really want to sell a product? I don't think we care about the cultivation process as much, unless you're already in the South and you got farmland, you know what I mean?
Okay, so I think this is part of the issue, right? Because we've been led to believe, or people have been led to believe, I was not led to believe this because of situations in my family, but that, we all have to be in an urban area. We don't understand the soil. We didn't walk this land. This is how they were able to take land from people. But even with I see where you're going. I see where you're going. No, because I'm going to tell you something. I'm
not trying to cut you off, but I see where you're going with it, but it's not that right there wouldn't be the point, because you could grow anywhere you want to. It's the laws again. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead.
DJ, I was about to get there. There's this thing called opportunity zones. People have heard about it. Obama started it. Trump tried to make it real big, opportunity zones. And it's a situation in which people can invest when they want to invest because they can get reprieves on their capital gains taxes. So that means that you're probably really wealthy to have the money to do this. And you can get up to certain exclusions every year, and they double down on it to whatever year it is. And they set up these opportunity zones to find people that are willing to support your business no matter what it is. You know, if you say, hey, I want to build an Airbnb, it's in an opportunity zone because there's low economic activity there, or people are below the poverty level, whatever it is, then people are going to be willing to give you $50,000 up front. They're just trying to shelter their capital gains taxes. So it gives them that. But the person who was allowed to determine opportunity zones in every state was the governor. And the governor set it up, did whatever they did, figured out the little areas. And also opportunity zones, you can get the funding, but you cannot be in a sin business. And the federal government considers cannabis to be a sin business. So even if you're in an opportunity zone and you want to cultivate this, you're not going to get the people to invest in you because they consider cannabis a sin business. That's where I was going, DJ.
Right. So even with that being said, it don't have to be a opportunity zone or urban enterprise zone, which some folks know it as or whatever. Yes, I've gone through the SBA, done all this stuff. I actually getting hawked right now to go file my loan application, but I don't even want to do it because you know what? And I've been putting it off. Look at all this shit that's happening to Kanye. I've been through this shit. This is why I don't really want to fucking extend my knowledge to anywhere near to the government, because I look how they ostracizing this brother. And I've been at this shit for a long time.
Well,
probably longer than Kanye. You know what I'm saying?
No,
so,
but see, when you're Kanye or anybody in that situation, when you sell out, you have to stay sold out. Because he's still worth $400 million. So I'm not about to cut any coupons for him. I'm not about to do that shit. Like, I'm not about to. But what it shows to you is when you make the deal with the devil, you got to keep that deal with the devil, because when you speak out against the devil, they will destroy you. Kanye just had to stay sold out. That's all he had to do.
Right.
And I'm not saying you should, but I'm saying that's all he had to do.
Right. I understand that. Hey, look, and you know, I mean, is we welcoming him back to the hood? No, you know, obviously with consequences, but you know, and shout out to the rapper Consequence too, but come to think of it, by the way, because he was saying some real shit. You know, he from Chicago. So where's all the other musicians that Ye done help through the years? You know what I'm saying? Why they ain't coming out to speak on his behalf? Everybody's fucking quiet. You know what I mean? So, you know, yeah, I feel bad for what you're going through, Kanye, but I understand 100%. But I ain't gonna buy no mixtapes. But, you know, I ain't buying no Adidas or nothing, even though I got a pair of fucking Nazi slides on right now. You know what I'm saying? But I had them in the closet before all this shit happened, so whatever.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you on that.
Take your money out of Chase Bank, too. Take your money out of all these banks. Go bank fucking with somebody that actually give a fuck. But you know what I mean?
Indeed. I think it was one of the sisters that sent you that New Jersey application. I think it was someone in the room, but I'm not sure who that was. Go ahead, Insane, and then DJ.
Yeah, I'm kind of like Kite about, and a lot of other people about the whole hemp movement. I'm not that optimistic about it, and I don't know how they.
Well, hold on a second. Insane, hemp or cannabis? It's two different, same species, two different forms. So yeah. Hemp, you know, that's the low grade THC, doesn't get you high.
Yeah, my point is that whole market, man. There's an example in the Jumbotron, and these are women who are bragging about North Carolina's first woman minority-owned hemp store, and there's 3 examples of who got that, and I'm not sure how they're distributing those opportunities. I don't know if they get into minority-owned or not. Chances are they do, but there's a classic example of who's benefiting. Some young white women and a young Spanish girl, and there's a photograph of her with her father, and that's a classic example of you know, some pitfalls with that program. So I'm largely with you on the whole movement. So that information.
And I see that picture right there too. So with that being said too, Alexis, a lot of the urban enterprise zone owners or opportunity zone owners around my way here in the Northern New Jersey area, they're like some type of white European or diaspora looking cats.
No, it's because you allow women to be a minority. And I'm gonna tell you another secret about it. The number of white men that I know who have a business, but 51% of it is controlled by their wife or their mother. And they have 49% interest because it's a minority business. White men do this all the time.
They want our property. I get it. Man.
All right, cool.
Yeah, that is a classic. Yeah, that's a classic mechanism and tool that they use, and it's much bigger in contracting, state government contracting, where white women are the front, they're the face, and they get those minority contracts. It really, really sucks, especially because women and white women in general were never a minority. There's always been more white women because of all of these wars that where they lose so many men. And then even now we got the opioid, we got the suicides in their community. It's very likely that there are much more white women than there are white men. And so that I wrote about that in my book. It's like you got to have federal power to change that. And that really goes because that's in our that's how they passed the civil rights legislation in the 1960s. They gave all this all of our benefits to white women, but it should really be readjusted, to say the least.
So I want to interject this quickly. Alexis, it sounds like you're ready to have a come to Jesus moment about Title VII. Am I right?
Okay, I'm not familiar with Title VII. Please explain it to me.
But that included sex, which made.
Oh, you mean Title IX?
Title IX. I'm sorry. Yeah.
I'm familiar with Title IX. Yes, I'm familiar with that.
Yeah. So it sounds like I feel like by you saying something about women as a minority, I feel like you're saying maybe we really need to talk about Title IX and have a come to Jesus moment about it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. What I'm saying is get married, get your wife, start an enterprise, and let her control it. 51%. And also in that means come hell or high water, I am tied to you for life. I told somebody a long time ago. I dated this guy in undergrad who became an anesthesiologist, but he was a little crazy. I did not marry him. He would marry me today if I'd let him, but he's a little crazy. He's a little crazy. I'm like, I can't deal with that. And I'm going to tell you, if I had married him as an anesthesiologist, I was tied to him for life. Because back when we were going through school, he was going to make about $300,000 a year. I think they're making like $4 something now. But $40,000, $450,000, let's call it $500,000. I cannot live the same way off of $250,000 that I can off of $500,000. I need one household. I am stuck to you for life. Come hell or come high water, we are not getting divorced. I'm going to tell you real quick. If I was married to Jay-Z, I'd divorce that motherfucker right now. Because I can live real high off the hog. But when you're up here in the $500,000 range, you got to stay together. And this is how you build your enterprise. Because corporations do mergers all the time. And this is also why I'm a fan of matchmaking. So, anyway, that's all I'm saying.
I agree with you 100%. That's one way that we can, pose some kind of opposition against it is to start to marry and work together as opposed to, working against each other. I definitely agree with that.
And every married couple I know that's been married a long time, my parents included, because I'm going to tell you, there's been times I told my mom to divorce my dad. There's been times I told my dad to divorce my mom. And they've celebrated many, many years together. But I can tell you off of what I've noticed in my family, every long marriage is basically, we're not getting divorced. We're going to work through whatever comes up in this situation, figure it out, and make our family and corporation stronger. That's what you got to do. It's a business arrangement in this country. That's all it's ever been.
It really is, man.
Thank God.
Thank you for saying that.
So arrange it.
Man,
like business.
Dear God. Thank you so much.
Let's get
get married.
Yeah, thank you for saying that, man. So why can't you have a multi corporation in that business? You know what I'm saying?
Yes, 100% you can. And then you can set up all kinds of things because you can put the business in a trust. And then you can determine who's going to get the money. Because the number of white people I know that did not get their money from their parents, they got it from their grandparents or their great grandparents. They do skip generation wealth transfers all the damn time to ensure the family stays wealthy. This is the difference between being rich and being wealthy. Man. And then there are also these other things called oh gosh, I forget it. It's outside of the opportunity zones. You don't have to have that. There are other people who have family offices. And a family office, for those of you who don't know, means I have a trust fund, and if I want to buy a house, I have to apply to the family offices, which is a group of lawyers that just look out for our trust funds. And if I want this, I have to call and ask them, and then I've got an annuity that comes out of it. But actually, this wealth that I have, I didn't get it from my parents. I got it from my grandfather. Because he knew that if he gave money to his kids, they would fucking blow it. So he said, not giving it to you, but guess what? My parents got money from their grandparents, and they keep doing this over and over. We just have to do the same thing.
I had that to the Freedmen's Bank.
I'm not going to dominate the conversation anymore. I'm going to be quiet. Someone else talk.
Well, excuse me, no, I can first shoot. You want to Wu-Tang it? Let's go.
Oh, listen, I don't know a lot about Wu-Tang. I really don't. I was in school then. I was super busy.
I got a Ghostface call for you to piggyback off of what you said. My seeds go with his seeds and marry his seeds. That's why we keep Wu-Tang money all up in the family.
Yes, exactly. That's the message right there. And that is what has been done around this world all throughout history. The number of people in this world that had married a second cousin, which means we share a set of great grandparents, is astronomical.
Wow.
Because it allowed wealth to be kept in the family. And I know we say, oh my God, you can't marry your cousin. The problem that people have with it is the Habsburgs. They weren't marrying, like, you can't keep having the same grandparents and great grandparents over and over and over. You got to bring somebody else in. We get that. But they were marrying uncles to nieces. There's too much consanguinity. You cannot marry an uncle to a niece. That will always result in something that is not going to work.
Wow.
It has to be first cousin, no closer. And the rate of, like, something being a problem only jumps up by, like, 6%. So a lot of people have married cousins. We don't like it because it's, like, weird. Like, I know that you had, like, the third great grandmother that I had. Well, what better sense would it make than to keep that money in the family? I'm not advocating it. I'm just saying we have to open up our minds to something different, which is not really different. It's just kind of how the world was ran. Or
see,
was
she want to do.
Said what?
I see Rella drop down. She want two homies. She trying to get her drag triple on, yo. Somebody message Rella. So come back on there. Get your drag triple on, sisters. I ain't mad at your shit. No,
she said she was sleepy and tired. She had to go.
Oh shit, that's what's up. Good night, sister. I'll be picking with her about that. You know what I mean? I got a nitpick.
Yep. So, man, we got some new speakers in here. We got some new faces in here. So we basically, man, we didn't ran the gamut. I did put the 1972 National Black Political Convention. It's on YouTube. I've never got a chance to watch it. I'm definitely gonna watch it this week. Definitely take some time to watch that to understand. I actually read their statement in a space a week or two ago. But definitely, it's about an hour long. When you get a chance, watch that. Understand what our people were thinking coming out of the 70s, where it looked like we were headed towards something grand, something great, something absolutely amazing. All these groups came together. They came out with a plan. They had, a code, if you will. much like what is going on Spaces on Twitter with these different factions, if you will. They essentially came together. And I actually had watched an interview with Huey P. Newton last week where he talked about he was negotiating giving up authority of the Black Panther Party to another organization. And was perfectly comfortable with it. Some other Panthers weren't so agreeable to it, but he was perfectly fine with that. To in order to make a larger organization, essentially, is what it was. So sometimes it requires that type of leadership, someone who's willing to relinquish power to create more power. And I think, we could all learn a lesson from that, of course, because right now we're kind of in that mode where no one wants to relinquish power and everybody wants to be like the top dog or whatever the case may be. Everybody wants to be in charge. And so we could learn a lot from studying. This is like very recent history. I was born a few years after this convention, but it still is like, this was like the last big Black nationalist movement push. And I feel like we are on the precipice of another one. 10% is the number that it takes to reach critical mass. I don't believe we can do that on a national level, but I know we can do that on a state, county, and local level. And so that definitely, has to be our focus. Go ahead, DJ.
Oh no, I just got my damn hands to be up. I just got the mic on, whatever. But now, we agree to agree. So for the most part, Black State of America, in the Jumbotron, there's a lot of information up there, y'all. Come on over to the school too. Subscribe to Black State of America over there. Let's get our numbers up over here in the socials as well, man. Come up to social, wherever that may be in the Jumbotron, Greg. And in fact, Black America Homeland, I don't know if you're listening. I heard you earlier, bro, and yeah, congratulations on getting that book started. Let me know where I can fit in that or whatever, you know what I mean? Well, go ahead, though.
I did want to say really quickly that there's an upcoming mini-series about Huey P. Newton, okay? Oh, wow. And it's called The Big Cigar. Wow. I'm not sure if you've heard of it yet. But I knew there were some people in different spaces that talked about, people who weren't Black American or freedman descendant playing someone. The gentleman playing Huey P. Newton is named Andre Holland. He is from Alabama, Bessemer, in fact, and he is Black American through and through. So I want us to, I don't know what they're going to say in there and all that upcoming miniseries, but he's one of us. And he's also in a Henry Louis Gates special on PBS called Through the Grapevine. You can check it out on pbs.com. Check it out. But he talks about growing up, and his last name is Holland. He said he grew up in Bessemer, which is basically all Black. And the street he grew up on was Holland Drive or Holland Avenue, whichever one it was. And the other name of the street that intersected with it closest enough was the name of another major Black family there. They were all living together. This was their power. This means that when you run your family as a corporation, which is why, someone like my second great grandfather kept all of his kids close by giving them land that he acquired from his slave owner, it meant that when you had a sick kid that couldn't go to school, you had a grandmother, an aunt, an uncle, a cousin, somebody that could watch that kid so you can go out and work and make things happen. And when we started to get away from ourselves and we started to alienate ourselves in the 50s and the 60s, thinking about, oh my God, I have to be by myself over here, when in fact the nuclear family is important. At the same time, you need a network. And what they've done is they've made it classes because the wealthy people can afford to outsource their child rearing. They can have nannies, they can have after school programs. And only one of the parents work. But if it's just me and you, and we're both making $25,000 or $30,000 or whatever, and combine it, we can't afford all that stuff to do ballet lessons, lacrosse lessons, learn how to play the violin. You can't afford that kind of stuff. But they give them tons of welfare for rich people, to ensure that they stay rich because our system is set up on the status quo.
Yeah, wow. So I looked up the Big Cigar. It looks like they were posting about it back in April. It's on Apple TV. So I don't have Apple TV. Hopefully I can figure out and find it somewhere. It does look really, really good though. Don Cheadle.
I can tell you how to get Apple TV. If you know anybody that has an iPhone, if they get a new one, they generally give like a free 3 months or whatever, and you can share it with people in your family. They don't have to have an iPhone to get it. So if you know somebody that has one, they could share their Apple TV login if they get a new iPhone. Not saying go get a new iPhone. I'm just telling you how to like get it over because yeah.
Check this out. Let's just say, matter of fact, you might want to go get a new iPhone because don't you got T-Mobile, bro? They're giving out that iPhone for free along with the Apple TV account if you go get a new line. So bang.
Damn.
Right, and it also depends on when they release it because they're probably going to release it like one episode a week. So you want to wait till it's as close to like live as possible.
Yeah, I'm man, I can't. I got a MacBook Pro. It's all right, but I'm a Galaxy Samsung on these smartphones. I looked at an Apple phone. Probably.
Android gang.
Yeah. I looked at an iPhone like 5 or 6 years ago, and that thing was so tiny. I was just like, what the hell is going on? You know, I kind of get the biggest phone that they got because I'm driving oftentimes and looking at the phone at the same damn time, pushing, touchscreen buttons, and I just need a big ass phone.
I'm not mad at it. I understand.
Yeah, let me this guy, so I don't know this person. He says he's a troll a little bit. I don't know. But he actually got this really good post. It is 10 things every black person in America must understand. I know most people in this room understand this, but I want to read this list anyway in the space. So it says white supremacists have officially waged a holy war against you. They call it Rahowa, and I'm gonna have to look up what that means. RAHOWA. It's probably an acronym or something, for something else. Rahowa. There are no official agencies willing to protect your constitutional rights against white supremacists. Being sensitive or emotional about this reality will not help you. You must think strategically at this point. I've really been calling out emotionalism as in light of this Ye situation. I really, whatever side you stand on is fine with me. It just seems like the people that are really against him, and I'm only talking about our people, it seems to be from a very emotional perspective where they just can't discern, and they just don't seem to be able to, okay, he said this and that was fucked up, but everything else he said was actually pretty accurate. They're just like focused on the one negative thing that he said. I think that's emotional to me, but whatever. Number 4, you have a constitutional and God-given right to protect yourselves by any means from white supremacist terrorists. Do not let the media or politicians fool you with defective terms like left, right, fascism, etc. The issue is simply white supremacy. The white supremacists are on an ethnic cleansing campaign. They have set up a system to kill you with impunity. Number 7, you are under no obligation to allow white supremacist terrorists to murder you. Defend yourself at all costs. I believe the young black woman and her boyfriend that was being nearly choked to death and likely would have been choked to death by that firefighter was well within her rights to use deadly force after giving multiple warnings. And it appears that the judge did agree with releasing her from any charges in that case.
Well, that was the prosecution. It wasn't the judge. It was prosecutors that decided not to charge her.
Prosecution. Well, hey, God bless them. I heard another case, which was a stand your ground case, where, and again, this is a black person against a white person, where that person also was released recently with the stand your ground situation. So as long as they apply these laws the way they're supposed to be applied, which is evenly and equally, you should be prepared to defend yourself. There's no question about that. Number 8, don't let any non-black groups pacify you with marches, church visits, prayers, and sympathy if they are not willing to push white supremacist terrorists for harming you. They are wasting your time. Um, there is no moral high road needed to defend yourselves from terrorism. Cheating is allowed when it comes to your survival. And the last one is, you are in a war, not a protest. And those are in capital letters. Don't show up to the battlefield with just an iPhone. Man, I swear, because lately in a lot of these videos, it's like, okay, everybody, first thing they do, everybody pull out their cell phone, everybody pull out their cell phone. And I'm just like, man, if I'm on the ground and I'm being pummeled, like, don't pull out your cell phone, jump in it, like, save my life. Um, and I think we got to be willing to do that for each other, especially when someone has you in a chokehold or whatever the case may be, where your life is on the line. We gotta be willing to jump in it and get involved, because you may be the person who saves a person's life. There's been recent court cases that show New Jersey where the guy, he got beat pretty bad. However, he was exonerated for defending his life against police officers because they were quite literally trying to kill that guy. Um, so yeah, we got to be willing. We got to be willing to fight back. Go ahead, DJ.
Yeah, we in the gun era. You know what I'm saying? So you definitely better bust somebody ass. Otherwise, it's gonna be carried by 6 versus judged by 12. You know the rules. Watch it 12, 3, 6, and you're not. I'm out.
Yeah, I mean, it is unfortunate, but it's the unfortunate reality. No one's really doing a whole lot of fist fighting today. And that is just, I mean, that's sad. That's just sad. It's sad. I think, with a black majority state, you can develop social standards where a lot of that is eliminated. A matter of fact, the black mayor today, he was, and this is what I don't like, because you have a deceased young black male. You have 6 victims of a very recent tragedy. They all survived, thankfully. But these are mothers, grandmothers, who knows what, just normal people trying to mourn their family member, friend. But he through his crying and emotional call to stop the violence, he started talking about, we got to get the guns off the street. We got to get the guns off the street, and it's the guns that kill people. And it's just like, come on, man. Like, please don't use these as opportunities to push some type of gun agenda. I just think that, to me, is disrespectful in light of the situation. You can do that anytime, at any other moment, but please don't use these deaths as a political tool. Because the reverse is also true. If everybody in that church had their license to carry when this incident occurred, you might have, whatever, 2 or 3 dead assailants. I mean, so the opposite is true as well. And everybody has a right to defend themselves. So that's the way I see it. Go ahead, DJ.
Yeah, ladies, especially if y'all go get your 2A license to get all that. Because don't call me when the shit go down. You better kick that nigga in the balls and shit and knock his wig off. I'll come bail you out later. Real shit.
Absolutely. Better to be charged and released than to not be breathing.
Yeah, and you have to make sure you're going to the gun range, because having a gun pulling a gun and shoot and firing the gun are all very separate things. If I sit here and look at it, I got a gun, you got to shoot somebody at some point. I'm not advocating people to shoot folks, but I'm just telling you, having a gun in and of itself is not enough. Get trained properly, how to use it, do target practice, things of that nature, and be willing to use it.
The thing about I'm trying to give them a name without it being too whatever.
Yeah, just for the record too, there's a bunch of women black-owned gun shops throughout the nation, just as well as black-owned gun shops and instructors. All on Instagram, YouTube. They got the actual stations and fields where they're at. But go ahead, Black.
No, yeah, the National African American Gun Association. They just put out like a little clip. It's got some music behind it. It's showing a lot black men and women for that matter. Target practicing and things of that nature. So yeah, definitely sign up for a Black American Gun Club. Honestly, any gun club that's going to allow you to train and shoot and practice, the value is there. And a lot of gun stores have indoor ranges within your city area. In my city, I think there's like 3 or 4 indoor gun ranges, and some outdoor gun clubs. I don't think there's a black one in my area as of yet, but there's definitely some indoor gun ranges. So the thing is like, definitely train, because you get that muscle memory, you get the motion down. In the heat of battle, though, a lot of that goes out the window. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's like you're just reacting for the most part. I've been in situations, and this is when in my teen years, when I was, living that lifestyle where I was around individuals when shots would go off, they're ducking and diving, and I've seen individuals just crouch down like they were crouching down to tie their shoestrings, pull out a pistol, and start shooting back with no fear and no ducking and hiding. So everybody's going to react different in situations like that. However, the thing that I've seen in these videos, when you do have these cowards approaching someone that they're, attacking, and oftentimes it's like 4 shooters, which is like, I really don't get that part. But in a lot of these videos I'm seeing more and more recently, it's a car full of shooters. They all get out. But when someone's shooting back at them, they're always running away. They're always running away in all of these videos I see. So even if you don't hit somebody, just for the simple fact that you're shooting back seems to be enough of a deterrent in most of these situations that I'm seeing on surveillance video.
Hey, don't forget the guy who shot back at George Zimmerman during that traffic stop. He's doing time, yo. Real right. It's Zimmerman free. Picture that.
Was that the one? Was that like his second sort of thing?
That was the second incident. And it's just a matter of understanding you have to have the same firepower, because me having a handgun, I'm not about to stop somebody with an AR-15. Right. Gotta match firepower.
Yeah, man, you speak to that. I heard, and I think he was an Army guy, and he talked about the speed of an AR-15 round versus a pistol, and how they are literally not a match for each other. Again, in that situation, so most of these shooters, I mean, because I believe that's what they call themselves, they got the Glock switch, and really they're just trying to, they're just trying to.
Yeah, all these mass shooters, that's what they do. They come in and just unload a bunch of rounds on people.
That's really what it is, and it's like it's almost like a rage shooting, if you call it, or want to call it, because even the guy, and he was a black guy that just shot up that school. I think it was in Indiana. They said he was denied a purchase at a gun store. The FBI flagged him, and then he was able to get a weapon somewhere else, like a private sale, I believe is how he got the guns. But even that, it was like, I think two victims. Luckily, two victims. But it's almost like 600 rounds in the type of weapon that they got. Sometimes, and I think even in his story, it was he's alone. It's the same old, I'm a loner, nobody likes me, blah blah blah, boo boo boo. The parents, I believe, also was aware of, his mental health issues, if you will. And man, I swear to goodness, man, like, so in a black majority state, I gotta be honest, I believe it is imperative that the parents in the household be responsible at some point. I don't, if the cutoff is, they're a juvenile and the parents are responsible, there's got to be some level of responsibility to the parents, because we just always hear the parents were aware, they didn't do enough, blah blah blah. And I just think, for our society.
And to your point, Greg, even when the parents are aware and they're white people and they call the police departments, because they've done it in a few instances. I think a guy that shut up something in Virginia. No, not Virginia, North Carolina. I don't know. It was in Florida, North Carolina. I don't remember which one. His parents lived in one state, and they called whatever police department was where their son lived and said something is wrong. And the police department did nothing. There are umpteen hundred examples of white parents calling the cops on their kids, and the cops do nothing. A black parent's gonna call the cops on their kids. The cops are gonna do a whole bunch of shit.
Crazy shit.
But that's because they're given that leeway by the prosecution and the judges. So anyway, sorry, but I'm just saying, if it's somebody white, they don't even pay attention to it.
Yeah, no, because the example.
Oh, in Tennessee, his girlfriend called the cops on him when he shut up all that stuff and put that firebomb out there. And they never arrested him or never went to look at it or put him on a psychiatric hold.
Yeah, so you point out something that where oftentimes the black individual that the family calls the police on, I mean, sometimes doesn't survive that encounter with the police, and that's because of the environment that we're in. So from a black majority state perspective, you're dealing with community policing, people who live in the community, who know members of the community. You're not going to know everybody in the community, but you do have an awareness of the community. And so you're not going to go in with the attitude of just simply taking people's lives within the community, because you're going to be held accountable. Not only that, but the laws are going to be changed. That qualified immunity is going to essentially be non-existent. And so police are going to be held to a much higher standard, and they know they will be charged and arrested. Because we got the incident in I believe it's Mississippi, where the 15-year-old's coming out of the Family Dollar with his hands up, and you got multiple witnesses. I saw a video where a white guy was like almost ready to go to jail after witnessing that, and calling the police pieces of shit right to their face. I mean, that's what they are, but essentially saying, you guys killed this kid, this kid, and he didn't have a weapon. So yeah, man, it's like I just
And to Rella's point right now, we have a Supreme Court that will uphold qualified immunity. Clarence Thomas supports qualified immunity for cops. He doesn't support it for all government officials, but he supports it for cops. And there's enough people on there that will do that. So we have to think about it, as you said, strategically, because we can change it. in our state to say, you know what, if you shoot someone as a police officer, it is going to have to be proven with no break in body cam footage, and that this person had a weapon, and then there's going to be an independent investigator, and there may be a prosecutor that charges you. All these things go out the window. So, but to your point, when you have community policing, they're not about to pull the gun on somebody that they know that their kids go to school with, that, hey, you and my wife are both in the same quilting club, whatever it is. When I know you, there are a lot of towns across this country that require the police officer to live in the community. It's a thing. What you find is in metropolitan areas, they don't require that you live in the neighborhood. So now you've othered the people that you patrol. You don't know them. Interact, talk to folks, go to Miss Grace's house and get you some collard greens sometimes. Like, make sure you're. I mean, there are all these things that you have. Get your haircut at the local barbershop, and then people start to police themselves. And you find in this country there is a marked difference between owner majority neighborhoods versus renter majority neighborhoods. Owner majority neighborhoods always look better. Because I paid for this. Like, the moment I turned into my parents is when I bought my first home. I was like, do not touch the walls when you're moving my stuff in. When I was a kid, I touched the walls all the damn time. I never understood it. My dad used to tell us, he was like, if you're cold during the winter, go outside and stand for 5 minutes and then come back in the house and tell me how warm it is. When I had to pay my own power bill, I knew exactly what my father was talking about.
Oh, man. Love that. Because
he owned. And when you own, you treat things differently. And that is how they also screwed us out of things when they put us in the housing projects. I have no problem with public housing. I just have a problem with the way it's run. If an individual can only pay $8 a month, then all they should pay is $8 a month. But it should be a mortgage, not rent. Because when people have it, and they own something, they will stop a whole lot of that nonsense that's going on. Because my first home that I bought was a condo in a college town, right? And I was like, hey, it's going to be a good investment property. But every time I came home, if I saw something that looked out of place, I was handling it. I was at every HOA meeting as well. And when you have ownership, that is what originally conveyed status in this country. It was not white men that could vote. It was white men over the age of 21 that owned property. So property confers citizenship in this country. And as soon as you take it and put our people in a place where they can't own anything, well, what else do you expect?
When you mentioned the Hunger Games earlier, that was the thing that popped into my head, was housing projects, the project of putting, really, quite honestly, poor people into a space where there are no resources. And, I believe that was very predictable, the outcome. You flood the community with drugs, of course. People are self-medicating with alcohol and whatever else. And I think it's extremely predictable, how that's going to turn out. So in my area, there used to be at least a dozen what we would have called housing projects, but they started tearing them down. And they actually have been continually tearing them down. I think there's one or two, maybe three that still remain. But there, and the craziest thing is, when they rebuild on that land, it's turning into like very expensive homes.
It's gentrification.
Oh, God.
It's gentrification. That's the whole point of it, is to drive down the property value so I can now acquire more property. When they tell you there's crime, like, that's what people are worried about, that means gentrification is coming to an area near you, or actually it's already happened. You just didn't go to the city council meeting or the county commission meeting, whatever the hell it is, to like stop it. Because white people had, I'm going to tell you this from my undergrad days, white people had NIMBY, not in my backyard. And And the organization that came out of it for Black people was WIMBY. Why in my backyard? Which is better, not or why? You got to be proactive. You got to know what's happening. So much so that they wanted to build a Walmart in Franklin County, Tennessee, which is where Brentwood is, which is where the country music stars live and all that. The only Walmart I've ever seen, a regular Walmart that is red brick all the way around. Doesn't look like any Walmart you've ever seen in your life.
Okay, I kind of know what you're. So this is a wealthy area, right? I've seen the rebrand because I call those rebranded stores, but I've seen grocery store, I've seen Targets like that. I'm in my mind, I'm trying to imagine a Walmart.
Because they don't like big box stores because it brings in a certain element. That's why they didn't want the Walmart. It's going to bring in a certain element. Poor people, mainly white trash, and Black folks, and they don't want to see that when they shop. That's what they mean.
So I've seen those stores where, because like you're talking about, the community, they'll maybe there's some zoning or ordinances, or this is what they negotiated, but every store will have a green sign, and it doesn't matter what your branding is, you gotta rock with that green sign, or you're not going to get in there. And there's a place where I had my bar, a little township, and they had a Walmart. You know, the Walmart's been there for probably 20 years now, if not longer. But the next community over, which is much more affluent, they denied a Walmart because of this Walmart. This Walmart had to hire 8 police officers to cover the level of crime that was occurring in and around the Walmart. And so the other community was just like, no, and you know, it's one of those shopping district communities, and they just like, no, we're not, we don't want the Walmart over here. Go ahead, Insane.
Yeah, I was listening to you guys speak about community policing, and you know what Alexis was saying is very true. When you get people owning property, their attitudes change a little bit, a whole lot, as a matter of fact.
Whole lot.
You can look at small rural areas, crossroads, where you got a lot of property owners, and you see a type of collective community policing. Either it's the little store owner right there in the crossroads. Maybe he lets the guys hang out in the back and drink. But if they get too loud, there's no calling the cops. He just goes out there and says, hey, you guys are too fucking loud. I'll let you drink back here. If you're going to be loud, then you're going to have to stop this. But there's no calling the police. Or you have property owners who question, you know, what you're doing, you know, pertaining to a variety of things that may be off code. Somebody in the neighborhood will just say, hey, why are you doing that? Or do you think that's a good idea? Or, you know, you're not taking care of your property. You know, so that's the most effective community policing, when the community cares enough to, you know, be in touch with their neighbor on a daily basis. And when things aren't going well, you know, it's not a matter of being critical. It's like, hey, is everything really okay with you? You know, I've noticed this, or I've noticed that. You know, and, you know, I grew up seeing that. I come from a crossroads rural area in North Carolina, and there's very little police involved there. You know, you barely saw the sheriff.
Nice.
So the only time you saw the sheriff, it wasn't really questioned because, you know, the person was obviously guilty, but it was never like this intense gunplay going on. It was like this person.
Insane, I'm sorry. I'll let you finish. I want to add something to what you said. Sorry.
Yeah. You know, only time you saw the sheriff was when someone had really broken into something, stole something like that. It was never like no questioning about that or anything. But just harassment by the police, no, you didn't have a lot of that. You know, just didn't. Go ahead, Alexis.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Yeah, let me jump into this story. So we were talking about projects. This is a story of a young Black mother and her daughter in Cleveland, Mississippi, Deshandra Tate. She's 31. Her 5-year-old daughter, Kendra, beautiful mother, beautiful daughter. They succumb to a gas leak within this low-income housing complex. This was August 30th. So they evacuated the building, 136 units. All of the tenants are saying it's unsafe, it's unlivable. They've got pictures of mold on the ceiling. The ceilings crashed in. I mean, just the horrible conditions. Just horrible conditions. Looking at these pictures, it's disgusting. That they are allowing people to live inside. Mold, black mold everywhere, and from what I can see. But they forced now. So this is what it says. Kanisha had told a reporter that she was forced to return to her apartment on Saturday. When she got back, her floor looked like a demolition zone of shattered debris. Flies buzzed in swarms around rotted food. The water didn't run, and the gas remained off.
Yeah, that's an absolutely horrendous situation.
Oh, God.
And I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, God.
When I first got on Twitter, I remember seeing these things, and they were generally in places like, I don't know, metropolitan areas. And maybe, Black Americans, I thought they were Black Americans. I'm guessing they are. And every time there's a white person like, you're on my property, I'd see people talking about, there go white people loving property. They're like, this gonna have this. They always talk about it. And I grew up in the rural South myself, like insane, and nobody loves property more than rural Black people. The number of folks that will tell you, come across that tree right there. Come on across that tree. Come on across that tree. Because I'll shoot your ass because you're on my property. Like, not to like hate each other, but the land was our worth. Like, and what we could do with the land was our worth. That was how we had wealth. And this is why there's so many Black men and Black women that acquired so much land, because they understood it. And also it was going at a premium, or going at a very low price in the rural South after the Civil War was lost, because those planters didn't have any money. So they kept selling off land to people to pay whatever bills they needed to pay, because they'd lost their wealth. And so that's how a lot of it came to be. And some people were run off of it. Fortunately for my family, we were not. But a lot of that comes to play. And Insane, I saw you putting your 100 up, so I'll let you talk about how we love property as Southern rural Black people.
Oh yeah, it's wonderful. You know what time it is with that, man, and a lot comes with that, because there are instances, depending on how much property is involved, where you know, Black men, especially when they didn't really want to jump high when that white man told them to jump, they would just say, to hell with this. I'm going out here and plant some beans, some corn, maybe try to raise some tobacco, and it's not a whole lot, but it'll pay the taxes on the land, and I won't have to shoot this white man.
And I'm gonna ask you this, Insane: how many men do you know that sent their children to North Carolina A&T State University or NCCU that sold a cow every semester to pay the tuition, or sold a hog to pay some tuition?
Yeah, my brother. I remember, and I was the one who moved away, but it was nothing for me to come home, especially when my nieces were in school, and just happened upon him and said, "Hey, what are you doing?" He's like, "I got to load up some cows to go to the market because Rhonda or Jocelyn wants a car." Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely.
All at our disposal, like things that we have. And it was highly important in the rural agrarian South to send your daughters to school, so they didn't go into domestic work, which meant they were going to have proximity to rape by white men. And so you see families doing everything they can to get their daughters to get a higher education. And those same daughters would come back and they would marry a farmer, a plumber, whomever it was. Even if she married a doctor, it was not about oh, I'm more educated than you. It's about, hey, we understand the assignment and this is how it works. And we're going to make it better for the next generation.
Right, exactly. I've had that conversation before. I was telling someone, when you look at a certain cross section, especially those women from the 1940s, 50s, 60s, Hidden Colors, all of those families, if there were any men involved, any brothers and sisters, it was understood, look, we're going to make the sacrifice because we don't want our sister or my daughter going into that cracker's household. Y'all got to make the sacrifice. We got to send her to school. Yes, that's true. That's very true, especially when you look at that cross section of black women, 40s, 50s, and 60s. That Hidden Color set, yes, absolutely. That is very true. That happened in my family. You can see it. All of my aunts went to school. And all of my uncles, they were blue-collar guys. They drove trucks or they had some land or something. And one of my uncles told me that story you just shared, Alexis. He said, we made damn sure that we sent the girls to school to keep them out of those crackers' households. And those were the families that who could do that. A lot of them could not do that. But where they could, if they had any kind of land, a lot of that money that they made off of that land went into tuition for those daughters to go to school. Yes, that's very true.
In every one of those states, that is what we did. And I just can't imagine a woman who wants anything more than a man that can put sweat equity into something. Like, you can build our house. Like, I know you're going to take care of these kids with me. Like, what I mean, you're the plumber, you're the whatever. Listen, you need all this. You need every one of these things to make society run. Because I'm going to tell you right now, I think there's no such thing as unskilled labor. Let me tell you why. My baseboards need to be cleaned every now and then. But Alexis is not about to clean any baseboards. So I got me a cleaning lady. And that's a skill. And I pay for that damn skill. Because I'm not going to do it. And those are just the things we have to realize. At some point, it's about the betterment of our society. And then they pulled the trick bag on us when integration happened. And the number of black women who were teachers that had to leave the South to go up north to teach, they took away a lot of the autonomy that people had. Because in the area where I am, which is heavily white, they had a brand new school for the colored people. And when they forced integration in whatever in the 60s, late 60s, they shut that school down and sent all the black children to the white school. And in the entire county where there was tons of black teachers, only 3 black women got jobs as educators. They ran us away to take it away. And then you start noticing black parents not participating anymore because they used to drive the school buses to pick the kids up, and they had their own board of education, and they go out there and vote for it. But now you're going to put us in a place where there's all white people, and I don't have what they had because I'm just a farmer who acquired 400 damn acres. That's pretty fucking smart if you only got a 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade education, whatever the hell you have. And then you take the autonomy away from them, and your children don't see people who look like them, teaching them Latin, teaching them vocabulary, teaching them physical education. Get out here and move and do things. And anyway, I'll be quiet.
Hey, let me ask, when the family member sold, a farm animal, and then they paid for college, were they paying for it up front so that there was no debt?
Yes. I have an aunt, and she has a sorority sister that she pledged with. She said every time tuition was due at Alabama A&M, her father sold a cow. Just one cow every time it was due. Boom.
Yeah, because I've been seeing a lot of these student loan things come across my timeline, and they all pretty much sound the same. Roughly, I had a student loan debt of $36,000. I've paid $48,000. I still owe $32,000. Because you're essentially making interest payments, and it seems like for Black Americans especially, that's a debt trap that is going to really, really, really hurt your ability to invest in your 401k, your retirement, invest in a home, invest in whatever to grow wealth.
It was written to the system with the GI Bill. The GI Bill is what created middle class white America's wealth. And they largely locked our grandfathers or great grandfathers, depending on your age, out of that system. They largely did. And there's still people that were veterans in the Army and all this stuff, and they acquired land because of what they were earning while they were in there. But then when, you know, somebody paid $5,000 for a house in whatever city it's in, and then over time, what you paid $5,000 for whatever is now worth $480,000. Well, you've got some equity that you can pull from to make sure your kids don't have any debt when they go into it. And we know when I do the same job as a white man, I'm going to make less money than him. Even you as a black man will make less money. Exactly. All these things are at our disposal. We know this stuff. This was the huge transfer of wealth. This is why some of them have the huge jump. Not all of them do, but some of them do. And you locked this out, but we still figured it out. Also, college was cheaper back then. It really was. Even when you adjust for inflation. But yeah, it is absolutely a trap because now they tell you, oh, you got to go to school, you got to get this job, you're going to do whatever. Well, no, you really don't have to unless you want to do something specific that it requires you to do it for. But there's all this stuff that's in there, and it's a trap, and also it's predatory lending because we know that the brain is not fully formed until you're 26 years old. But you go down to someone who's 18 and tell them, oh, do this, and then you're going to get this big refund check. And you're just going into debt the entire time. The reason I didn't do it is because I learned from my boarding school how not to play this game. So I was like, yeah, not going to do it. I did have a little bit of student loans. I had $6,000. They're paid off. I'm not going to get it. I hope everybody that can get the forgiveness gets it because if the government gives away free money, I want it too. So take it. They give welfare to rich people and corporations all the damn time. Take what you can get. It's not reparations, but deal with it. And, you know, it's a trap. So if you only make an interest payments and there's all these rules around it, and you go into default and you can default and get out of it all if you don't make any payments for 12 months. But if you make one payment, it resets the damn clock. It's all a farce. It's a farce to keep the producers wealthy and everybody else poor.
Indeed. I really, you know, it's so weird because even though Biden so-called, this was one of his campaign promises, he seemed to have got it through. And then I believe that is being held up in court right now.
Okay, so it is held up in court. But see, originally it came to the Supreme Court, and Amy Coney Barrett, who Trump appointed, is the justice that reviews from the Ninth Circuit. And she said, because they're bringing a suit, these 6 states, she was like, you have no right as a taxpayer to tell the United States government how to spend their money. She said that. She said, you can't even do it. She said, we're ignoring it. And so they go and do something else where they go through a different system, their state system, to get up to the circuit court. And then you find a judge that says, you know what, let's look at this. But but Amy Coney Barrett just told you, you're a private citizen. You have no discretion on how the United States government spends taxpayer money. So you can't sue them. It's all going to come out to the same damn thing. She told you the answer. You just didn't want to listen to her because you're feeling yourself.
So do you think ultimately the outcome is that the debt will get forgiven or not?
It will get forgiven.
It will.
Because Amy Coney Barrett told you, you as a private citizen cannot sue the United States government about what they do with taxpayer money. You can sue them for your own loss, but you can't really prove this loss because you're saying, oh, this means this lender's going to get whatever. But that lender, whatever they forgive, they're going to write that shit off themselves and make their balance sheet look better. The IRS will forgive them of that. See, this is what people aren't connecting. Doesn't matter how much debt you forgive, they're going to give the corporation even more than that, or else the system will fail.
Nice. Now, is she the one? Because I mean, I briefly tapped into that because I don't got no student loans, thankfully. You You know,
she's a handmaiden lady.
Yeah, but is she the one? Because there was like reports that someone on the Supreme Court was like trying to tank that loan forgiveness, whatever. Does she kind of? She's like a dark-haired, you know.
Yeah, she's the one that told them you cannot bring a suit against the United States government for this. Shut the fuck up and leave us alone. She denied it, and that is her right as a justice. She has ultimate approval on which cases come before the court, and she told you this is what it is. And I guarantee you, all 9 of those justices will vote the same damn way that she voted. Because you cannot sue them. It is a matter of law. And they all agree to it.
Nice.
She didn't do this by herself. She talked to people. She's not stupid. She just had no record that you could look at other than her being, you know, a professor. This is how the game is played. None of them are going to let that go through.
Yeah, so Rella, she's off, and then she did DM me about her phone had died. But man, I wanted to address that because we were talking about the governor being over the state, highest authority in state, and then she relayed that to the Supreme Court. Well, the Constitution through the Supreme Court. And the thing that the way I understand it is the Constitution really, I mean, this is the way theoretically it's supposed to work. The Constitution sits above all of it, right? And
well,
then
it does, but remember that judges interpret the law. They interpret what the Constitution says.
yes, but their interpretation exactly changes over time. So, and that's so that was the point that I was going to make, is that the Constitution, you can amend it, of course, and that kind of changes it, but it for the most part remains the same over time, whereas the interpretation can change a lot sooner, it seems, especially in recent times. You get a conservative leaning court, you flip it back to a liberal leaning court, and those interpretations are going to flip flop. And that's unfortunate because once, for instance, if you're thinking you want to live a liberal lifestyle and there's a conservative Supreme Court and they rule on something that takes away, quote unquote, a right, you're stuck with that. You're probably stuck with that for most of your life. It's probably not going to be to the next 1 or 2 generations before that can be changed back. You know what I'm saying?
No, you're absolutely right. This is why electing judges is a bad deal, especially if you do it on a partisan system. Also, I believe that anyone who's a judge should not be allowed to own stocks.
Oh, man. Dear God.
This is not a popular opinion. The government should pay them enough money so they don't have to worry about it if you're going to give somebody a lifetime appointment. But we have judges that sentence people to jail that own stock in private prison companies that they are sending these people to. How in the hell is that legal? It's all legal in what you write. It's the same situation where I can have a law firm and there's a judge running in my jurisdiction and I can donate whatever number of $1,000 they give to me, and one of the lawyers from my firm goes and argues, like, I can give this money on a Saturday night at a fundraiser, and on Monday morning, one of my lawyers is arguing a case in front of that judge, and the judge does not have to recuse him or herself. It's legal.
Wow.
Because they've written into law. Is it ethical? Absolutely not.
I'm looking at this New York case where, and it's so crazy because back during the height of COVID, I was back and forth with someone on Twitter about it. So they ended up, it was the state Supreme Court. So we got to slide them above the governor is what it's looking like to me, because they had that whole thing where state employees were terminated because they refused to get the shot. Well, the New York Supreme Court recently said, no, we're reinstating those workers, and they owe back pay.
Oh, wow. And in New York, it's called the New York Court of Appeals. The Supreme Court is like the trial court in most jurisdictions in New York. It's called the Court of Appeals there. They absolutely did do that.
Yeah, and I guess the state is that whole thing, state's appealing it, but where does it go from there? Does it? I mean, the next level would be the Supreme Court if they chose to hear it. If not, then it just remains with the workers being reinstated and getting back pay. So,
yes.
So,
and once a case is heard by the court of last jurisdiction, the court of final jurisdiction in your state, it doesn't have to go through the federal judiciary. It goes directly to it. When it says I want to appeal, it goes right to the Supreme Court. They don't have to go through the circuit court. See, there's a way to get through everything in this system.
Right, but and so when the Supreme Court doesn't want to hear it, though, right? That just means it's an automatic win.
It goes back to the circuit court.
Oh, does it really?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So
you're right.
I mean, yeah, it goes back to the ruling where you were trying to appeal it, essentially, right? So
yeah, absolutely, it does.
Yeah, okay, that's what I'm looking at, because I've seen cases where when the Supreme Court denies hearing it, it essentially becomes a victory for whatever the decision was made at the court level, or I'm sorry, at the state level. So we'd have to go governor, then state Supreme Court or civil court, and then the Supreme Court, and then the Constitution, based on however they interpret it, is really what it seems like. But the president, which was really the point that I was trying to make with the marijuana situation, the president is not even mentioned in that line of authority, because they have no authority when it comes to that situation.
No, they cannot. And to your point of what you're talking about here, if there becomes a vacancy on the court of last resort in any state, generally it's the governor who gets to appoint the person to fill the vacancy. Nice. Even in the courts of original jurisdiction, which in different jurisdictions, as I said before, in Alabama it's the circuit court, I think in Ohio maybe the general sessions court, whatever you call your original court of jurisdiction, that can do anything they want to do. For these judges, they can issue a bench warrant just because you don't show up the day they tell you to. They run it like a fiefdom. They run their courts like a fiefdom. They can throw anybody in contempt of court they want to. Anyone. And most governors are allowed to appoint judges when somebody reaches retirement age or someone dies, and they fill it with their cronies. Wow. So to your point, the governor is still going to have an outsized influence in states where they elect judges. Alabama is one of those states.
Nice.
Texas is one of those states. There are others. Many people elect the judges, but when you allow judges who are elected by the populace, they're going to answer tough on crime. But remember, they came from the prosecutor's office most likely. So they've got like their little thing going on between each other, and I'm going to look out for you, look out for this person, whatever. They go to regional law schools. Like our people think you have to go to like HYS, Harvard, Yale, Stanford to be a good lawyer. They go to damn Northern Kentucky University, Salmon P. Chase School of Law, and they practice law right there in Kentucky or damn Cincinnati, and they got a damn hookup. Right or wrong? Somebody tell me I'm wrong here. North Carolina has a bunch of law schools. Does it not insane?
Yes, and Campbell is one of the better ones. It's underrated, though, but Campbell is a very good law school in Europe.
It is.
Yeah. As opposed to Duke or Central. Central's got a good law school, but Campbell is highly underrated. But I know for a fact from several attorneys that I've dealt with, as well as, the reputation of Campbell, it's a good school. And I've dealt with a number of attorneys, and they've been to Campbell. You're absolutely right.
It's all about where you network to. Like, if you go to the big school, go to it. But if you want to practice law where you are, you need to go to a homegrown school. Because that's going to give you access to all the alumni network. That's what it does. Like, that's what you need. And you go in your jurisdiction, you figure out where you want to practice. And, sometimes you marry an outsider if somebody comes in. But generally, you go and they all went to the same damn law schools. They were taught by the same people. And they run criminal justice in this country. The Supreme Court hears a very, very small amount of cases. The Circuit Court hears a little bit more, but it's also very, very small. 98% of justice is meted out in state courts. That's where you better be, in the state court system.
Hey, Black, you know what? And Alexis, on the state level, right? The three branches, right? You know, they put the, you know, they have supposed to have balance of power, right? So there's no branch that has complete power over another branch, right? They put to have balance of power. However, there are certain situations where a branch might have more say than another branch, but I think that's dependent on the situation.
No, you're absolutely right. It's not always the same way. I was just illustrating that the governor generally gets to appoint judges when seats are left unfilled. Or, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, when someone has to vacate a seat, either by death or aging out in the system, generally it's the governor gets to appoint the person that takes over. And you'll have counties that have, in Mississippi, less than 14,000 people. And it's like, oh, so-and-so died. Well, now I'm the governor. And if I went to law school, I know somebody I went to Mississippi College of Law with, so I'm going to give it to that person. Because they're going to do whatever I think should be done. That's what I was saying, just the outsized influence on how to influence the judiciary.
Okay.
And some states have commissions where governors aren't allowed to do it. You have to go. I think Missouri has that. I think Iowa may have something like that. I don't know. I'm sorry.
No. I want to look up Delaware in terms of whether or not the judges are elected in that state. Because in you know, I live in Pennsylvania, so I see judges up for election every once in a while. You see their signs or whatever, you know, that type of thing. But I can't believe that every single judge, because there's so many freaking judges.
Well, no, there are, but see, in Pennsylvania, you have retention elections, which means I'm the judge, and you have to vote for me to leave office before somebody else can run against me. Because you just affirm them over and over and over again. And it's muscle memory. Most of these judges do not get voted out. They get in, and they stay in for life almost. And why would I give it up when I can run this the way I want to run it? I determine what law is as the judge, though. And most of these people aren't going to go and fight it because most of the people that come up against this, they're just poor people. Even in jurisdictions where most of the people are white, my first job was at a district attorney's office. It was a summer between my junior and senior year of high school, and I watched poor white people get railroaded through this justice system because everybody's showing up on the criminal docket day in a small county because the judge is there. And one thing you have to realize is there's no court unless the judge is there. And, you know, they talk to people and they brought up these charges and they are like, can you afford representation? If not, we'll assign somebody. But every lawyer is there. And the judge would just go down the damn roster of lawyers there. This is in 1996 when gas was like 96 cents a gallon, right? And these lawyers would get paid $50 an hour in 1996 to represent these indigent clients, mostly poor white people. Very, very few black people come up in court in this county. And they would do 15 minutes of work because they would make a plea bargain with the prosecutor, and they'd get a suspended sentence. And 15 minutes of work, they got $50, which was like 50 gallons of damn gas. We understand this, right? That's a lot. So then these poor white people would go to get a job, and they can't get this certain job because they have a criminal record. Like, but I never went to jail. No, you got convicted on a suspended sentence, which means if you ever commit another crime, your ass will go to jail. But you got convicted because you pled guilty. And that's how they fuck you up. Go ahead, Insane.
No, I was just listening to what you were saying about the small towns and how when they don't have adequate public defenders, they do, they farm that out or contract out to private attorneys. And you're right, attorneys, they'll go down a roster and just select an attorney to do that. Yeah.
And also, district attorney's offices have the power in many, many states to hire special prosecutors. And one of the special prosecutors that was hired when I worked there that summer, he had a law firm. But he was a special assistant district attorney that decided child support cases. And I'm going to tell you what would happen. We had to go to DHR. That's what we call it in Alabama. In Georgia, they call it DFACS, different things, Children Family Services, whatever they call it in your state. But we went over to the DHR and we're watching the victim services coordinators in the office, and the special prosecutor is there. And somebody comes in, and these are white folks now. And this woman, and she's going against this man, and he's not paying, and he's a white man. And the special prosecutor say, "All right, I see you there, son. Is them cigarettes you got rolled up in your t-shirt?"
Change this. I don't like this system.
And he pulled out his calculator. This is how much it costs for this. So I guess you got the money to pay this.
Like
and
this
he
shit.
would find against every man that came in there that he was going to do it. And also the state of Alabama used to pay, I don't know if they still do it, they would pay for 5 paternity tests to determine who the father of your baby was.
Wow.
The summer that I worked there were 2 white women that went through all 5 of those paternity tests, and not a one of them came up positive. So what does that tell you?
Maury.
Who's out here whoring around?
A Maury episode.
I'm telling you, this is the stuff. Like this is the stuff that people don't understand. Like, justice is meted out the way this one person decides it in that jurisdiction all the time.
So I got the Delaware information. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different courts. They all get 12-year terms as judges. That's the Supreme Court on down to the common pleas. But I'm gonna read this because this is actually something I would definitely want to change. I'm not gonna be the governor, but I'd like to institute this change. So the Delaware Supreme Court, Delaware Superior Court, Delaware Chancery Court, and limited jurisdiction courts as of September 2021, judges for all courts in the state except the Delaware Justice of the Peace Courts and the Delaware Aldermen's Courts were selected through assisted appointment method, where the governor selects a nominee from a list provided by a nominating commission. You spoke about a commission. Judges of the Delaware Justice of Peace Courts were selected through gubernatorial appointment, where the governor directly selects judges. Aldermen's court judges were appointed by the governing body of their municipality. The Delaware Constitution requires that there be an even partisan balance on each court, so that if there's an equal number of judges on the court, it has to be 2 from one party, 2 from another party, as an example, if it's 4. If it's an odd number, it cannot be more than a simple majority. So if it's 5, 3 from one party, 2 from the other party. I don't like any of that because I think all judges should be elected. Every single judge in the state, for me, should be elected, especially with a 12-year term. That seems like way too long to be judging over people, and you're not held responsible to the people.
So we'll work that out. We will work that out appropriately. There's going to be a lot of different schools of thought on it. And one of my school of thought is Delaware State University. We need to found a law school there because there's no public law school in the state of Delaware.
You know, that's interesting because there's a black attorney who, and I wrote this in my book. He had a case, an integration case that preceded Brown versus Board of Education. His case was like one of the first to integrate in the country. And in Delaware University, they named a building after this gentleman. I have to look him up to get his name. But yeah, I wrote about that in my book. He's one of the first black lawyers in the state of Delaware. So I have a letter that Huey P. Newton wrote to the New Republic of Africa chairman. I think his name is. I want to say his name is Robert Smalls. Let me make sure I get the name right. Um, this yeah, it is Robert. I do know that. Um, I want to kind of end this. Oh, Robert Williams. I kind of want to end the space on this point. So Robert Williams was the leader of the New Republic of Africa. He actually formed one of the first of black gun clubs in that state. I think he was a part of the NAACP and some other things in his original home state. Oftentimes, when you see pictures of the deacons, for whatever reason, they're showing actually his picture and his group. For some reason, some of these reports that show pictures of the deacons um, they basically assigned the wrong picture to the wrong group, but he is the guy who was really ahead of the curve on Black Americans having using their 14A over 2A rights, the right to bear arms and everything else like that. So, and I'm not sure in that video if this is the group that Huey Newton was ready to, not secede power, but basically merge with, this other group. It might have been the New African Republic or New Republic of Africa. And they're the group that essentially said they wanted the 5 states in the southeastern United States: Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, and I believe South Carolina. And this was in like the late 60s, early 70s. They're still around. They still have some members. A lot of their members were incarcerated. The mayor of Jackson, Mississippi, his father was a real active member. In fact, they moved down to Mississippi with the purpose of establishing a black majority state. And they're very close because it is the state with the highest percentage of black Americans at this point. So, but Delaware is just a little easier to do because the numbers work a little bit better. But yeah, so I would love to read this and then we could sort of close out on that, unless anybody else has anything else that they want to bring up in this week's space session. Hopefully next week, social.com will have a spaces that at least I'll know about, know when it's going to be launched, have some idea, and be able to give that information. Because even though the space actually did expand to what looks like 16 plus people at one point, they still were really throttling the space. They still were keeping us down to, like, really it seemed like 4 to 5 and 6 and then 8, and then they sort of let people stick and hang around a little bit longer. It looks like Black American Homeland got kicked out again. He was having connection issues. So we just want to be able to do multiple things. We got the YouTube channel up. We're just trying to, make sure that Twitter technology and the way that they're throttling our spaces doesn't hold us down and stop us from getting the message out. Twitter is probably going through a lot of changes with Elon Musk taking over. The last thing I think he posted, what they're forming some sort of board that's going to monitor or filter content or some type of thing that's supposed to be creating rules for suspending accounts or something. I don't know. And I think the only reason why he's doing that is because the advertisers started pulling back a little bit. So, I think it was like a revenue issue where he was looking at it like, I'm gonna just make it wide open and people could do or say whatever they want. And then the advertisers were like, well, some were saying they don't want to be a part of that. And so I think he's creating this board just to make it, to where the advertisers feel comfortable that there will be some regulation or whatever. Because to be quite honest, as much as I do like free freedom of expression, and I really don't appreciate censorship, at the same time I really don't want to even see the demonic shit that these people have to put out, the images, who know, like I don't even want to see that. I don't want to be traumatized even just scrolling up and down the timeline like that. So I really would like to see some level of reasonable, responsible regulation where, it's just not just totally insane. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Miss Coops T came up to speak with us.
Push the button. Hey family, what's going on? Mm-hmm. Actually, I didn't know I pushed the button, but I'll come and say hey to the family, and I'm just kind of listening in the background. How's it going, everybody?
What's up, Coops?
Yeah, doing good. No, I like what you're saying, and I didn't really have much to contribute.
Okay. So the title was about the 10%. Because there are some new faces. So the 10% is the critical mass point where it takes any political idea to take hold is when you have 10% of the population. And we've talked about different examples throughout our history where 10% of our population did move the 90%. Even in civil, I had someone post under this where they felt like even during the civil rights movement, it was roughly around 10% that were very, very active, and the 90% were basically on the sidelines. So it's the same situation in any and every political movement where there's just always going to be those who are the tip of the spear and who are the self-emancipators. I talked about the Will Smith movie Emancipation, and even though he may have his own reasons for why he went in that direction, it looks like it is set during the time of the self-emancipators, the contrabands of war, who did leave the South in order to become a part of the Union to fight against the Southerners. So I'm hoping that's where it's going. There is a quote where he said, "It's not a slave movie; it's a freedom movie," or "It's not a movie about slavery; it's a movie about freedom." So with that, it sounds like something that and I watched the trailer a bunch of times, and I'm getting little hints and clues through the trailer, watching it a couple times. So I haven't. I can't even remember the last time I went to see a movie that had any subject matter involving or enslavement. I probably was a kid the last time, maybe The Color Purple, and I just remember bits and pieces of even that movie. The Django, but the Django was a hero in that movie, so it's a different vibe. This looks like, I mean, obviously not the Django, because it is based on what seems like somewhat of a real story, a realistic story. But I think it's going to have a lot of redemptive qualities to it. So Glory is the other one that comes to mind. Matter of fact, when I was in high school, our African American history teacher played that movie in class. So
Buffalo Soldiers.
What's that?
The Buffalo Soldiers.
I haven't seen. There's a movie. I haven't seen that movie.
No, Glory is about the Buffalo Soldiers, right?
Oh, okay. Okay. Gotcha.
Yes.
But was it the first regiment, the first color regiment, or was it? Because that was during the Civil War, right?
The colored regiment of Buffalo Soldiers.
Gotcha.
Denzel is in the movie, right?
Yes, Denzel, absolutely. Denzel.
Yeah, it's about the Buffalo Soldiers. It's about our people.
Awesome. There is a black motorcycle club called the Buffalo Soldiers. I'm not sure if they're connected in any way to that. but it would be nice to find out because I actually actually like black motorcycle, that world, that realm, that lifestyle, minus the criminal element. I think there's a big opportunity there, much how people talk about the church. um the black motorcycle club as an organization, as a national organization especially, is there's a lot of potential in that. um so that's one of those things that just sits in the back of my mind, because you can put clubhouses all over the country, and they can actually play a really pivotal role. um but that's just me thinking out loud right there. But yeah, so 10%, and that's our goal. I mean, but in an individual state like Delaware, you need 1%. Mississippi, you need a little over 2% of our population. If you're guesstimating that we're at 45 million, actually 2% is right on time there. So um it doesn't take a lot. It doesn't take a lot to change everything. And we're gonna keep preaching it and talking about it until I'm on the ground vlogging. I am going to this rally this upcoming weekend, and I'm gonna try my best to go live on YouTube, go live on social, and hopefully, I'm hoping this thing only lasts a couple hours, because I do have to work the very next morning, and it's just gonna be like another work day for me because I'm driving about 5 or 6 hours. DJ, we gotta get in touch, because I'll swing through New Jersey. You know what I mean? If that's what has to happen, but definitely want to connect with you so we can um at least meet some folks down there.
For sure, for sure. So the situation is I used to live in the DMV or whatever, right?
Okay.
So I got an illmatic way we could get down there that we ain't even got to drop. You know what I'm saying? But I talked to some folks up here already about it. They want to go, but they're now talking about wanting to stay down there. So like, I haven't heard anything back from them, but I got a family down there. I could just pop up, so whatever. To be honest with you, shit is only 3.5 hours away. You know what I mean? I could hop the bus or rent a car or some shit. You know what I mean? So if I don't know if it's feasible for you to come, like not even so much come this way, but like maybe meet somewhere in like Philly or something. You feel what I'm saying? Or even in Delaware, because you got to pass the Delaware Bridge, go over the bridge. Meet at the bridge or something. And I don't know if there's a bus from the Berg down to Philly cheesesteak. You know what I'm saying? At the bus stop right there. So I don't know, man. It don't matter to me, bro. It don't matter. I could get to DC the same day and come back in the same day. I've done it so many times, bro. So it's like, it don't matter to me, man. But I definitely want to go down there. Money's tight, like it would for everybody else right now. But that's something you just got to sacrifice. You know what I mean? Reparations up.
Yeah. Philly would be a lot easier. I think it's kind of like I wanted to take a cruise through Delaware, on the way back, technically, more so than on the way down there, because it's going to be a little bit of a time crunch trying to get down there before it starts. But on the way back, I was like, well, might as well take the scenic route. You know what I mean? At least get a chance to drive through.
Right, and on that note, the better thing probably will be to do is just leave the night before or the day before. You feel what I'm saying? So that way you can handle your handle. You then go to the reparations march, mix and mingle. We'll do what we got to do down there in DC or whatever, and then pretty much by 5, 6 o'clock, probably that night, head back further north or whatever.
Yep, that works. That works. So yeah, I guess over the week we'll do some texting and then figure out you know, how that works. I mean, if you get down there, that's cool, because then I could just the last time I was in DC is when I wrote the book, and what is the guy's name? Malik Zulu Shabazz had a reparations convention and I went down there for that to try to promote the book a little bit. And I just parked in like a garage, but yeah, I'm gonna definitely drive because I need to get in and get back on the road. You know what I mean? So I'm not like waiting on anything or whatever. But yeah, so I'm planning on basically doing the same thing. Maybe park on the street, depending on how that looks, or grab a garage and yeah, yeah. So I'm looking forward to it because for me, it's like a.
What we need to do, if you're going into DC,
Mm-hmm.
is try to, like, if you find like a way to park it. DC is metro down, it's transit out there, so it ain't no need to actually drive around DC because it's only 15 by 15 square miles wide. And give it best, you can walk around DC almost in a day. Well, maybe not a day, but you know what I mean. Well, with that being said, they got metro, hella transit out there, bus, train, whatever, cab, whatever it is you need to take out there. It really ain't no need to drive. The better thing to do, if you like on some sightseeing type shit, is just go get a day pass metro card and just ride all up and down the train lines. The different color rails.
I'm not that
line,
guy.
line,
I wish
line,
I could
line,
be. I'm
line,
not that
line,
guy.
You know what I mean? And most likely, it's gonna be in the nation's capital. So that's like what in the mixing. What is that? Gallery Place. You know what I'm saying? That'll be the stop, Union Station, Gallery Place, one of those spots. And then you can walk from there. Most likely to the rally. Because that little section of downtown DC right there with a Verizon Center at, and in the National Mall and the White House. Like, I remember, I never forget. Like, I was coming from the store one day, and I'm like, walking down a block, and I was like, just having a look over. I said, "Damn, that building looks familiar." Oh shit, that's the White House, yo. You know what I'm saying? I'm just walking around DC and shit. You know what I'm saying? Oh shit, let me get my ass across the street. You know what I'm saying? Look at this shit up close. Oh shit, god damn, yo. It looks different from when you see it on TV with the gate and everything. I'm like, I'm walking right past that same gate, like, oh shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm new here. Don't mind me. You know what I mean? So yeah, we can go down there. It don't even matter how we get down there. It's ways. So we'll talk in the background after you hang up on this space, bro.
Yeah. When I was down there, that's when they had the shit barricaded. I'm talking about massive barricade. You couldn't even see the White House. It was so barricaded up. Years ago when I was down there, you could get right up to the gate, take pictures, all that shit. But this last time, and that was like 4 years ago, 2019. Yep, 2019. So three years ago, that shit was blocked off. So I ain't really going down there for the White House though anyway. But it looks like we're going to be very close to it at any rate, because 1300 and 1600 ain't that far apart from each other. But yeah, no, I'm gonna dip in, secured spot, boom, bam, walk to the rally, and then be ready to dip on out. Because like I said, it's just, for me, it's more about timing than anything. Yeah, the way I'm looking at it now, because I'm actually got the map pulled up. It's like one block is what it looks like on here from this 1300. At least that's the address in the on the flyer, 1300 to the White House. I mean, that's like half a block is what it looks like to me. So at any rate, yeah, that's all good. It's all good. I'm looking forward to it. So yeah, but if everybody's okay, if anybody has anything else to say, please feel free to come up. I just want to read this out, and it probably gonna take like 10 minutes, maybe 15 minutes. But this is really a really good example of two black male leaders at the height. This is in 1969 when he wrote this letter. Two black organizations. These are black liberation organizations. They were, all about it. They was all about it, man. And true revolutionaries willing to do whatever it takes to uplift Black America. And like I said, many of them are still incarcerated. Many of them were unfortunately assassinated. The entire weight of the U.S. government was pushed down upon them. and there's still members who are trying to get out, even today. So, every time we're in these spaces, I kind of wish some of these leaders, even though nobody's the leader, the code's the leader, nobody's the leader, code's the leader. I wish the code would actually just have some um, retrospective understanding of what the people that I'm sure everybody looks up to, how they dealt with each other, how they conducted their business during that time. So yeah, so and there's a so it says power to the people, Huey P. Newton, land reparations independence. This is Huey P. Newton at Los Padres, California, 1969, September 13th. Greetings to the Republic of New Africa and President Robert Williams. I'm very happy to be able to welcome you back home. I might add that this is perfect timing and we need you very much. The people need you very much. And now that the consciousness of the people is at such a high level, perhaps they will be able to appreciate your leadership and also be ready to move in a very revolutionary fashion. Some time ago, I received a message from the Republic of New Africa with a series of questions concerning the philosophy of the Black Panther Party and very detailed questions on certain stands and our thinking on these positions. At that time, I wasn't prepared to send a message out. I've had to think about many of the questions, and due to the situation here, it's very difficult for me to communicate. So this explains the lapse of time between question and answer. I won't be able to expound on all the questions, but I would like to give some general explanations of the Black Panther Party's position as related to the Republic of New Africa. The Black Panthers Party position is that the Black people in the country are definitely colonized and suffer from the colonial plight more than any ethnic group in the country, perhaps with the exception of the Indian. And I believe he's talking about Native Americans, but surely as much even as the Indian population. We too realize that the American people in general are colonized, and they're colonized simply because they're under a capitalist society with a small clique of rulers who are the owners of the means of production and control of decision making. They're the decision making body, therefore, that takes the freedom from the American people in general, and they simply work for the enrichment of the ruling class. As far as blacks are concerned, of course, we're at the very bottom of this ladder. We're exploited not only by the small group of ruling class, we're oppressed and repressed by even the working class whites in this country. And this is simply because the ruling class, the white ruling class, uses the old Roman policy of divide and conquer. In other words, the white working class is used as pawns or tools of the ruling class, but they too are enslaved. So it's with that historical policy of dividing and ruling that the ruling class can effectively and successfully keep the majority of the people in an oppressed position because they're divided in certain interest groups. Even though these interests, even though these interests that the lower class groups carry doesn't necessarily serve as beneficial to them. As far as our stand on separation, we've demanded, as you know very well, a plebiscite of the UN to supervise so that blacks can decide whether they want to secede the union or what position they'll take on it. As far as the Black Panther Party is concerned, we're subject to the will of the people, but we feel that the Republic of New Africa is perfectly justified in demanding and declaring the right to secede the union. So we don't have any contradiction between the Black Party's position and the Republic of New Africa's position. Is simply a matter of timing. We feel that certain conditions will have to exist before we're even given the right to make that choice. We also take into consideration the fact that if blacks at this very minute were able to secede the Union and say have 5 states or 6 states, it would be almost impossible to function in freedom side by side with a capitalist, imperialist country. We all know that Mother Africa is not free simply because of imperialism, because of Western domination, and there is no indication that it would be any different if we were to have a separate country here in North America. As a matter of fact, by all logics, we would suffer imperialism and colonialism, and even more so than the third world is suffering it now. They are geographically better located, thousands of miles away, but yet they are not able to be free simply because of high technological developments. The highest technological developments that the West has that makes the world so much smaller, one small neighborhood. So taking all of these things into consideration, we conclude that the only way that we're going to be free is to wipe out once and for all the oppressive structure of America. We realize we can't do this without a popular struggle, without many alliances and coalitions. And this is the reason that we're moving in the direction that we are, to get as many alliances as possible of people that are equally dissatisfied with the system. And also we're carrying on, or attempting to carry on, a political education campaign so that the people will be aware of the conditions, and therefore perhaps they will be able to take steps to controlling these conditions. We think that the most important thing at this time is to be able to organize in some fashion so that we'll have a formidable force to challenge the structure of the American empire. So we invite the Republic of New Africa to struggle with us, because we know from people I've talked to May Mallory and other people who are familiar with the philosophy of the Republic of New Africa. They seem to be very aware of the whole structure of America. We will have, will have to be changed in order for the people of America to be free. And this again is with full knowledge and full view of the end goal of the Republic of New Africa to secede. In other words, we're not really handling this question at this time because we feel that for us, that is somewhat premature, that I realize the psychological value of fighting for a territory. But at this time, the Black Panther Party feels that we don't want to be an enclave type situation where we would be more isolated than we already are now. We're isolated in the ghetto areas, concentrated in the north, in metropolitan areas, in the industrial areas. And we think that this is a very good location as far as strategy is concerned, as far as waging a strong battle against the established order. And again, I think that it would be perfectly justified if blacks decided they want to secede the Union. But I think the question should be left up to the popular masses, the popular majority. So this is it in a nutshell. As I said before, I don't have the facilities here to carry on long discussions. I look forward to talking to Milton Henry, later known as Guy Edie Obadeli Rashid, in the near future, if it's possible. I know that he has his hands full now, or representatives of the Republic of New Africa, so we can talk these things over. There are many things I heard, things I read, I'm in total agreement with. I would like for the Republic of New Africa to know that we support Robert Williams and his plight at this time. I believe he was incarcerated during this time, that we support him 100%, and we're willing to give all services asked of us. And we would like to find out exactly what we can do that would be most helpful in the court proceedings coming up, what moral support we can give. Perhaps we could send some representatives, and we will publish in our paper, The Black Panther, the criminal activities that he's been a victim of for some 8 or 9 years. I would also like to request of the Republic of New Africa to give us some support to Bobby Seale, our chairman of the Black Panther Party. Bobby Seale is now in prison, as you know, in San Francisco. He has a case coming up in Chicago and one in Connecticut. And we invite the Republic of New Africa to come and support. We would like this very much, and whatever moral support they could possibly give, we would welcome it. We should be working closer together than we are, and perhaps this would be an issue that we could work together on. The issue is the political prisoners of America, and people as one to stand for the release of all political prisoners. And this might be a rallying point where all the Black revolutionary organizations and parties could rally around. Because I truly believe that some good comes out of every attack that the oppressor makes. So perhaps this will be a turning point in both our organizations and parties. So I would like to say, capital letters, all power to the people and more power to the President of the Republic of New Africa, Robert Williams. So this reading that really makes me believe that this is the organization that he was talking about in that video. I'm gonna go back and rewatch it, but I'm really starting to get the feeling this was the organization he was talking about merging with and seceding some of his authority to Robert Williams, who, to be perfectly honest, was very militant, from the South, and really wasn't about no games, like no games. The Republic of New Africa, those guys were legit. They were ready for warfare, revolution, and again, they wanted to. They pretty much put this demand up for the government to give these 5 states to Black America. They put up a demand for reparations and a bunch of other demands that they had. Um, the interesting thing is about the secession, talking about secession, seceding from the United States. That's a no starter. I spent a year last year with a Black political organization that's in those states, and I believe one or more of the members are still Republic of New Africa members. The problem with it is you are outside of the jurisdiction of the United States, which makes you a foreign combatant. And it means that the United States can unleash hellfire and really at will. They can blockade you in, they can close your borders, they can starve you out. There's really no limits what they can do, especially because you took land away from them. I just don't see that as viable. The only way I see that as viable is if you took Florida, simply because it is projected outside of the mainland. You would probably have to give them northern Florida, their interstate system, but you could probably carve off 90% of Florida and make a Seminole stand, if you will. Um, Outside of that, and being in the interior of the country, I just don't see it. I just don't see it. And it's interesting that Huey Newton at the time was saying, I'm with you, but I'm not with you like that. You know what I'm saying? And he was smart. This man, watching that interview, I really I'm gonna spend some time watching more of his interviews, because he was very smart, very smart, Black man, very matter of fact, not elevated, not excited at all, just like really matter of fact about his opinion and his understanding of the world. Um, that capitalist talk and socialism and communism, they did have that element. A lot of Black liberation movements had that element within them. I think we are smart enough to have matured beyond that and understand that we can be capitalist and be revolutionaries at the same time, and create a different, more equitable system where in which we have equity and prosperity. It was, but the one part where I was like, damn, where he was like, the way that they were moving was to be scattered across the country, looking at the whole nation, not understanding the power of concentrating. And I would have loved to have been in that conversation, and or would have really loved to talk to the Robert Williams guy, because man, I mean, he had such a hold over the South. He could have waved his hands and moved 1 million people down there. I truly believe that. Had he known, what we know today, because this is all taking place after the civil rights legislation, I mean, we'd be living a different existence, to be honest. So it's all interesting. You look at the past and try to learn from it, and try to understand how people are thinking. And this was a really good insight into how Huey P. Newton was thinking at that time. So on that note, if anybody would like to give a comment or anything, if not, we're gonna go ahead and close it down. Say our piece and reparations and everything else like that. If anybody's coming to the rally, I will have my Black State of America hat on. I'll be dressed in all black, and so and I got this gray beard, so I'm not gonna be hard to find, to be honest. If you're there, certainly come up, shake my hand, and let's have a conversation. So, but on that note, yeah, we can go ahead and shut it down.
Hey, yeah, just say something real quick or whatever. So basically, you was talking about infrastructure and like resources get used up and shit water hit the fan, basically, right? So there's this game called State of Survival that I've been playing for about 100 days. But I'll be talking that doomsday prepper shit. So how much water you got in your house if you had to stay locked in your house for a whole year. Think about that, and can you survive off of it? And multiply that by how many people you got in your house. So obviously you ain't got enough water, resources, and none of that shit in your house. So basically the State of Survival game, and hold up a minute, I'll post it in the Jumbotron just real quick. Hold up. So basically the State of Survival game, if you're into things like, Walking Dead and Viking type shit and Land of the Lost or whatever, you know what I mean? Come up and play the game with a brother. I'm looking for folks to build it up with me. It's pretty much I'm up there by myself, you know what I mean? So come on up and we could go against other factions because that's pretty much what it's gonna be.
Good night. See you next weekend. Live from the rally.
Lumber, metal, the game
November 5th, 2022, Washington, D.C. Reparations Rally. Broadcasting live. Good night.
So come up with the social, y'all. Far left side,